Hello, friends. How's it going, everybody? Hi. Hello again. Oh, my camera has immediately just stopped working. Awesome. What happened? Did you already overheat? You gave up? Cool. Hello, Taku. Hello, everybody. Yeah, if you're asking questions about live streaming, I don't know. I literally just did it, so I wasn't thinking that strongly about it. I'm so sorry. I hope everybody's doing well. Okay, there we go. Camera's working. What a start! Frozen face, awesome. Yeah, we got my hair put up today because we're having a bit of a. It's really humid, and I do really need to get my split ends dealt with, which I've been complaining about for days. But we're figuring it out. So I hope everybody's having a lovely day. It's been a good one for me. I went over the last week. I went to a Pent Up Pup show with some friends, and it was really fun. We saw Pent Up Pup live. He came all the way to my little town, and it was just a really good show. My friend ended up like playing their opening. It was so cool. I was on the edge of the mosh pit, but I was still experiencing vicariously. It was such a small venue. We were so sweaty. I ended up like dancing with my shirt off. It was really awesome. It really felt like I was there with like all my people. It was awesome. I put up my hair. I'm obligated to wear elf ears. Oh my. You think I would look good with elf ears? I don't know. I don't have any. Shout out to the one guy on YouTube who really wanted to complain or something. Pride Month is over. Pride Month is over. That means gay is illegal again, everybody. Donald Trump said so. No gay. I would look so cute. You really think so? I don't know. I don't know if I could pull off elf ears. Gay's illegal now. It's July. You love my glasses? Thank you. They're fake. So sorry. I know it's an illusion, but I just think my face looks better with them on. But I've always had really good vision. So I just decided to get fake ones. I think they look better. You can pull it off. You pull it off? Oh my goodness. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's a shot. Oh, you know what I need to do? I'm a little hungry this morning. I made brownies last night. They're a little special brownies. But if we're just hanging out, if we're just on stream, I could have another weed brownie in the morning. A little weed brownie for breakfast? Why not? You all take care of yourselves. I'll be back. This is my irresponsible streamer life. My irresponsible streamer life. I have a fucked up schedule and I can do whatever I want. Yeah, I made they actually they're like this the recipe I was using said that if you wanted to make them a little cakier, use an extra egg. And since I was already using butter, because that wasn't originally called for in the recipe, I imagine they had something in the powder mix that I was using. But since I was already doing that and I was already adding stuff, I was like, oh, I'll just do another egg and I'll see how that comes out. Add a little extra oil and water in there and make it more consistent. It really came out great though. Brownies. Mac and cheese to get you high would be fucking hilarious. How do you get subscribers? Be funny on the internet. I don't know. coerce people. Does it taste good? I feel like the weed butter and the cheese would be fucked up and diabolical. Oh, these have little chunks of broken up dark chocolate in them. It's so good. I'm just gonna sit here and brag about it, I guess. Watch in awe as I become more and more stoned as the stream goes on. It's okay. I'll be fine. Just DM it to me. Have I ever made fire? Once or twice. They did give me the power over fire. Briefly. I have leftover weed butter. I made it last night. And it was really good. It was really good. No complaints. It was my second foray, so I got a little bit better at it. So I am proud of myself. Oh my god, marijuana mac and cheese. That's an awesome thumbnail. That's a great thumbnail. We're not going to get into it right away, but that is very funny. And I do have extra butter. If the recipe calls for less than half a cup, or half a cup or less of butter, then I have that. How's everybody doing today? I hope well. I'm gonna turn the music up a little bit. I feel like it'll balance a little better. Have I tried creamy noodles? Yeah. I make creamy pastas a lot, actually. I think butter, it's like the natural evolution of butter pasta is to kind of make your own roux and make like an Alfredo. So I guess I could make like butter spaghetti that gets you all fucking stoned. That's very funny. Oh. The air conditioning has been on all night and the room is a little bit chilly. I'm actually gonna go turn it off. I'll want it back on in like an hour, but for now we need to free ourselves. I'll be right back. Okay, I managed it. If you really want the five hours of silence uninterrupted by Discord pings, or interrupted by Discord pings experience, you can I can turn off the streamer mode on my Discord and you can hear how popular I am. I'll give you my creamy noodle. Oh whoa. That City Pop is so good. Wow. Wow. Yeah, as if we didn't all know I was a whore. You can pretend all you want, you knew. Okay, what's up today? Ooh, some more news put out a new episode. Awesome. We'll have to probably watch that later. Neither? Both big pieces of shit? And you're a big piece of shit for asking? I guess if I had to choose one at gunpoint, Biden. It was at least funny. I like my war criminals a little funnier. Brownies or cookies? I think I'm gonna have to go with cookies. I think there's just more variety. I'm not actually that huge of a chocolate girl. So I'll say, like, if it's dark chocolate brownies, like the ones I make, how is the best option, Joe? True. No, I think that the dark chocolate brownies I make are really, really good. But I gotta be honest, like, cookies just have so much variety. And I know they get shit on, but oatmeal raisin cookies are good. Oatmeal raisin cookies are really fucking good. It's for those with a distinguished adult palate, so you might not understand, right? Okay. Calling you old for that? I'm picking you up and throwing you! I'm throwing you in the garbage! Shut up! Don't ever speak to me. Actually don't watch any football. I'm sorry. I know nothing about the stars of football. I think I've heard more of Ronaldo, so I'll say Ronaldo. I'm doing like a double stream on YouTube, so I think I'm getting double comments, which is extremely funny. Ooh, splurging for a maid outfit? Yeah. Ronaldinho Soser. Yeah, sure, like, I've heard that. It is very funny. I think he's probably involved in more silly things with a name like Ronaldo. I'm in. It's a kind of person that I can't take seriously whose name is Ronaldo. And like, let's be true. Let's be real. We need more Redwall fanatics in this world. We'll see we can see what Jordan Peterson's up to later. He's a little weirdo freak though. I wanted to read some essays today. I've been sent a bunch. You're a sweetheart. Am I gonna be talking for the whole stream? I mean, it's my stream. I can do whatever I want. Yeah, I want to read some articles to you. We're gonna start unsilly and slowly move our way towards silly. So, you're gonna have to live with that, I guess. I think it's probably in this order. We can start with good news. Oh, is he getting shit on? Good. I mean, he's a bad man. And he's very stupid. He's the kind of person that can just say a lot of words really quickly and thinks that that means that he's intelligent, which is like the same kind of person you argue with on Twitter or like Blue Sky. Oh god, I got into like a huge fight on Blue Sky. I wonder if the guy's lurking right now. He followed just to see if he could hate follow me and see me read his fucking shitty book. I said I was gonna like review it and then I just didn't. I don't give a shit. It's not very good. It's super not worth it. Oh, is he in Toronto? Go find him and throw rocks at him. Not like big ones, just small ones. Is this all of the... Oh, that's all the information in here? That sucks. Okay, so we'll start with the super short one. Can I bring myself over here? Yeah. Alright, I'm not going to be able to show the article on the vertical stream, so if you're on the vertical stream, you'll have to find yourself a horizontal one if you really want to read it, but I'll read it out loud. This is a study observing guinea fowl running on soft mud shows math used to calculate dinosaur speed might be inaccurate, which is a very fun sentence. Everything about that I think is fun. I love when scientists are just kind of doing shit. Um, International team has found that equations to determine the speed of a moving dinosaur based on prints and trackways may be inaccurate. In their study published by the journal Biology Letters, the group urged test guinea fowl to walk or run across a muddy course and then use standard equations to calculate their pace. That's very fun. First, I do have to say, the group urged test guinea fowl to walk or run across a muddy course is a great sentence. Oh, he used to be a professor at the University of Toronto for several years. Yeah, no, he's... Yeah, I'm glad his teaching license got revoked. That he absolutely did not deserve to have that. Hey, Ragnarok, how are you? What's my favorite kid show I watched? Oh, let me see. Did that not do it? Did that not play? Why is it also all the way down there? I hate it when these, like, boxes get all moved around, and I don't know how it happens. It has crowd control all the way over there. Weird. Should be up higher, too. Yay, Mud! I know, it's great. Favorite kids show that I watched? Probably... Honestly, I guess it counts as a kids show, but I really liked the reboot of She-Ra. She-Ra and the Princesses of Power is legitimately really good. Did you randomly find me in your YouTube shorts? That's so funny. Yeah, I'm here. I'm on YouTube. I started streaming. I started double streaming to YouTube horizontally and vertically. So good luck, I guess. I just think it'll get more people, like, with more eyes on it. And if I'm gonna have my phone number on screen, I want as many people to see it as possible. You're here? Holy shit! I'll be right back. I love it. I love pets. Yeah, I have pets. Yeah, I have 2 cats. There's actually a little cat house, like a little cat stand. It's just off screen if you're vertical, but you can see it over here. And my cat does eventually, like every once in a while, my cats will come and hang out. Just right here. She's been causing trouble. But yeah, shout out to when my girlfriend does, like, she just sent me a text, and I was not paying attention because I'm streaming. But she's got in the chat, and she's outside, she hands me a loose Ziploc bag of weed. Thank God. I love her. I love her. Why do I have a phone number on screen? So you can call it. Obviously. Cyber 6? Ooh. Yeah, you can just literally call it at any point. Should you be worried? I don't know. Call it if you're angry. Call it if you're scared. Literally 0 people have called this phone number to cause trouble, and that's kind of sad. I could make free content out of them if they did. I guess part of me was hoping I could, like, debate someone, but I'm not really, like, a debater. I'm more like a mocker. Cyber 6 was one of the pioneers of gender fluid representation. I didn't know that. I don't think I've ever seen Cyber 6. Let me send her a little text that tells her I love her. Came out in 1988 or 1998. Okay, that's like a year that I was alive. I'm putting the loose weed in. That's just the loose herbs sitting in this Ziploc bag into my jar. Oh, there goes a nug. We lost one, soldiers. Oh. You missed a call? It didn't ring. Why didn't it ring? Why didn't it ring? What the balls? My browser is preventing calls from ringing? Turn off Do Not Disturb. Ah, there we go. Alright, let's make sure that you're getting the right audio. Allow. Okay, why is it... Remember for all microphones. Hello!
FitnessGram patient test.
Can anyone hear them?
The weight capacity test. The progression
like
gets more difficult as it continues.
that it's not coming through my correct speakers. I'm sorry, I truly cannot hear you. Give me a sec. Oh, we've got the headphones for situations like this. Hello?
So you just have a phone number.
Hi, friend
You
or...
have your phone number.
friend or foe?
Friend?
Yeah, I just have a phone
No,
number.
you idiot. It's a pigeon.
It's a piston?
Oh, that's a reference you don't understand.
No.
I see now.
No.
It's a reference to a decently old animated movie where like it's about like pigeons going to war, and they just have this section where they're trying to train the pigeons, and the general points at a picture of a pigeon and is like, friend or foe? And they all scream foe, and he just goes like, no, you idiot, it's a fowl, because it's a pigeon.
Ah, I see.
Because, 2000s animated movies were dog water.
For sure. Can vertical folks just not hear this? It should have the correct audio sources since it's just pulling from my scene, but I guess there's a chance it's not.
It's even funnier watching your stream, hearing you deal with the scuff both in real time and then 5 seconds later.
I am consistently scuffed. If it's not scuffed, is it truly a stream that I have done? I don't think anything I've ever done has worked out exactly the way that I expected. Which is fair.
Yeah, because normally I just call you a cashew. Posture check, by the way.
Come into my house? You get on my stream? You just say the words posture check without spending a single bloody point?
You
have no here! This is my stream!
You said no. You said no one's called the line to cause trouble yet, so I'm here.
You're not causing trouble. You just think you're a troublemaker. You know what I mean.
I'm a troublemaker, but sexy about it.
You haven't called me a single slur yet.
I can change that real quick. How do you want to get banned?
I don't think that's what you want to do. I think this is a quick time event where the stakes are friendship.
if it's a slur we can both say, do I fail the speech check?
I mean, a little bit, yeah. A little bit of a speech check fail.
And it's not a white check. I can't save scum.
Oh, sorry. Were you about to say, like, I mean, it's words like cis and cracker I'll allow because they're not like slurs.
Well, I mean, yeah, because it's not a slur if it's against a white person.
True.
But no, there's a slur we can both say. I won't say it because I'm pretty sure it's directly against TOS. But it is funny.
I don't think we should be arguing about
And
this.
I said it a lot over Pride, which was a lot of fun because it took so many people's power away. And seeing people squirm because you're just comfortably queer.
Mm-hmm. Genuinely,
a
I think.
lot of fun.
I think being happily and openly queer is like one of the most revolutionary things that you can do, and like showing
'Cause, like,
people,
there's a
especially I think during Pride this year, it was very important, and it will be important in the coming months because there's other places that do Pride at different times. I know my city does it in July.
Especially being like, because like there are people who are used to you being angry. Angrily.
Yeah, they expect. I think they expect to like win by making you upset, but when they realize they're just getting mocked, they tend to just kind of run away because they don't know what to do.
You know, I'm going to pull up your stream on my laptop instead. That seems like a better idea.
Incredible.
So I can monitor chat and be annoying.
I mean, when I'm monitoring.
Yeah.
I'm literally just grinding weed while I talk to you. It's a cathartic activity.
Wait, literally what in you?
I'm grinding weed.
Oh.
To grind it down into a powder.
Look, I stick with gummies, okay?
Oh,
And
what?
that is
Oh, sorry. Do you
completely
just
where
do
I
you just
am,
put the
see
whole
that?
nug in there?
What?
Your mom found out you weren't straight during Pride Month. She didn't react negatively, but it was uncomfortable. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, I'm sorry. She saw your Amazon purchases. That's interesting. That one's rough.
Terrifying.
Uh,
I pay for Amazon Prime specifically so that they don't see my purchases.
that's awesome. Too many dildos. Too many dildos in my cart.
Dildos and weed.
Actually, you're buying weed on Amazon?
Truly the coolest purchases. I mean, I'm sure there's somewhere.
I don't think you're supposed to sell weed on Amazon. She saw the 11. You have an 11-inch dildo in there? Jesus Christ. Bottomless. I guess, well, bottom
Rookie
full.
numbers. Rookie numbers.
Rookie numbers on 11 inches? Jesus Christ, girl. What are you doing?
I am to know whether girl.
I'll be honest with y'all. We gotta be honest. We're small penis enjoyers in this house.
What's up?
We're small penis enjoyers in this house. We like it. We like it just the normal size.
Sure.
Big
nothing bad
ones are
with
fun
it.
in theory, I find, but a lot of the time they are just truly too big.
Yeah. Realistically, the whole size thing shouldn't have perpetuated past like 8. I mean,
I
women are
understand
literally not built
the,
for more
like,
than, 6.
I think I get it with like the feeling of fullness. It's just not something that I am particularly interested in, just because it's not like my cuppa.
Yeah.
No, I get it. I get it. I get why people do it. I get the large insertion. It's just like a lot of work to get up to that point, I think, and I'm just not strong enough. I'm not powerful enough. I'm truly do not have a hungry. I do not have a hungry enough disposition for this particular action. Maybe if I thought about it, like grinding out XP, maybe that would help.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Treat it like RuneScape.
Yeah, just treat my ass like RuneScape. I think that's a great plan.
Dildo 99, man.
Anal 99. Incredible, incredible.
Hey, April.
What,
Hey,
what do you
April.
want? What do you want?
Where do fingers grow?
In the finger ruins.
No.
Out of the
on
ground,
palm trees.
like, no, they grow out of the ground in the finger ruins because they are tied to
Um.
Meteor, because, and really they do actually grow out of the ground. I'm not really sure about the process of it, but, Meteor also
On palm
birthed the
trees.
fingers, which are kind of like seeds for minor Erd trees, if you think about it. It's just kind of like a weird cosmic thing. I like the idea that the fingers are like the godly beings, and like more fingers and like gives intelligence, and losing them can signify the loss of intelligence. It's really cool.
Did you just improv an entire fantasy world because I wanted to make a pun?
No, that was Elden Ring lore,
Oh.
and I
see,
derailed
I'm
you
not
successfully.
gaming enough. Yeah. Twitch is mad that I have ad block.
Haha. Hey, wait, you're blocking odds on my channel? Wait a second.
I should be subscribed to you.
It's true. I don't know why it still
Oh.
gives ads to subbed
No, I
people.
canceled at some point. Well,
Imagine not being subscribed to April the Doe Twitch channel.tv/April the Doe.
well, sorry, fake fan.
Fake
Yeah.
fan, it's true.
Oh,
I would
Only
never
been here, what, like 6 years?
listen. I would never, ever, ever sleep with my subs. That never happens.
Sorry, what?
No, it just doesn't happen. I'm not like that, you know.
No, I just didn't hear what you said.
I would never sleep with my subscribers.
Never.
It would never happen.
Never.
I have too, my ethics and my morals are too strong. It would simply create too
Yeah.
much of a power differential, which is definitely not hot.
you definitely wouldn't allow one of your subscribers to move in with you.
I would never do that. I would never date my tier 3 subs for an extended period of time and go visit them for 6 months.
Anymore? Is that a thing that Twitch still does?
What? Yeah, they're
It's
tiered
tier 3
subs. Oh, sorry, have you never subscribed to my channel at tier 3 before? I guess you wouldn't know.
Well, when I
Oh
was
my
given
god,
that option,
no!
I couldn't.
Bro, it's just the... No, not that face, please!
Wait,
No!
you can't. Oh,
No!
flip it.
No, they're
Flip it.
gonna call me cringe on the internet! No!
But it'll be funny.
Oh god, how do I fix this?
That she's cringe.
No, don't say it. Okay, we're back. We're good. Everything's fine. It's fine, and nothing silly happened.
It's still frozen on my end.
Ha.
Oh, there we go. Okay, it's back.
We're good,
Screen
we're good, we're
delay is
good.
okay.
Alright, I love you all very much.
Even me.
Oh, you bought a butt plug?
I-
Nice.
I just bother you. That's most of what our friendship has been. Has just been me bothering you.
I feel like that's just what friendship is. It's just two people bothering each other for a long time.
Yeah, but like, I just pester you, and then I lived with you for a bit, and then I pester you some more.
I'll allow it. Listen, sometimes we need a little pestering as a treat, right?
Yeah, builds character.
It
Pestering
does.
99.
That's true.
Everything is this experience.
If you think about it, that's true.
Vampire Survivors and Balatro taught me that number go up is how everyone should live their lives.
Did you say and or in?
I mean,
Oh my
Vampire
god, thank
Survivors
you for the
does have a-
subscription! I was just teasing. I mean, literally. Thank you so much.
I mean, it's not a tier 3.
It
so,
listen.
like,
No, trust me, it's happened. It's been known to happen. Genuinely, thank you for the subscription. I know that I was teasing, but it's important for.
yeah,
It does
you're a
help
good
the
dude.
channel. It's very fun.
You've got so many chat members that I haven't seen before.
Hey, Bunny,
Kinda
how you
cool.
doing, darling? Made me think about it. Well, I appreciate it. I really do. Thank you so much for the tier 1.
Oh, you know what's cringe?
I may know who you are.
You can't access sound alerts on PC.
You can't? They should be down
At least-
below, right?
Well, there's the channel point one, but
There should be. Is there not like a little thing in the description below? Let me go check. There used to be a little like box you could click.
I might be. Oh no, wait! I think I see it.
It's like down in the
Oh, I see it.
options.
All right, figured it out.
Figured it out. There
I
is a
used the
chat
computer
member you
before, I
haven't
promise.
seen before. I have been known to know a lot of women.
A lot of women. It's
I
actually
listen.
really,
I just collect them.
it's Pokedex shit.
It's
like,
it's
actually.
true. I gotta meet every girl. And then a lot of the time when I meet guys, they just kind of end up being not exactly guys. I guess I just have
I
that
mean,
effect.
You say talking to one of those people.
I would never.
Yeah,
Did that just play
I'm still
through my-
mostly a guy, probably.
Hashtag Demi Boy. Yeah, that lasted a whole long time with other members of chat. She walked up to me saying, "Oh, I'm a Demi Boy," and then I'm like, "Hey, sorry." I was so happy I had that like clip on lock where I had the piece where I was like, the only reason you are not transitioning is because you're worried you wouldn't be a pretty girl, you should just transition because you're already a girl. You hate that sound effect? Me too. It's awful. That's why they keep playing it.
The way your face dropped.
You knew.
What it is.
Yo, what up? It's June. June's here. You're gullible? Yeah, it always makes me turn my head too, don't worry.
It's even funnier when you combine it with a ball. If you pay channel points for the ball while the knock is going on, April has a 404 error and just kind of crashes.
It's true. Oh, my body will take a screenshot. Oh.
The ball. Oh, that's weird. So the screen flashed green and then the ball showed up.
Yeah, it's cause there's a green screen that's slowly fading in, and it has a certain percentage of like correctness. But if I make it too see-through, then the stick bug is see-through, and then people can see my face through the stick bug, which is funny. But I do want the
Okay,
stick
but
bug to
that's
be
kinda
opaque.
funny, though.
Give me one
But it
second.
would
I'm
be funny,
refilling this.
though.
You're in charge of the show, Ragnarok.
What's up? Oh, I'm in charge now? Oh, alright. No, dog, get off the carpet. Off the carpet. Bad. Bad. No. Outside. Go on. Out.
Back, I'm back.
Dog
My-
peed on the carpet.
my chat member is going insane, chewing on furniture, scratching and ripping and tearing.
Yeah.
Peeing on the carpet?
Look.
No! Go outside!
I already said
Don't
that.
listen to
Like,
them, perfect.
April, I'm never sitting for your pets ever again.
Aww. We all have attachment anxiety, so I leave for a second. I leave you with Ragnarok for 1 second! And you pissed all over the carpet!
Separation anxiety, it hits harder than most edibles.
I used to have a, oh, we got another call coming in. I will answer that in just a bit. Actually,
We have another caller?
yeah, I have
can
another
hop
caller.
off.
Alright, I'm gonna swap. See you, honey.
Uh,
Hello? Okay. That was lame. I can't believe I ended my call with Ragnarok for that. You got scared. I'm sorry. You will be back. Good. It's okay. I know you got scared. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I left for so long. I had to put an ice cube in my bong. Does it show caller ID when you call? No. This is just a Google Voice number. I don't really care. Oh, who's this? What do you want?
I told you I'd be back.
Welcome back. I can't believe I ended my call with you just to get yelled at for 1 entire second.
Okay, but that's good content, though.
That is good content.
Like, if my audio quality was better and you could... Oh, now I can be heard better. Okay. Anyway, yeah, like, go back in the VOD and post that to TikTok. That'll go crazy.
Hell yeah, I love TikToks.
By a 12-year-old, no less. Who?
Oh, that was you?
No.
You shouldn't admit that. Did you get nervous?
Wait. June, was that you? Did you call?
No. It's the... You love the back rooms. Jingle, jingle.
Back in the day.
You called me for no reason?
Room,
Have a reason next
jangle,
time. I said your favorite word. Back rooms. Jingle, jingle. If you call it, just be 5 minutes of wow, 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 wow. That's true. That is you. I've been sitting on this fucking guinea fowl article for a little while. Did you see this? Did you see this, Ragnarok? They're using guinea fowl to measure how fast dinosaurs run. In the 1970s. In the 1970s, paleontologists... Shut up. Shut up. In the 1970s, paleontologists developed mathematical equations to determine the perambulation speed of a dinosaur based on the distance between footprints left behind in trackways and other factors. Such equations have been used ever since, but now it appears the results of such calculations may have to be reconsidered, as the results of these new experiments suggest the equations may be wildly inaccurate. I promise I'm not scary to talk to. It's so fine.
I mean, look, you have this. I've got something worse, which is military history and professional wrestling. I'm so normal, I promise. Don't believe her. I tried it once and never recovered.
All right, you're wonderful, Ragna, but we did just do like an almost 20-minute call, so I'm gonna hang up on you, and then we're going to just chill and chat for a little while, and you can call back in like an hour if nobody calls or something. Is that cool?
Oh, that's fair. I have to go to a meeting at 3 anyway. I'm meeting with a Pride organizer, so that's what I'm doing.
Oh, you are with a Pride organizer? That's really interesting. I'm sorry. I wish I'd asked questions about that before, but we were just yelling at each other because that's our entire relationship. I love it.
Yeah, we were pestering each other, and now things are getting like actually sentimental and like actually wholesome. So that's why we have to end the call.
Right? Yeah, absolutely. We can't let them see past the veil.
Yeah, we can't let them think that we actually like each other.
That would be disgusting. That would be disgusting.
I'm cat bully.
I think you'd have to be a little hard. You have to try a little harder to be the chat bully. You friendship girl.
Well, I've slept for a little bit. I'm the old man waking up from his nap because I've followed the channel for how long and been your friend for how long, and all these new kids are on my lawn.
I'm allowed to have other friends, honey.
Do not throw up on the carpet. I swear to God.
All right. Have a good rest of your day, honey. I'll talk to you soon.
All right. Love you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right. Yeah, if anyone can call. It's so fine. I'm not blocking numbers or anything unless you're like telling me. It's like if you say slurs and stuff, I'm gonna hang up and block your number. But you do need to pierce the veil to test the accuracy of the equations. The researchers turned to guinea fowl, large birds and members of the only surviving dinosaur lineage. They first created muddy test tracks of different consistencies, and next they coaxed the birds into walking or running across the test track and recording them using high-speed cameras and timers to determine their true walking or running speed. Extremely funny, again, just like coaxed them into walking across it. I'm imagining a bunch of scientists just like, go on, run across it. Hello, caller, friend or foe?
Hello, friend.
Friend, hello, how are you today?
Good, and I'm so sorry that I did that for no exact reason. I was just scared.
It's okay, I promise I'm not scary. Can I have your name and pronouns? You can make up a name, it doesn't need to be your actual name.
Oh, just call me, Alex.
Alex, awesome. And can I have your pronouns?
Oh.
Just so we know what to call you.
What?
Just like he, him, she, her. Like, just so chat knows how to refer to you.
I'm a girl, so she.
She? Awesome. So, how's your day been today?
Good.
Good.
I'm just like so nervous because I never talked to a YouTuber before.
Well, I promise I'm not that scary. I'm just a person just like you. I'm on the internet.
Yeah, I saw some people hating on you when I first came in the live stream, so I tried to get them away.
Well, I appreciate that. That's very sweet of you. It's not, you don't need to like defend me or anything. I promise I have nice thick skin and I'm big and strong. I'll manage it. Oh, that's a great freeze frame. I'm glad my camera is really cooperating with us today. That's awesome. Perfect. That's just how I wanted to look in front of everybody. Incredible. Let's reboot the camera. Oh my god. I'm gonna put another battery in because I think this is overheating my camera. Well, I guess you're in charge of the show for just a couple seconds. How you doing? Anything you want to talk about today? Anything? If you could tell the world anything that you think is really important, what would you choose to tell us?
I actually kicked someone's balls.
That's an incredible story, and I need to hear more.
Yeah, so this guy named Zane was saying that was weird because I was pulling his ear because he needed it. So, I kicked him in his balls, and then he told the teacher, but he was crying at the same time. Like, the teacher, heard his whole story, but she didn't hear mine.
Oh, I'm really sorry that happened. Genuinely, it is very upsetting that people will not give girls the grace of, like, being able to mess up and make a mistake.
Yeah. So what now?
Give me just a second. Still fixing my camera. There we go. We've got a new battery in, so hopefully this won't cause us to overheat. I was already calling with someone. We'll have you call in just a second. I'm a big YouTube. It froze again. It's holy shit. We're gonna have to put the deer on, I guess. Sorry, everybody. Give me just a second. Sorry to cause more trouble. I know this is but like again, if it wasn't scuffed, it wouldn't be my stream, right?
What?
Sorry, I'm talking to you and chat at the same time.
Your live stream on YouTube while I'm talking with you, and it's very complicated.
All right. Unfortunately, I do think that you're probably under 18. If I had to guess, just based on the story you told, and I'm gonna hang up just because I don't wanna like talk too much on the phone to people that are under 18. It's nothing personal. It's just a personal limitation of mine.
Yeah, it's fine.
All right. I really do hope you have a lovely, lovely day. Thank you so much for stopping in, and I really do appreciate you sticking up for me. I think people need to do that a little bit more, and you're showing that you are a good person who's thinking about that kind of stuff. So keep being an awesome person like that, and I think you're going to be just fine.
Okay, bye.
Well, everybody, she was absolutely amazing. I know it's off screen. I know. Give me a second. I was talking to a lovely person. You hate me so much. You hate me so much and you want me to die. My PNG isn't off-screen enough. Okay. Give me a second too. I gotta turn it on here as well. Perfect. Hi, AD. Good morning. How are you? Having a good day?
Yeah.
Mwah, I love you. You're adorable. You were very brave to jump on call. That was really a big thing. Again, it's nothing personal. It's just I just don't want to like have people under 18 on the phone for too long. Hello, caller, friend or foe?
Hi. You may know whom this is.
I can guess. I can guess based on
feel
context
free.
clues.
This is Otaku or
Otaku. Maxie. Hello, darling. And if I had to
hey.
guess, pronoun check. She, her.
She, they.
She, they. Even better. We love the
Yeah,
they. We
because
love
I'll
the
never
gays
be
and the
her.
theys.
It's she, they, because I'll never be her.
Oh, come on. Yeah, can I see them
No, I'm kidding.
titties?
I don't know. I feel more comfortable with she, they.
I think that's totally
for
fine.
me.
Again, like this, you are allowed to engage with the first rule of gender is to have fun. Ultimately, like
Yeah.
the ultimate thing that when you talk about gender, it's a deconstruction of the roles that you are expected to play based on how you were born, right? Girls are expected to be this sweet and demure, and boys are expected to be big and tough. And it's just like, if you don't identify with that, what is the harm in identifying a different way?
Very, very true, yeah.
Mhm.
I'm looking at chat right now. Hi, chat! How are you guys doing?
Oh,
Sorry.
You are surrounded by
I,
friends. That is an important thing to remember, is like, I know that not everyone, and this is like a tough thing too, right? Because you see a lot of pride stuff, especially with pride having been going on. You see a lot of people who are, and we're gonna bring this back over here because I've just been sitting in front of this article of guinea fowl for like ages. So, yeah, girls are expected to play Demir, boys are expected to play Gruul. That's fantastic. No, you see a lot during Pride about all of these people that are like, oh, we're out there, we're being proud, we're having fun. And I know as somebody who is like a queer kid growing up, that can be really hard, especially because you're not in, or if you're not in a position as an adult to come out, just because it's tough for your life. It's like, it might affect things. Like, you just need to remember that there is a community of people out there that will, when you are ready, they will be there to embrace you.
Right, exactly. And I'm so glad that you were there to help me when I first came out. And
I think genuinely part of my job as a public-facing, very visibly queer person who makes my business talking about being queer, part of the job is cracking eggs. And even if it's not cracking eggs, it's at least helping you out of the shell right at the very hard part of making that determination, right? Because ultimately it's only something you can determine, but it's worth giving a shot if you think it's something that you'll like. And I think that that is an important distinction.
Right, that is very true.
I hope you never felt like coerced or pushed, but it was genuinely I could see you can, you know, it's really funny when conservative people say, oh, we can always tell when it comes to like the transes, but like you can kind of always tell. It's just not for the reasons they think. I could tell because I could sense it. You sense it every once in a while in the air when you're talking to someone. You're like,
Yeah, there were definite, like, so I had a discussion with somebody else who is a friend of mine, and they said I could tell, and I was like, so what were the signs? What's, what was the, defining factor as to what was it?
It's not really like one defining thing. I think it's genuinely, it's the level of unhappiness that someone talks about their own gender with. Kind of the way that you were like, I'm a demi boy, but I'm not like sold on that, and I was like, oh, okay.
Right. So, I saw I didn't see. I heard you were talking about somebody who was demi boy. Were you talking about me over there?
I would never do that.
I'm joking.
I would never do that. I would never use my beautiful audience as an example for my life.
Oh, yeah, that's fair enough.
Sorry, that's just a warning for everyone. If you communicate with me, you're gonna be content at some point, I guess. That's just the life of the streamer.
Right. Oh yeah, by the way, I don't know, I was gonna say, I hope that, I'm just, hang on, I'm kind of...
Yeah, no problem. Take your time.
Yeah. Just make sure that this I wouldn't want to be used as content. I don't feel comfortable with it, but
for sure.
I wanted to talk to you and just say hey, and thank you for everything that you've done for me and all this stuff, and yeah.
I really I appreciate you saying that, but ultimately I can't take any credit because it's you. You are the one. Oh my god, I was in your YouTube Shorts feed. That's so funny. No, literally, I was just the one that pushed you in the right direction. You were the one that was doing all the heavy lifting. You did all the groundwork. You did all the decision making, and you're the one that's gonna have to live your life. So ultimately, I can't claim a single shred of responsibility. Every trans person is braver than the fucking troops. That's being funny, but y'all are genuinely. I love all of my trans brothers and sisters. I look up to you all a lot, and I think that you're lovely.
Oh, April, that's so sweet.
You deserve praise. you deserve praise for being being brave enough to step up and try something that's really fucking scary.
Yeah, that is very valid, yeah.
Irene. No, you do not need to worry. You are all incredible. Every single one of you. I'm a stretch. Oh.
How's the call quality coming in for me? How do I sound?
Fine.
Sound okay?
It's fine. Your phone call quality. I didn't ever expect it to be too crazy. Did that just miss me entirely? Did it just poke me in the belly area?
It poked you in the boob.
A boob poke, I guess.
The booba.
I need to fix all of these, but I don't have the time right now. We can move the boob a little.
Oh, that's fine. I just wanted to say thank you for everything. Just the support and everything.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
No, absolutely. I'm happy to have been able to help, but I do want to make sure that the focus stays on you because you deserve, praise for doing that. It's hard to do. It's hard to take that final step, and I promise it's not going to get too much easier. Unfortunately, we live in a world where people like us are not necessarily catered to, and especially right now is one of the worst times to figure everything out because everybody's been so hostile.
Yeah.
But remember that there is a community of people who are fighting for you, and if that gives you comfort, I really hope it does, because they're I do not need thanks. I do not need defending, but I love getting out there to fight for the people that I care about, because I really do think that trans people are trying to live their authentic selves, and I respect that so much. I recently watched through Pink Flamingos, which is one of John Waters' early, filthy masterpieces. And
Mhm.
God, I love Divine so much. I can't really suggest Pink Flamingos unless you're a particular kind of filth enjoyer like I am. It's gross and it's weird and it's evil and vile. But it's also really, really funny, and it's still poignant to this day about the message about like living your queer, weird, authentic life. And how that, even if it's gross and socially unacceptable and disgusting, as long as you are trying to be your authentic self, you will always be the hero of the story.
That's really that's wonderful.
So, you know, I guess go watch John Waters movies. They're fantastic. Be cool
Maybe-
and sexy
maybe I
in spite
will.
of your doubters. Thrive on pure spite. Listen, spite is
Yes,
if no other emotions are working for you, spite is a decent motivator.
Yeah, that honestly, that's kind of how I've been existing
I
like the
hope-
last 15 years.
I hope that at some point you will be able to subsist on joy instead, because I think that trans joy is the most radical thing that you can show these people who want you to be miserable, who will show up and protest your existence and will try to take away your rights because they want you to be miserable.
Right.
Priscilla,
I
Queen of the
think-
Desert is a fantastic movie too.
Yes, Queen of the Desert. Okay, interesting. I think something I want to do right now is to shout out everybody who is just coming out and like freshly like saying that they are trans a first time like publicly and all that stuff. I want to give you a massive shout out because I just did it like on the 30th myself, and I'm like So
It's really scary, but you did it, and I'm really proud of you.
Yeah.
You took your first steps.
yeah, wow. So
I hope that
yeah,
you will get. I know with it. Actually, I hope I know for a fact you'll get more confident as you keep taking steps. And ultimately,
Right.
just always remember that you've got people that have your back, even if you don't think it and you don't see it. Sometimes that's okay.
right. Thank you so much, April, for all of this.
Of
Just,
course. I'm happy to talk to you. I'm happy to always offer advice. I'm not some kind of prophet. I don't always have the right answers. I'm not even really that smart.
As
But
much as Queen of the Desert wasn't a movie
Yeah.
I enjoyed, the way I enjoy like a
So,
surreal fictional experience, I still consider it
unrelated,
necessary
but,
viewing for almost anyone.
You like that special mac and cheese recipe,
I
right?
do. That was very
Oh.
funny.
Oh my god!
Hey, Astral, how are you?
Astral! Oh my god!
I hope you're having a really
Hi.
good day today. And Ragna, I'll address your thing in a second. I saw that. Yeah, I think. Yeah, it's queer like essentialist art. I think it really tells a really amazing story. We got so many bunnies in chat. Can we get a shout out to bunnies in chat?
Shout out to the bunnies. Also, by the way, Astral's never heard me before, but hello, this is Maxie.
Oh,
Yeah, this is Maxie.
y'all
Hi.
are darlings.
It's me. All right. I'll let you.
Yeah,
go,
thank you
'cause I
for
know that you
thank you for
probably have
calling
some
in.
other-
Thank you for all of the kind words. Genuinely, I hope that you continue to be like fighting for your right to exist the way that you want to, authentically, however that ends up looking.
Yeah,
And know that
thank
no
you
matter
so
what
much.
happens and what direction you pick, you will always have people that have got your back because we love you because you're a weirdo. Like, we love that you're weird and different.
Right. I'm thank you for those kind words. Anyway, last note, about that creamy noodle.
Oh, you want my creamy noodle?
I'm just,
Yeah?
I
Yeah?
was just,
Yeah? You want to talk more about the creamy noodles?
oh Jesus.
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah?
I'll let you.
Mhm.
Anyway.
They want my
all right,
creamy
you
noodle
take
chat.
care now.
That's what they said. You heard it. Everyone heard it.
Oh God.
Girls be
I'm
begging
about to
for my
break.
creamy
Anyway.
noodle. Girls be calling my... Whoa! I deserve that one.
All right, so
Have a lovely day, Maxie. I hope you have a great one.
you have a wonderful one. Bye.
Bye. See ya, girl. Y'all are genuine joys. I am so glad that I have a community of such incredible people who are willing to call in and just talk about stuff. Again, I'm kind of trying to run this something like public access television, which is a little silly. But, you know, y'all are all so brave, and it's fun to talk to you and just get a little, like, view into just your... I love getting a little window into people's lives. I love it when people show up in my chat and talk about stuff. Yeah, that Maxie, I think. Public access TV is wild, and that's why I love it. I think I think the vibe of it, just it like the filth, the scunge, that's what I want. Shout out to Alien Private Eye, where one of the characters' names is Scunge. Genuinely shout out to Alien Private Eye, what a fucking good movie. Sorry, taking big rips. It is a good word. Uh-oh. She wasn't expecting this. This is a development. You're not dumb. Don't say, hey, be nicer to yourself. You know what I'm gonna say. Scunge sounds like a slur for people who want to make us miserable. Yeah. I don't think there needs to be a slur. I literally think you just can call them trash. They're low-tier people, low-tier humans. I genuinely think anybody who makes their existence hatred of a specific kind of person or any kinds of people, if hatred is your existence, not only do I think that you are a trash person and a waste of oxygen and meat, but you are absolutely like showing me the truth that in that Roald Dahl comic strip where or not comic strip, but the page from one of his books where he says that if you're thinking happy thoughts, your face will always be beautiful no matter how ugly it is. But if you think ugly and hateful thoughts, your face will always look ugly. They will always shine through. And I swear to God, it's true. Scunge is a perfect slur for AI bros. Great. Yes, be kinder to yourself. I'm always going to advocate for the idea that when you say things, even if you are saying them as a joke, like, oh, it's a little deprecating joke, haha, funny, like, that also is like, you're giving it power. You're manifesting it in the real a little bit. Welcome back, Olive. Thank you so much for stopping in, by the way. I really, really appreciate. I literally have already taken a couple hits, and it's fantastic. Do you know the name of this strain? I literally, Olive was outside of my house. I ran outside to get my loose Ziploc bag full of weed from her. If you don't know, it's fine. I don't care. You don't miss me watching the video I sent you? I don't think so. Is it the one you put in the server, or did you send it to me privately? Where is it? I don't know if I have it. Where did I put it? I know you sent it to me. I feel silly. We got so many beautiful bunnies. The elevator one, yes. Oh my god, yes, you're so right! Oh, you're fucking so smart. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're an angel. Oh, there they are. Yes. Okay, okay. I did want to pull this one up, actually. I feel like it's probably a good enough time now than ever. I've been having weird lag on my YouTube tabs. Is it just that I have too many tabs open? Are we entering that vibe area? Yeah, we're not going to watch the full hour, but it is a very funny idea, and I wanted to see it. I can't close my tabs. I have like one browser that is like art reference pictures right now, and I'm like doing research in another browser which just has tabs for like the research I'm doing, and then I have another one that's just stuff I'm gonna look at on stream, so I just add stuff to that. My RAM is dying. No. Oh, it's banana cream pie. Ooh. FF has has tab groups now. That's a really good idea. Okay, I will look into that after the stream today.
Hello everybody. Welcome back to Anything Can Be a Podcast with Taylor Cartago. My name is Taylor Cartago, and anything can be a podcast.
Anything can be a podcast.
Today,
That's true.
We are in the Fordham University at Lincoln Center, McKeon housing elevator. I'm wearing a suit, and I'm going to explain all of Hamilton to you.
Don't ban me.
I'm going to explain all of Hamilton. So
With an
it
extended
starts off,
free trial
right, and
up to...
Alexander Hamilton, well, okay, before Hamilton was like put on Broadway and everything, Alexander Hamilton was not that well known of a name. People were always just kind of like, oh, Alexander Hamilton, isn't he on like the $5 bill or something? Is he on the $5? I don't know which bill he's on. I'm gonna be honest, I'm not the biggest Hamilton.
He's on the 50.
But Alexander Hamilton, he was like not that popular of a guy. And all of a sudden, it's like, oh man, like that's crazy. Alexander Hamilton, like, you know, he like pops into the cultural zeitgeist, right? Now, the interesting thing about this is that like it all happens kind of overnight. Lin-Manuel.
This I gotta be honest with. I'm not sure if it's the ultimate in, like, you are filming people without their consent who are just trying to go to class. It's good.
You know, just like doing.
She's singing the video.
He just came off in the Heights, it's like a whole thing. He's not the most popular, but like he's getting some traction.
He's doing.
And
It is very funny that he's
like,
doing it. Has he taped his phone to the side of the? Is that how he's recording this? He taped his phone to the wall. That's fucking awesome.
The whole thing starts out, and he is like, he plays Alexander Hamilton. Like Lin-Manuel Miranda plays Alexander Hamilton, right?
Incredible.
So he's the guy that
They do look like they're going to prom.
doing all the things because he's the one that
It's
ultimately
way
does
too
all the
high
things,
up
right?
too, so you're gonna have so much
Originally, he wanted to
headspace
cast
in this
someone else
video
to
the whole
Alexander
way
Hamilton. Not a lot of
through.
people know this. He
Incredible.
wanted someone else to play Alexander Hamilton, but you know, there's so many line changes and just so much shit happening.
Don't snap
He was
like that.
Well, I guess like someone else, like no one else can play him, so he played Alexander Hamilton, right? So the show starts out, and you'd think like it starts out with like the guy Alexander, right? But no. What ends up happening is like they do the little orchestral like.
This in a
That's
Furcon
what
elevator
it's
is a
called.
very funny idea.
Right? They do that, and the first guy that pops up is actually Aaron Burr. Aaron Burr.
I think that
he's kind
maybe
of like
is
our
a little
narrator
more
for the
because
show.
then the
He's
people
guy
you
that's kind of,
get
like,
are
directing,
maybe
like,
going to be
what's
a little
going
more
on. It's kind of from
consenting
his
to the
point of
action.
view. And
These are just
we'll
guys
get to why
and
that
girls
is
who
later.
are like, this
But,
guy's going to the gym.
you know,
Like, he doesn't
Aaron,
need
he's
this.
starting to think, he's like, how does a bastard?
I would
You know,
do
he's
it.
describing
I would
everything.
absolutely do
Oh,
that.
who is this guy? Right? It cuts to another guy. He's like, oh well, here's some things about him. Here's some things that happened to him.
I want.
things that happened
God, I
to him.
wanted to go to
His entire,
Anthrocon this
first
weekend so
bit of
bad,
the
but
show,
I just
you're
do
like,
not have the
who
money.
is Alexander Hamilton. That's the whole
So I
point of the
guess
song. The name
here's
is
here's my.
Alexander Hamilton, right?
I'm gonna pause
So,
this again.
Alexander,
This
right?
is incredible, but I'm seeing the idea. I'm not sure I want to listen to him talk for an hour. Very funny. Your black nail polish lasted? Hooray! No, I think a Furcon elevator would be really funny for something like this, just because they're like, you're always gonna get fun people, and they're always like they know they're gonna be in a place with cameras and everything. Oh, some people bring him snacks? That's awesome. Hey, it's really good. The brand is called Quo. Ooh, nice. Any cons you're considering in the future? I mean, I want to go to Anthrocon, and I really enjoyed MFF. Also, I think the closest one to me where I am locally is Philadelphia. And I've gone there a couple times. I would like to go again. The one time I went to MFF was really, really fun, so I would love to go to MFF again. The one in Georgia is really good. Like the one that's in Atlanta, I think. I forget what it's called. But hey, if you want me to go to cons, you should send me money on my Ko-fi or subscribe to the channel. Would I recommend Furrydelphia? I liked it the times that I went, but that was a couple years ago. And I will also say part of that was me like enjoying myself, like being able to like go and be around queer people for one of the first times, because I was kind of like in a hetero marriage at the time and wasn't really living up to the potential I had seen for myself. So I will talk about it more. I think FWA, that was the one I was thinking of. Yeah, when a couple of cons come up, I will talk about them more on my social media and do like money raising specifically for those things, probably. At least until I get to the point where I'm big enough that I don't need to worry about that, but that is not the case currently. I am a little disgusting, filthy creature. Huh? Oh, no. Talk about... We're literally on stream. This is my stream. I talk about whatever I want. If I didn't want to talk about it, I wouldn't talk about it. Y'all are amazing. Was that about talking nice again? No talking nice. Never be nice. You've never been to a FurryCon, Olive? Really? We absolutely need to go to one. I think you would love it. It would be absolutely your crowd. There's also, like, if you're still young enough to go out and drink in a crazy room party, it's a good place for it. Yeah, we should go sometime. I think that would be really, really fun. I'll definitely room with you. God, at least I wouldn't have to, like, worry about rooming with people I didn't know. The last couple of times I went to a con, one of them was like, I kind of I got into a room with some people that already weren't planning to have another person in the room, so it just kind of, I was very, very lucky that they let me. But then past that, the ones I went to before, I ended up sleeping on the floor both times. I also got thrown up on. That was awesome. You've been to a Comic-Con? Oh, that's cool. I've never been to New York City Comic-Con. I didn't go to Comic-Con at all, but I think furry cons are just more fun. They're weird, and I love weird queer people. It's genuinely just the highest quality of people. They're always funny, they're always fun. They're always teaching me more about myself and others. Furry cons are more gay, and I think that does matter. You got in for free a couple times in NYCC. That's pretty awesome. You went to AC right before COVID? Awesome. I do want to go to Anthrocon. It's just not something I had money for this year. It was a dream that never came to fruition. You're going to Disneyland soon? Awesome. That's really fun. I have not been to Disneyland. I went to Disney World, the Florida one, a couple times. With your friends? Oh, that's really fun. Congratulations. You knew a guy that helped build the Yavits Center. That's so funny. Which park? I think Disney... Oh, right. Yeah, which park in Disneyland? Yeah, which Disneyland park is your favorite? That is a fun question. I think I'm probably an Animal Kingdom. Maybe it's, like, boring to be Animal Kingdom. But, like, Epcot's fun, too. We love the orb. We love the menacing orb. I wish there was a con where we lived, because the culture would be unique. Yeah! Oh, God, it would be really nice. I would love to be able to, like, organize a convention, but I don't know if I genuinely have the know-how and the genuinely the money to do something like that. We would have to, like, raise money. We should make one. Oh, I mean, we would have to really start talking to people. It would be like a lot of work. Like that'll be a full-time job. And I don't know how to do it. So we would need to do a lot of research first before we like decide to do that. But I would be willing to try. That is the kind of project that I am willing to undertake. That is like the thing about me, right? Is I'm not a half-ass kind of person. I whole ass all things, no matter if it's a good idea or not. AD, I'm gonna need you to dip yourself in the soup for a little bit. It's soup time. Start with a small meetup and then scale up gradually over a few years. Yeah, absolutely. I think that's... Yeah, that's definitely possible. We should talk to local groups about it, and I think that would be fun. Listen, you can talk about my whole ass as much as you want. I do whole ass things, though. I can't not put my fucking everything into something I care about. It's just not possible for me. I put my whole ass into things I don't give a shit about. Oh, this is awesome with the city pop over it. This is a great commercial for City Pop. Is this a Dr. Pepper ad? What is that? What are they drinking? Be a Pepper! It is Dr. Pepper. Shout out to warm Dr. Pepper. Hot Dr. Pepper, even. You crave a sugary drink. I should probably grab some Gatorade actually too. Hydrate time. Let's take a bio break, everybody. Go get some water. Go get a liquid. Hydrate yourself and moisten yourself. I'm actually really sad that my camera has decided to fight with me today, because I have this awesome shirt on that just says "Fuck it, we ball" and it's covered in a bunch of isopods, and I wanted to show it off. Some places they serve Dr. Pepper warm as a street food. Listen, that is a fact I feel like I know. But it also could just be a JoJo hallucination. Like, that could be something Araki just told me, and I said, yeah, that makes sense. Lukewarm Dr. Pepper. Ball. I think you're all wonderful. I'm glad you're here, genuinely. Thank you so much. It always makes me, like... It makes me really happy to remember that there are people that actually will tune in when I go live. I know it's silly, but I'm just a bitch with a microphone, right? And it's fun to know that when I go live, there are people who want to just come and talk. Which is the whole point. It's nice to vibe in your stream. I appreciate that. Silly is good. I agree. My favorite things in the world are silly. Oh my god. Speaking of silly things that I love, 80, what was your opinion of Shinobi Heart Under Blade? I subjected 80 to a movie from my collection last night. It's a movie that I found, I think, in an antique store from someone's collection of weird off-brand Japanese movies. This is like a Funimation dub. We gotta try the English dub at some point. No, your stream, you're never getting rid. Aw, you're a darling. Try to go at it again for yourself? For streaming? I hope so. I think streaming's fun. Yeah, overall, I think the movie has some boring parts where it kind of just sits for too long. But it's so fun. It's like a live action Naruto movie, and it's super fun. Yeah, the ending drags a lot. I think that could have absolutely been a little snappy. It could have actually probably ended right at the Romeo and Juliet death scene and like gone to credits, and I would have been happy. I think the rest of it was cute, but and it would have left unopened question or unanswered questions, but I think it's still really cool. Start overthinking every time? I promise, you just get out there. You post, you can literally post in my server. I try to go and check out all of the people that post in like self-promo channels and stuff. I really want like other people to succeed because I think that there are so many people that have really interesting things to say. And I'm not even like a person who's like, I'm here on, I've been streaming video games for like 5 years and I'm not even that good at them. Only the games that I really like do I end up getting good at. I think the build-up and the fights are all good. I really wanted there to be a duel of ideals between the Romeo and Juliet characters where they don't use their powers against each other. Yeah, it was a really cute, like, scene, though, I think, the way that they chose to do it. But I think I agree that would have been more fun. Yeah! That would have been really awesome. We love EI. Favorite nursery song? Viva La Vida by Coldplay. You get into your head about commentating and stuff? Oh, I'm sorry. I promise, if you want some time to just talk into a camera with me, I would love to just have opinions with you. I need to start. I started a I want to start a podcast. I think it would just be called Girls with Opinions, and I just want to invite on a bunch of girls with opinions. Got to doodle a new avatar? That sounds really fun. You want to do stuff? Yeah. You should do. I think the stuff that you make is amazing. You should jump on my stream and talk about your opinions. Yeah, you do. T-Girl Subway takes. That's a fun idea. If I come and live with you for a while, June, will you help me make a little show where we do street interviews of cool queer people? You make edits? Awesome. I think that's awesome. I love seeing what people make. I love people's art. I love art, even if it's weird and bad and I don't understand it. And I love art. You do have a lot of opinions. That's exciting. Queer Subway takes? That's awesome. That's a really good name for a show. Gotta figure out when you do that and crash the interview with unhinged takes. Yeah, you're in. I'll be honest, LA has been pulling me, not only because June is out there, but just because so much of interesting stuff that I want to be involved in is happening out that way. And I keep meeting people that are in, like, entertainment and media positions that are like, oh, I've moved out to LA for this thing. And it's like, fuck. Like, I think that's probably my inevitable future is to end up in LA. But I have such an established thing going here, and I do love it here. You have loads of takes? I love that. Subway Takes is already a show name? That sucks. True, yeah, this one does sound like ABBA. I know, I love it here. It's a fantastic place. I just think, unfortunately, there's just so much happening in LA that I need to be out there at least part of the year. Which is, like, not impossible for my lifestyle. But, I mean, there's got to be a plan made, right? I would need to plot that out, and I would need to be making money. I would have to be making money. come to Toronto. I've been to Toronto, actually. Believe it or not, Toronto's only like 35 minutes from where I live. It's like an hour drive away. I used to be able to take the fast ferry right across. Should you come to Germany? Honestly, I have so many friends that are in Germany. Yeah, I'm in upstate New York early. I don't feel bad saying that my city's Rochester. I love Rochester. So I mean, I love it here. It's a fantastic culture. Like, I genuinely love the people in Rochester. I love the winters, but I think it would be good for me and good for my career to probably move out, at least for part of my year, to LA to be able to interact with people that are doing talent and that, and like working in entertainment. I mean, if I'm gonna work in entertainment, I've got to be where the entertainment is being made. Unfortunately, that's just the way it is. Was the stupidest reason I got in trouble at school? Okay, I do have a story about that. I once got in trouble for like I pushed a kid who was like flirting with my girlfriend into a wall. And I was just a big guy, so like I hurt him. But, you know, my dad threatened me, like, if I ever get, like, expelled for getting in trouble for fighting, that he was going to be so fucking angry. Just to, like, scare me and threaten me or whatever. But on April Fools, I had my aunt, who worked as a school counselor, call my dad on his, like, work number. Like, on her work number instead of her, like, personal phone, right? And I was like, can you, like, call him and be like, hey, Dave, I just wanted to get to you before any of the other people at the school. So Dead Name is in really big trouble. They got in a fight. I think it involved like some guy and his girlfriend. I don't really understand this stuff right now, but like like it's pretty bad. They're talking about expulsion, and I just wanted to be the one to get to you first. And oh my god, apparently he just turned, like, he was bald, he has a big bald head. He apparently just, like, looked like, from the bottom up, just red. Oh my god. He was screaming and yelling, oh, fucking, I'm gonna kick his ass, I'm driving there right now, blah, blah, blah. Oh god, it was maybe the best prank that I have ever pulled on anyone. It was fantastic. You're being so nice for not reading out my full IP address right now. You should. 192. The entertainment's right there. Your dad understood why you did it? Good. Oh! My IP! How'd you know? Okay, so that's really interesting. However, water, 35 liters. Carbon, 20 kilograms. Ammonia, 4 liters. Lime, 1.5 kilograms. Phosphorus, 800 grams. Salt, 250 grams. Saltpeter, 100 grams. Sulfur, 80 grams. Fluorine, 7.5 grams. Iron, 5 grams. Silicon, 3 grams. And a trace amounts of 15 other elements. Does human transmutation to try to make a copy of your stupid ass? Just so I can beat it up? Resurrect my mom! Oh my god. I love Full Metal Alchemist a lot. It's a good show. Yeah, it is Full Metal Alchemist, yeah. I like, to me, like, Edward reading the recipe for a human out to someone in, like, his fucking stupid Redditor voice is absolutely, like, the alchemy equivalent of reading someone their IP address. It's so funny. It's funny. He's such a fucking Redditor. He would absolutely be a Redditor if he existed. Let's not lie to ourselves. You know it's true. Edward Elric watches Reddit. Watches Reddit? Look, like, spends all of his time on Reddit. Debunking theists. You want to do the Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood video essay? I would love to do that. I mean, Vic Mignogna does exist. Vic Mignogna exists, and you can throw rocks and knives at him. Didn't Reddit have streams once? I don't know. Maybe. I don't know if I know enough about Reddit to make jokes about Reddit, honestly. Full Metal, assigned Full Metal at birth. I think that Edward Elric is a trans man, and I will not explain. The context of reading that out is great too, and very Reddit. Yeah, actually your god is fake, and using a philosopher's stone. Arpan. You see the vision? I'm in I am in favor. If this is something that you genuinely want to work on, I would be super interested, Olive, if you want to write something with me about this. Vic Mignogna is a fucking conservative grifter dirtbag, and he isn't my headcanon Edward Elric anymore. Yeah, I will say, to be honest with you, the English dub is still superior, and so I will listen to Vic Mignogna's voice, but we do not stand Vic Mignogna, unfortunately. Oh, okay. He is quite touchy about his height. That's what I'm saying, right? Short King. Awesome, awesome. Let's definitely do something about that. I just want you all to know that Merlin is sitting on my computer. On top of it, just like right next to me, being a big schlub. He is asleep. His little feet is sticking out. His foot is sticking out off the side. Vic Mignogna's just touchy. Edward was voiced by Hatsune Miku. What are you talking about? True. But how taboo is transmutating your gender? I mean, it's still technically human transmutation. I think Olive actually had a like a worked out alchemic human transmutation, but for transgenderism circle, and I would love that tattooed on my body somewhere. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. What's the best dad moment when he defended you? Next question. Like Kendrick is a hater of Drake. Awesome. That's your plan. God, I love Vic. I love Full Metal Alchemist. I love all of the characters. It's another one of those shows where every character comes out on screen and I'm like, it's my favorite character. Just tell me what elements I need and how to draw that. I'll figure the alchemy part out myself and get rich. Hell yeah. Donut or cookies? Ooh. I think I'm probably more partial to cookies. I would say cookies. Drake isn't even from Toronto. He's from North York. Is that me? Am I from North York? Cookies are noodles? Oh gosh, probably noodles in this case. I think noodles just has a better variety and I prefer savory to sweet food. North York is north of Toronto, okay. All right. I don't know anything about Canada. I truly do not. I know that there are people who know more about Canada. I'm so glad that I'm showing up in people's I'm showing up in people's feeds, which is so fucking funny. I should put the phone number up a little bit so that people can actually see it. Maybe I'll put it up here. Yeah, I think that's better. People will actually be able to see that. I have never actually seen, because it has that button over it. Thank you for posting a picture of it, Cove. Because I didn't know there was that watch live button on it. Honestly, it could probably just go up a little bit. So, like, it's like this. Perfect. I am showing up in feeds. You lived an extremely privileged life. Meanwhile, he talks like you lived in Compton. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's... Yeah. He seems gross. He definitely seems gross. Not a huge fan. Not a big fan of people who are sending unsolicited texts to minors as an adult. Little bit cringe. Yeah, for sure. Isn't that kind of woke of me? How dare you? You dare to call me woke? How could you? I genuinely think that term has been, like, so fucking poisoned. It sucks. It was such a useful word. Corn oil. Sorry, I got distracted by the fucking... Like, y'all only see it in a little thing, but it's full screen on my second monitor. So every once in a while, I'll look over and it'll just say, like, something like corn oil on the screen. I'm like, oh yeah. I'm just so woke, you know me? I need to figure out how to be able to stream on TikTok. I think I need 1,000 followers or something. Yeah. Well, reactionaries are always gonna muddy the language, right? Because the only way that they can win is by being pedantic and, like, pretending like they don't understand what words mean. Corn oil looks a lot like orange juice, and I want to drink it. Yum yum. Noodles or cake? I think noodles. Again, I'm not a big fan of sweet food. Yeah, drink the corn oil, girls. I think that's a great plan. Cooper turns pink and dies. Sorry, I'm part of a group that has been watching through Twin Peaks slowly, and so all of the memes that get sent in there are just Twin Peaks memes, and I love it. Jordan Peterson. We should watch that video about Jordan Peterson. What does everyone feel? Are we feeling just watching the some more news on Jordan Peterson? I kind of want to just take a couple bong rips and listen to Cody talk. Have you seen Cody Shody? You should absolutely go support it yourself, but we can watch the some more news thing. What do you do now? I think he's just like a bad, gross man, and they like making fun of him. Lemon cake? Lemon cake is sweet, but yeah, lemon cake is really good. I guess it does depend on the noodles, too. I think in general, I'm thinking like ramen when you say something like that, and I love ramen. Is his name really Balthazar? That feels ridiculous. Come on, some more news. There it is. Alright, alright. Is this the maybe talking about the Jubilee video? Okay. Banned. Sorry, if you're trying to send links, they're not gonna work. Links are banned in chat. I think Michael Jackson, probably. Banned Olive for misinformation. Yeah, sorry, we had people in here trying to like spread like nasty links around, so we don't do links. It's Very Tall Bart's latest video. I love that. He's the kind of person he is an anti-intellectual that has the veneer of an intellectual because he is like able to talk quickly and say big words, right? Alright, we're gonna pause the city pop because otherwise we're not gonna be able to hear Balthazar talk at all.
Holy barking
loud.
Christ, we're gonna have to talk about that Jordan Peterson surrounded video, aren't we? Great. That's just great. And on my beard day, no less. That's my beard's birthday. I don't actually know the exact date, so I just picked one. I'm talking about my literal beard, by the way, not a woman I pretend is my spouse to cover my sexuality, although it is her birthday today as well. Also, hi! Hi, everyone. I'm not mad at you.
I've been
This is
fighting a
something we're
war
experiencing
against
together. No one wants to do this. Let's just
fruit
get
flies.
through it. So here's some
Well,
news.
if you think about it, Katy
Jordan
Perry went to
Peterson went
space,
on
so-
Surrounded to debate 20 atheists about presumably religion. That's the thing you've probably seen clips of where they take one blank and have them debate 20 blanks and nothing actually gets accomplished besides the creation of a fresh set of viral dunk-on clips for people to pass around the internet like evil pogs. Often no one can decide who owned who, even when
Ben Shapiro is just Bowser Jr. in disguise? You're gonna need to elaborate on that one. Fruit Fly Jihad? But Larian Jihad now. No, it's a yearly war because the pipes are kind of gross, and so we develop drain flies in our complex. So, unfortunately, I have a trap set up, but like there is one. The guy in the lower left pick is Pog. No, do not say Charlie Kirk is pogging.
watching the same clip, because these kinds of videos aren't designed to change minds so much as profit off of divisiveness, as well as churn out fodder for YouTube freaks to make annoying reaction videos in the endless cycle
Yeah.
of hollow online content that
Okay, I don't
ultimately
know
just
if we need to
distracts us
just-
from the real injustices in the world
Oh
until
god. Okay, sorry, YouTube is doing lagging stuff. Oh, you like that picture of Jordan Peterson with Bob from fucking Twin Peaks photoshopped in behind him? Or RFK with Twin Peaks Bob behind him? Sorry, not Jordan Peterson. Yeah, I don't know if we need to destroy the thinking machines as much as we need to destroy the people making the thinking machines because they're capitalists. The thinking machines will do evil things to us if capital is allowed to be involved.
We die.
I'm glad you like my blue sky.
So,
It's full of evil.
Cody reacts! Jordan Peterson on Surrounded! Delicious Ouroboros tale. In fairness to Cody, this video isn't just going to be talking about the Surrounded video.
Fairness to Cody.
So much as using it to talk about a bunch of stuff and things and crap.
The banana
One such
tempts
crap
the
being
little
the
monkey.
uselessness of the Surrounded format itself. After all, probably the first thing you know about this video, assuming you knew about it at all, was that they changed the title from Christian versus 20
Okay.
Atheists.
Is the divine sign just a picture of her face? Because I'm kind of into that. Never ask a man his salary, a woman her age, or divine her politics. Well, now we've got to pull it up. He looks like a human version of Bowser Jr. I don't know if I agree with that. Bowser Jr. can get it. Ben Shapiro absolutely cannot. Um... Oh god. Alright, we're pulling it in. Hello. It has decided to be a blank screen again. There he is.
Could you give us some of your political beliefs?
Kill everyone now. Condone first-degree murder. Advocate cannibalism. Eat shit. Filth are my politics. Filth is my life. Take whatever you like.
Yes.
Trans people have... Oh, it's me! Huh. I feel like you can't suggest me to me. That's probably feels wrong. But trans people haven't changed since 1972, and maybe that's a bad thing because we have to keep being like this to be countercultural to society who keeps wanting to destroy us. She is a baby girl for that. I will become queen someday, and that day was today. Yeah, that's what my Discord status is. Kill everyone now. Filth are my politics. Filth is my life.
To Jordan Peterson versus 20 Atheists, right after this clip went viral.
You're a Christian.
You say that. I haven't claimed that.
Oh, what is this? Is this Christians versus atheists?
I don't know.
You don't know where you are right now.
Don't be a smartass.
I was under the impression I was invited to talk to a Christian. Am I not talking to a Christian?
No, you were invited to.
I think everyone should look at the title of the YouTube
You're awesome,
channel. You're probably
AD.
in the wrong YouTube video.
To be fair and balanced, he is being a bit of a smartass, isn't he? But that clip really does set the tone for the entire uselessness of the video and of Jordan Peterson himself. They had to change the premise of their video because he wouldn't participate in the way.
No, I genuinely think that like Pink Flamingos is an important movie. Even though it's super gross, it was made in response to like censorship laws being lifted and showing what like you could really get away with now, because like it's important to be able to show filthy, disgusting pieces of art because like there's filth and disgust. I feel like limiting art to what society deems is appropriate is fascism, right? I don't feel like that's like a controversial take. Right? If you're limiting art, you are by definition doing a fascism. We do not need more limitations on art. We need to get weirder and more evil. I think art deserves to be free and weird and gross. because people are filthy and disgusting, and art shines a mirror on us and makes us look at ourselves. And that introspection is genuinely really important for like human development and for growth as a person, because as you grow, you have to like experience the world, and there isn't really an appropriate time to learn anything. Information is just going to get thrown at you, and you have to like learn to live with it. You have to be able to accept people as they are. Yeah, the only limit on art should be hate speech. Absolutely. Like, even if art is filth, it should be allowed. It needs to, like, we need to, like, pornography is art, right? Like, all kinds of adult material, like, we say sex work is work, but pornography is art. Like, all of that is being created by someone for consumption, maybe. The reason it's exploitative as an industry is because capital exists. But even if capital didn't exist, there would still be people who were streaming porn because they like it. Because it's fun for them. Because they are genuinely passionate about creating beautiful pornography. There would still be people who are making porn. Because that's part of the human experience. Like, sex and kink and all of that is part of being a person too. And just because we don't like to see that doesn't mean that it's like a bad thing or that we should try to limit it. It's in fact those pieces I think that are the most like hard to look at about human nature that we need to look at the most, because introspection is important. HRT is art too. I'd completely agree with that. I think every trans person's body is a work of art, because you are literally crafting yourself into a transhumanist, like, evolution. It's really cool. You are choosing to turn yourself into a, like, part of transition is not just that I need to do this for my health. Part of it is also turning yourself into like a beacon, because queer people will see you and they will feel safer, and people will see you that are conservative and feel threatened, and that's kind of the point. Our existence is like antithetical to fascist ideas of limitation and keeping people in their assigned gender boxes. Also very cute. I love the close-up so much. Get zoomed in on. Did I get you? Get spooked. Ugh. Ooh, half in the bag got posted.
Seemingly everyone else agreed to. Also, for some reason, they...
Have you ever seen tentacle paintings from the 1800s? I think I've seen them in passing, but I've never like looked at them, right? I definitely know it exists, right? Because people have always made pornography. I mean, there's a reason prostitution is the oldest industry. People want sex. It's like a thing. It's okay. It's part of the human experience. It's not for everybody, right? Asexuals exist, but it's for most of us. And if art is truly to reflect life, then it must necessarily contain raunchiness. It must contain lewd. I don't really subscribe to like the safe for work thing, because I think like I don't really I make a little bit of an effort to like, I don't like retweet objectively porn on my main often, but I'll do like artistic nudes and stuff. I don't really feel like there's a reason to separate safe for work and not safe for work, because the whole point of like safe for work is antithetical to like my idea that art should be able to be free. I don't think that there shouldn't be, like, unfortunately, the way that, like, society is constructed, we need to separate that stuff because otherwise you'll get punished for it. But I think it should be accessible. It should be able to be, like, even if it's not, like, always, I don't know. I don't know what exactly I'm trying to say here. I feel like this thought's not necessarily finished. I'm kind of using y'all as a rubber duck for this thought process. The sole reason I do it is because I have a couple friends that are full sex repulsed atheists. Yeah, right. Like, I have an alt. It's not hard to find, like, my not safe for work alts. And I mean, at some point or another, I might try to do, like, not safe for work stream stuff. I just think it sounds fun. I don't think that I'll make any extra money off of it. I mean, I'm doing fine now, and I'm growing at a pretty good rate, but it would be fun to branch out, right? The only reason I do is because I want an account I can browse while in public. Right, exactly. But, like, that's the thing, is we shouldn't be having a society. I don't think that society should shame us for engaging in stuff that's quote unquote not safe for work. Right? No matter where it is. It's all it's all the natural human experience. Obviously, that doesn't extend to, like, just showing kids and stuff, right? I'm not being ridiculous, but I think that there's a real puritanical focus on, like, what is appropriate in the world, and we could do with having our screws loosened a little bit so that we can, like, again, we should at least allow, like, queer people to exist. Sex shouldn't be shameful by default. Yeah, I think that there's so much shame in sex and sexuality. You're increasingly reaching the point of, as long as there are no kids in the blast radius, I'm not going to give a fuck. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. You just be staring at naked furries at work sometimes. Yeah, they're right there. They're there. My quote unquote job right now, right, is to be, and we're going to switch back over here, just put on some music because we're talking. You genuinely think there's a conversation to be had about how we treat kids with respect? Yeah, absolutely. I think that kids don't have enough rights. I truly do not think kids have enough rights to decide what kind of content they can consume, and then, like, safeguards for them to be able to do that. Like, I mean, kids, obviously there's so many people that are taking advantage of kids for labor or just, like, emotionally abusing them. Kids do not have enough rights. As someone who went through a lot of emotional abuse as a kid and had no pathways. Like, there's no way to make it get better. Cat has gotten shoved up into the corner somehow. You don't only do it because it's shamed, but also because I think people consent to see if they happen to glance over something. That's true. Yeah, I think that's fair. Weird notion that nudity is bad and inherently sexual. I'd agree with that. I think that's what things are seen as. Calling it not safe for work shows how much of capitalism plays a role in the same sex industry there is. Yeah, it's like that it truly is not safe for a place of work, like, because they have that puritanical focus. We have such an abstinence first culture that it leads to shit like teens getting alcohol poisoning because we have to tell them they're not allowed to have it. Yeah, absolutely. Instead of giving education to understand, like, what is, like, why these things are not allowed, because they're gonna hurt you. You know, give kids rights in the form kid next door to fight against adult tyranny. True. I think all kids should actually work 15-hour shifts after school. Yeah, they shouldn't be allowed to have fun. Fun is what makes them gay. Kids are the most oppressed group in society, but when you propose that, people laugh. Absolutely. For sure. or they like accuse you of being like a pedophile, right? But I genuinely think kids need to be able to we need to be able to talk to them and get their opinion on what's happening to them in the world, because that's how we uncover like truly heinous things that are happening to them, is by giving them the right to speak up. I do think they should not be seeing stuff like that at a young age, but even more so, I don't think it should be shamed, punished, or ridiculed when looking at that stuff. They're curious, but until they are curious, they should be safe from coming across it. I think that's totally fine. I agree with that too. There should be guardrails in line, but that sort of thing, for guardrails to be put in place, there needs to be regulation on, which also means that it needs to be like allowed so that we can regulate it, right? Because if you're not allowing it, it's just going to happen quietly, which still perpetuates the problem. Your kid is your property, right? Yeah, I think there's genuinely a scary group of adults that think that their kid is their property. Kids losing third spaces even more than adults are, because I don't even have a third space most of the time. Sometimes I go out, but I don't have a third space. And now kids are losing them even more, truly, and are capable of congregating of places other than online, and it plays a role in how kids will pipeline to porn. Yeah, I think that's totally true. Absolutely, I think that's true. That's a really, really good take, actually. The turnaround from I had it rough when I was your age to needing ultimate control like their property is insane. Absolutely. Well, it's what society encourages, right? Is that you should pay fealty to your elders. You should, not just respect their judgment and like take lessons from them, but truly you are the extension of your father, more specifically. My parents found out I looked at porn and asked for my passwords to all of your social medias for like a year after that. Yeah, there's so much kids are not allowed to have privacy to engage with things at their own pace. And instead we're stealing their privacy away from them, looking into all of their things and just trying to not allow them to do it by controlling it, instead of giving them the education to know what is safe and what is not safe so that they can engage with it on their own speed. No, when my parents found out I was looking at a bunch of porn and talking inappropriately and I was sexually active, they took my phone away, banned me from talking to anyone online for a significant length of time, and wouldn't let me talk to my girlfriend at the time until I apologized to her dad for having sex with her, which he thought was weird. The dad. Yeah, no, it's crazy. I had it rough when I was your age. It's only fair for you to have it just as rough. Yeah, make it miserable. Just make them fuck up the kids. I think it's also a shame that the first time I learned what trans women were was through porn, and that through that lens that it was bad. Yeah. Yes, absolutely. There's such a most of the time the only trans people are going to be seeing in media are either pornography, which is already shamed, or as fucking corpses in a true crime documentary. And that's crazy. That's why there needs to be people out there just streaming like this, like me, all fucking people just showing people that we're normal. Yeah, the dad being confused for sure. I'm mad enough to admit this. I once racked up a $300 phone bill by looking at porn on my old dad's flip phone, and your dad just about lost his shit. Oh, wow, yeah, that's... Whoo! The dad should have been like, yeah, sorry, they're my daughter now. Oh, I was not, no, I don't think my dad even now calls me his daughter, don't worry about that. The magic of not speaking to your family for a year is that you have no idea what the fuck is going on. I turned into the one thing he hated more than anything in the world. A woman. Da-da-da. I'm glad your parents were normal about it. Yeah, I think that's always like the way that I want. They started normal, but he got so he honestly was so fucking. He was kind of normal about it, but he was the things he chose to say to me were so offensive. Oh my goodness. It was one of those like there's no hate like Christian love situations, I think. Your transition got kickstarted when you found out Femboy Rule 34, and that kind of messed up parts of your identity in the first year or so. That's true. We just need to tell people that it's possible, right? Like, it's like, if I had known HRT existed and worked when I was, like, turning 16, I would have wanted it. Yep. Yeah, I know the feeling. How long do I plan to be streaming? I usually go like 5-6 hours. It is miracle science. It's fucking crazy. If you had enough money to live on your own and exist without having to worry about rent, food, or other basic amenities, your parents would never see you again. Yeah, absolutely. Man, it's almost like universal basic income's a good idea or something. Your dad literally told you the reason you were born was to invest in his future? That's disgusting. You're a fucking person. Holy shit. Into joining femboy spaces, into thinking you're a femboy, into meeting trans women online for the first time. Oh yeah. Randomly unlocked a core memory the other day of adolescent you trying to imagine what it would feel like to have a girl hardware downstairs. Yeah, I definitely did that. I was definitely the kind of like I was like, oh, I'm not trans when I was in high school. I'm not trans. That's not me. But shout out to like the comic that I read about a guy who just wanted to be pretty, and that sticking in my fucking head my entire life, or like, you know, all that. You know, waking up crying from a dream where I dreamed I was a woman. That didn't mean anything, I'm sure. And it surely didn't mean anything that the first pornography that I got caught looking at because I was just fucking fascinated by it was some like Kim Possible like futanari porn or whatever. I don't know. It was I would never be able to pull it up again, but like I was like, that's possible? And that never did anything to my brain. Don't worry about it. Oh, yours told you were an accident. That's not great. That's horrible. I'm really sorry. Yeah, totally normal thing to say. I only heard about trans people through the lens of shitty YouTube commentary channels and never had that worldview corrected until I was like 20. Yeah, and I think that that's such a shame just because there's no counter evidence because you're never going to hear about them in normal society. So you're never going to learn that they're just fucking normal people. Every cartoon as a kid, I wanted to be a girl so bad. Yeah. Yeah. I definitely like watching My Little Pony was like as a teenager was an act of rebellion for me to like engage in more feminine hobbies for sure. I think a lot of the guys who were bronies are gonna wake up someday as a girl. Not all of them, obviously. It's not a one for one, but it's possible. This is just after taking like 99% of your money. Oh. Just all of your money after finding your room in a rather disheveled state and haven't found a job in over a year. Jesus, I'm so sorry. Holy shit. Yeah, Pokemon more and more. I know 80 is super normal about Misty. Your parents think who confided in you that your youngest sibling was a surprise. Yeah, I don't like that. Milo Yiannopoulos. Yeah. Yeah. I wanted to be Rarity so bad. I loved Rarity. I wanted, yeah, same. Same. Good news. You made it. I did not really know about trans people until I was in your 20s. I didn't know anything about video games for a long time. That's fair. Your mom told you your entire childhood that she was really happy that she had me because she really wanted a boy. And I was the first boy after 5 daughters. Ooh. Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm so sorry, honey. That's genuine financial abuse. Holy shit. Rarity's my favorite pony, too. I'm so sorry. Yeah. No, me too. Me too, Allie. I was like try 6 or something after a bunch of miscarriages. And they like prayed to a fertility god for me or something. Like it was fucking crazy. Worked out great for them. Hello. Thank you for stopping in. Thank you for the clicker. You never watched MLP? I think it's alright. I don't know how it would, like, size up now, but it genuinely made me feel like I could engage in something. A mistake? Yeah, we've had a couple mistakes in here. I mean, I've always been the disappointment, right? I've come to terms with it. It's okay. The only reason he isn't still doing it is because he said, I'm getting old, and if I die, you need access to that money. Oh my god. Yeah. To be fair, how your shape that ship worked? Oh my goodness. Thank you. I think you should watch it. It's fun. Which fertility god? I don't know. I think it was some fucking horse thing, like horse statue or like scrawling in like England somewhere. It's like an ancient thing. I don't know. The only reason I stay is because he makes anywhere from 90 to 150k, and I'm able to afford living in this province. Yeah. Yeah. I'm sorry. The Stone Age fat woman statues? Hell yeah, they're all real. Your dad hates laziness? Mine too, yeah. He would definitely consider... That's one of the reasons I'm a failure. The horsecock statue? I don't know, maybe. I just got told about it. Carve a fat woman statue out of wood and it'll work. I have a Bast in my house. I have a little altar to Bast. And Bast is a fertility goddess, so I think that worked. I've been doing good. I have no progeny, but I do have good reviews. What if we add a horsecock statue to the fat woman statue? Hell yeah. Laziness is a myth, because yeah, absolutely. I also think laziness is important as like a human creativity tool. Yeah. Or not laziness, but like boredom. Your dad had this great idea that he wouldn't teach you how to do anything because it was more rewarding to learn yourself. Oh, cool. Now you just don't know any of those key skills. Great. Yeah, great plan to not do any of the responsibilities of parenting. Very cool. Fat woman with wood. Are we cooking? You're cooking. You're voting in favor? Yeah, I think everybody in here has COVID. You missed a clicker, you did. It's okay. You can make another one happen at any time. Yeah, and yelled at you because you didn't get it perfect into his specifications. Yeah, Yeah, I don't think I ever learned how to do anything from my dad. And then he would get upset with me when I didn't know how to do things. I don't remember him ever taking an interest in anything that I did. I don't remember any, like, I actually, sorry, I do remember the reaction to things that I liked, and it was active scorn. But I was a failure the moment I popped out and I wasn't an athlete, right? I didn't have a football in my hands, so there was no point. Capitalist culture on parenting has been one of the biggest downfalls of the modern generation and its ability to do stuff by themselves. I agree with that. Yeah, I need very clear instructions. I think that's the worst thing, right? Is that I require really clear instructions to be able to understand stuff. Your dad wanted you in the trades? Jeez. My parents pressured me really hard into learning technology, and pressured me really hard out of pursuing like a media creation or a artistic career. I lost my fucking art chops because I used to be in all kinds of art courses and taking art camps and things, but I just dropped it as a skill because it was something that I was convinced was never going to make me money and would make my life unnecessarily difficult, and that I would like never get into school for. And I got convinced to go to college for game design, which is a useless degree now. I didn't even really want to go to college. I didn't really see the point. Xerox ads, shout out to Agatha. Yeah, true. Yeah. He one time showed us how to put the dishes away, but it was only after mocking us the whole time. He made like a whole song and like made fun of us while we didn't know where stuff went away in the kitchen. And then that was how I figured it out. Yeah. Parents don't teach their children any skills and then post Facebook memes about how the current generation doesn't know how to wash their clothes. Yeah, I literally made my dad mad one time, and then he decided that I would never be allowed to get my clothes washed by by my mom, who was the one doing the family clothes washing. And I had to do it, which was actually important because I learned the skill of how to wash my laundry myself because they hadn't taught me yet. But then they'd never taught me how to do it. I had to look it up myself. They just said, figure it out. Parents would let you sit through 4-hour lectures and then make you stay up to 4 or 5 a.m. if you were doing bad at school. Oh my god. Yeah, I fucking hated doing homework because I had undiagnosed ADHD. I wasn't getting any help for it. Your parents have better things to do, like arguing between them and enforcing parental relationship of constant mental abuse and then being worried about what was going to do with your life. Yeah, awesome. Your dad threatened you and said if you didn't clean everything spotless, he'd take $25 from your account. Holy fucking shit, that's just stealing money from you. Your mom was the one that mocked you? I'm sorry. I know at a point both of my parents mocked me. But I genuinely just don't remember most of the stuff before I was 16. Shout out to your mom for showing you how and making you do your own laundry in the months leading up to moving out for college. Yeah, for sure. That's insane. They made you stay awake for a week? You also had to learn to wash your clothes yourself. After your mom passed and your dad got a new girlfriend, he left you at home to take care of the cows while he was fixing up his second house to live with his girlfriend. Yeah, you mentioned that. And you had to look after yourself a lot. He came back every week to drop off food and supplies for the farm, so you didn't have to work or anything aside from looking after the farm. Now that's work, but you had to do a lot for yourself after that. That's insane. You were hallucinating during your math final? That's horrific. I'm so sorry. I do not know how to do taxes either. No, me either. I just, like, I guess every year. I asked to learn how to do taxes, and my dad just said, oh, we just have a guy do that. Okay, Dad, thanks. I'm poor. Shit, like I remember once you ate 2 yogurts instead of 1, and your dad made you eat the 24-pack? Holy shit, dude. I'm so sorry. Yeah, I think perhaps putting your foot down and getting the fuck out is a good plan. We should look at that and see if that's a possibility for you. We have mutual aid networks. Yeah, shout out to your dad for actually teaching you how to cook. Yeah. I think my dad taught me how to cook like one thing, but I definitely taught myself mostly. I only know how to do taxes because your mom used to buy TurboTax CDs every year. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. The kitchen's so stressful. Yeah, just anyone who needs help. We have, like... We are building mutual aid networks. That is how community works, you know, we all gotta work together. Us queers gotta look out for each other because nobody's coming to save us, right? Yeah, I don't think if you're making income, you have to worry about income tax, right? That was his thing because he was a chef. Yeah, that makes sense. Mostly didn't learn stuff because you were the hatchling of the family. Yeah, I was the first. I was the first grandkid, too. So I was the, you know, special little boy. There were times when you were 4 and they would put you in one of those high chairs for like 9 hours. Oh my god. I am so sorry. Yeah. Yeah. I've been on hormones for now 3 years. I've been trans for about 4. So I have a little bit of experience, and I just try to. I'm just happy to be able to pass that on. I think, you know, we always gotta look out for those of us who are in the most vulnerable position, which is like just starting out, or just before starting out, or even like again just the little period, that awkward first year or so, where you're just figuring it out. That's okay. You were the first in your immediate family. Yeah, me too. I think that trans people are some of the most authentic people. Y'all are genuine, and you have to necessarily be like an introspective person. Even like a trans person who is not a good person is an introspective person. They might be mentally ill, but introspective for sure. Very happy to have the Xeno family I have now. I agree. Xeno family and like that mutual aid network that you build up is so important to keep you motivated and happy. You have to remember, and I said this again, even if you're young, even if you're like in a position where you can't come out and you can't let people know, right? You can grow beyond your circumstances, and it does get better. There are people out there who are ready to embrace you and help you and will put their lives on the line to help you. You have to know yourself. Yeah, absolutely. I remember one time I asked my mom why she treated me differently than my brother, and she said, and why she treats him better, and she said, it's because you're autistic. Yeah, I one time didn't understand a rom-com, like the plot, and my mom just told me, oh, you wouldn't know anything about that because you're autistic. Just threw it at me. I was like 15. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this all loops back around to, I think the kids need more rights overall. I think that kids in general should be able to decide more things for themselves. We should at least listen to what they have to say and consult with experts, because, like, that's how abuse happens, is when we teach kids that they shouldn't, that they don't have it. Well, not only do we teach kids that they have no ways out, but we don't, like, show them the way to do things. We just expect people to know. We need more education and outreach in general. You have to make, I think you have to make education more desirable. We have to stop this fucking anti-intellectual bullshit. We have to let kids get educated on what is a bad thing to happen to them. I genuinely think that any person who doesn't think or, like, disapproves of age-appropriate sexual education and, like, abuse education is a fucking freak. Because that's how, when you don't teach kids about what sexual abuse is, that's how kids get taken advantage of. If you don't tell kids what emotional and physical and all these kinds of things, they'll just assume that's how the world is, because that's the only experience they know and they can't get out. Like, I think if you don't want kids to know about sex, that's because you're a fucking freak who's, like, either covering for or is a child abuser. It's fucked up. If kids get educated, they won't be Republicans in the future. True. It's almost like they'll actually have to create a moral structure for their beliefs and framework, and not just make a reactionary point. Hi, Delta. Oh, Jesus Christ. It's Not That Deep has done a devastating amount of damage to society. I agree. It is that deep. It is deep. I hate Gen X apathy. Absolutely. Yeah, I know I was like... My dad mocks me when I talk about, like, looking into movies and art and stuff. Yeah, again, I had a huge conversation, I had a huge argument with my dad once about, like, the fact that he wouldn't watch animated movies, and I was, like, telling him he should watch Spider-Verse because I think he'd really like it. Yeah, things are that deep. It's anti-intellectualism. It's like this scorn for people that are trying to educate themselves or others on anything, or, like, how stuff works. You have bagels? Hell yeah. Fuck yeah. Hundreds of It's Not That Deep comments on a post critiquing a cosplayer for painting herself brown to cosplay an Egyptian cookie from Cookie. Yeah. No, girl, that's just... You're just doing blackface, babe. I know you might not have meant it that way, but you are doing it. Like, it's the reason why kids need to understand that, like, what symbols mean and that symbols have power. Like, they represent stuff. It's not like not like real fucking magic, but symbols mean something. They're important, and, like, ugh. Here with Dino Nuggets and potato crisps. Nice. It's not mocking, it's a cookie. It's only blackface if you do it to mock. No, it's always blackface. It is actually always blackface. Even if you don't mean it as blackface, it is still blackface. I remember when I was discussing BoJack Horseman with someone, more specifically the character Peanut Butter. and how he's the most common denominator in the failure of his relationships, and someone goes, you know he's just a dog, right? It's not that deep, bro. And I was so fucking flabbergasted how someone could have a rotting hunk of flesh for a brain. Yeah. True, dude. Holy shit. Yeah, it's literally meant to be like, it's an introspection on depression. Like, that's the whole thing. That was a direct quote. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I get that. I was critiquing their comment. Do people just use anti-wrinkle cream on their brains? It's just a chicken. It's just a fried chicken in there. I think, genuinely, it is the way that education is structured in a lot of places. Not only do we teach people to be like resentful and fearful of education because we just kind of trap them in a place for a very long time. We get them up really early and make them go. We make them go every day of the week, and like so much. We force them to learn so much so fast, and they have to take tests and things and always be under pressure because we are not educating people to be like intellectuals. We are educating people to be workers in a factory, and that education structure has been spread throughout of most of our society. It makes us I actually have oh god, I want to read this video. I want to read an essay for you. It's actually relevant to this conversation. Let me pull up the essay I want to read. It is this essay that my wife found me, called "You Have Been Traumatized into Hating Reading and It Makes You Easier to Oppress." So I'm not going to read chat for a little while, but you can feel free to talk amongst yourselves while I go through this. So I was not going to publish this essay because I don't like to yell, but here the fuck I am. Picture of Inkheart, which awesome. I remember reading this series as a kid. I need to reread it. I don't remember anything about it, genuinely, other than I liked it. We begin with a morsel from Toni Morrison, a great Black American author. The point is so that it doesn't look like it's sweating, like that effort, you see? It must appear effortless. No matter what the style, it must have that. I mean, the seams can't show. From an interview by Jane Bakerman for Black American Literature Forum's summer 1978 issue. Cool. Consider first this overarching thesis. The brilliance of educational work lies in the exact opposite task. Where most art forms do significant work to make it look easy. See the seamless novel, the floating ballerina, the effortless jazz player plucking a new melody from the ether. The teacher seeks to stop a moment in time. Did you catch that? See the mechanism, the split-second decision? Look closely, don't miss it. Taking the form, shaking it off the model, turning her technique inside out, pointing at the seams, the intestines, the world-making in each intrepid and intentional detail. Did you miss it? We find the task of the teacher, an occupation I prayed with every reasonable and self-preservant burst of blood that I had to never become. Why are we here? Threadings is a newsletter and podcast in which I explore the interconnectedness of our worlds and freedoms. Exploration tethers me to the art of world-making. In examining the seams which bind my life and politic together, I stitch for you all a patchwork quilt. My revelations on the systems of this world, the odd and beautiful realities of existing in public, the ways I am ignited and ionic. A seamstress of thought, just like my mother's mother's mother. Here I am, hunched over my keyboard sewing machine, all in a labor of love. I write to you today because I have apparently made it look easy. There's a cadence on the internet that occurs without fail. I state the need to read, while giving you a piece of myself stitched together. Someone, many someones, respond with the idea that I must not know what it's like to struggle to read. Kindly, this infuriates me. Not just because of my pride, why do people assume instead of ask, but because it's cheap analysis. The better question is, why do I, among so many, have a knee-jerk reaction of doubt, disbelief, and anger when someone asks me to read? I announced myself as the narrator as I compete with you for your attention for the next 40 minutes or so. Hello, my name is Ismatu. I am a poet. I am writing a persuasive essay. I am doing you a favor announcing these things to you rather than silently wiggling into your brain to change your mind and have you think it was your idea. I encourage you to consider me critically. This newsletter podcast is called Threadings because I want my seams out and obvious. Here I can show my work, display for you the sewing pattern, have you trace with me the stitches that assemble me into an artist, a teacher, a great big worm tucked in a fancy scarf. I am here to be educative. I want you to remember that I am a person with very specific lenses on the world. I want you to remember that everything about our current existence in the Anthropocene, as in a human sovereign world, is by intentional and by design. The Anthropocene is intentional and by design. Someone or someones made all this up. World making is an intentional and detail-oriented process. What can be made can be remade over and over again. I want you to leave this space having exercised your ability to locate the seams. Leave this place looking for the threads of this world around us. We have 4 central theses interwoven throughout the essay. Challenge yourself to find them in the supporting arguments, even when I don't state them explicitly. 1. The ruling class benefits from illiteracy. 2. Short-form video entertains more than it sticks. 3. Reading is a discipline distinct from listening, watching, or other forms of literacy. It's a skill that needs to be honed separately. 4. Absolutely no one comes to save us but us. And we're off. The reason you hate reading is because the ruling class benefits from illiteracy. Not total illiteracy, mind you. That's bad for business. The ruling class, law and policymakers, oligarch businessmen, celebrity hedge fund managers buying up single-family housing, etc., want you literate enough to be able to work for them, but not so literate that you realize how badly the working class gets fucked over in this world-making. Read enough to be able to consume and to execute, not to consider critically, certainly not enough to create. Because then what? A mass of people realizing we can create and recreate everything we see and touch to something kinder for us? Ghastly. Absolutely. Countless journalism, podcast projects, quantitative and qualitative research death knell the same morbid conclusion. The US American populace cannot read. I've linked a brilliant podcast project below. It's recommended all the same. Recommended all the time. Sold a story. We know the illiteracy, the inability to read or the inability to read well enough to have it serve you. We know it's a massive problem. An epidemic of sorts. We're simply too exhausted to care. And I do not have time to listen to a 35-minute clip, but I recommend you check out this article yourself and come back to it. I'm not spending time analyzing data here. Others have already done it. For my purposes, it's kind of useless. Not that data analysis is useless, but that why. I'm saying this as a trained therapist, okay? Deep breath. Your relationship with reading is more than likely a direct result of your experiences with authority figures as a child. In a great many iterations, if you were lauded for reading, put on a pedestal in front of your peership, it might be stress-inducing to return to work the muscles that you know have atrophied. Are you still good or worthy of help if you cannot read voraciously like you did as a child? If you were labeled a problem, difficult in class, slow, I bless and keep you. Worse, if you were made to feel less than because of your reading ability, unintelligent, burdensome, a waste of space, bound for prison, then you likely have a literal stress response when someone mentions or suggests reading to you. Reading is a site of trauma your body holds onto for most of us. Anyone that suggests reading must not understand what you went through. Every objection imaginable will materialize when someone suggests that you try to read. This is why I think the data here is irrelevant to spurring anyone to real action. You can't just brute force your way through a trauma response. And I think that's definitely very poignant. Turn that down a little bit. Sorry about that. Many of us were given reading as a homework exclusively, never as a fun or revolutionary tool, a tool of imagination. So it often feels like drudgery even still. None of us have a neutral experience with the discipline of reading, and that is by design. We live in a world ran and ruled by the written word. Similar to money, right? The tool itself is not necessarily bad. However, in this iteration of world making, proper literacy in reading and writing, as well as financial literacy, are often the difference between agency, freedom seeking, and autonomy for self-determination and working in someone else's world making as abysmal conditions perpetually. Which means, if the Empire wanted you to have a good relationship with reading, they would ensure one. Just look at Cuba, beating our US adult literacy rates despite decades of overt economic warfare. Your relationship with reading is fucked up because burning books is a bad look. The Empire utilizes overt, violent oppression like that as a last resort because it makes it nearly impossible to seamlessly convince people that they are not oppressed. And to hide an empire like this, of this size, people need to not know. Editor's note: where else is the Empire seamless in their oppression? Look for those threads everywhere. The far easier route: traumatize the kids. Make them hate reading. Tie plenty of guilt, shame, and fear in the process of returning to reading in adulthood. Make them feel like it's an innate talent. You have it or you don't, rather than a skill you need to learn, hone, and practice. You never have to burn the books if no one ever wants to read them in the first place. And this means you can allow texts that chronicle blueprints for our collective liberation to hang out in plain sight. The internet age is the most collective access to information we have ever had as humans in every iteration of our timeline, and most of us cannot read it well enough to allow it to change our lives. I could spend this section pulling numbers and analyzing data, but I don't think that would change much. We know it's a problem, and we exist in and under the consequences. Instead, I want to tell you about my life. Why does the narrator, Ismatu Gwendolyn, like reading? I was an avid reader as a child, as a means of escapism, because home was spooky. So I didn't like reading. I liked not feeling what was happening around me. That is... oh god, that's familiar. Holy shit. Reading had the same allure as TV or video games, YouTube videos. But I experienced childhood in a time where TV didn't work if it was raining or snowing, and YouTube videos took 30 minutes to load a piece. Non-fiction words felt like homework in childhood. Honestly, without understanding the importance of studying the human tapestry as this big, long, interconnected story, non-fiction still feels like homework for me. I definitely agree with that as well. I was never encouraged to actually learn about stuff. Reading fiction as a child opened up 3 very important conclusions. 1, that reading could feel good. 2, that other worlds were possible. And that 3, it was possible to make up worlds. I remember the book that unlocked that 3rd conclusion, Inkheart by Cornelia Funk. Someone just made up the world cast between the pages of this book. Multiple worlds, in fact. What does that mean for this world? How much of my world can I make up? Listen, the best gig in the world is to be a little black girl child that reads. Everyone is rooting for you all the time, and everyone leaves you alone. Nobody asks you no questions. No one bothers you with a book in your hand. This was and is a great relief to me. Even as a bitty little being, I was trapped in the body of a girl child, which means that people always expected me to be socially graceful and kind and extroverted, of which I was none. Another editor's note: literacy is just your ability to use a tool fluidly. Wherever there is a human skill, there is literacy. data literacy, social literacy, ecological literacy. I consistently find my generation, Gen Z, to be high in media literacy and low on oral and written literacy. This essay focuses on literacy within the written word with this in mind. Take a breath. The reason I champion reading is because I am from peoples who cannot read easily. I did not come to reading consistently because the act in and of itself was easy. I have multiple learning divergences, dyslexia, autism, ADHD. I still struggle to focus my mind on the page, and at this point, I read for a living. I came to reading because not reading was worse. Not reading meant someone tried to impose the role of girl child onto me, to rope me into chores or force me to talk to them, or otherwise engage in ways that felt foreign to me and my body. I didn't know how to answer the questions of my constant discomforts, why words swam on a page, why I couldn't move my body in certain ways, why I had to look people in the eyes and speak to them on demand, until early adulthood. I just knew then that reading was safer than pretty much anything else. I managed to do poorly. I also advocate heavily for written word literacy because I know the reality of illiteracy. My mother spent her life being told she was too unintelligent to really make something of herself. She, brilliant seamstress, prolific orator, hostess, event organizer, master chef, as in fed a wedding of 300 several courses with herself and 2 of her friends, master chef, stopped being able to help me with my homework once I reached the 4th grade in the United States. She knows her letters, so she is not completely illiterate. She's not fluently literate, as in she has too little practice with the tool of the written word to have it under her full command. I inherited my dyslexia from her. Nobody thought to check for learning disabilities or alternative modes of learning in newly independent Sierra Leone. They just thought, or it was easier just to believe, that she was slow. My father is from the only tribe indigenous to Sierra Leone. He's an anomaly because he got to pursue his associate's degree in the United States. He was a reading fool. Uncommon for his area, he comes from upline Sierra Leone, what we would call, back country in English. It is essentially untouched jungle. Most of my paternal family is not written word literate, functionally or in any sense, which meant my parents would buy me a book sooner than they bought us groceries if it came down to it. The knowledge that the difference between us living in the United States and Sierra Leone during the heights of the war hinged on the fact that my father could read well, used literacy to be able to speak well, and got his opportunities to study here. It changed us. Reading held the difference between chances at generational safety and chances of losing your kids in a war. In college. Editor's note, we're skipping a lot about the narrative of my life. This essay went from poor kid in an unstable home environment to college student. While I don't feel the need to fill in all those dots, imagine me sliding you a paint by numbers, okay? Note to yourself how unusual it is to be a kid with multiple learning disabilities whose primary caretaker could not read a chapter book comfortably, ending up on a full scholarship at a collegiate institution in the United States, especially not a black kid. That's word to Miss Gwen, because I'm a public scholar, and my sister completes her PhD in fucking music theory in a handful of years. Pour some respect on my namesake. Anyways, I love this writer. I love this author. This is awesome. She knows her worth. That's awesome. In college, I studied oral history and traditions of record keeping regarding Ebola in Sierra Leone, specifically an oral history project because many of the survivors cannot write in any of the languages they speak. They would sign consent forms with their fingerprint. They could not spell their own names. This leaves them vulnerable to being exploited by foreign researchers who come to study the long-term effects of a disabling virus, make money off their bodies and stories and personhood, and leave them where they found them. They don't have access to the research because most of them cannot read what has been written about them. I chose to fashion my research in this way to honor stories that would otherwise never be able to be told, because the researchers that came before me only spoke in English and mandated literacy to be able to consent to the study. Sierra Leone has such poor literacy in adults because public education was systematically defunded and privatized until the conditions were so desperate and volatile that civil war took root. Now, every school in Sierra Leone requires fees from parents to attend. I champion literacy because we are on a similar road in the United States. And this is just as an aside, I don't tout Sierra Leone's history as a cautionary tale. It is what happens to nation-states when you systematically deprive people of their ability to seek and architect their own happiness. When you wage war on the people via economics, when you wage war on people via drugs, when you wage war on the people via imprinting them with ignorance that they did nothing to deserve but suffer under, physical, violent, gun and ammunition war follows. It is the only thing that can happen next. Sierra Leone is not a cautionary tale. The same road, we're on the same road in the United States. As an adult, especially as an adult that has had COVID, I read and write every day because I have a brain that disintegrates this particular skill faster than many of my counterparts. I have learned the skills of social grace and public speaking and data analysis by similar necessities, and I'm required to use these skills on a regular basis so they stay sharp. Reading and writing are disciplines I have to choose to sharpen actively, because if I don't read, then I won't. I don't have to read if I don't want to. I am a gifted and prolific speaker, inherited from both my parents. I began public speaking when I was 14. I don't have to read to garner and keep an audience. Most popular public figures do just be talking. Not a source in sight. I read and write because it keeps me responsible to my constituency, which is you all. This is another reason reading, as opposed to watching a video or listening to a podcast, is a skill worth developing on your own. To protect yourself from adopting the feelings of the narrator, me, Ismatu, a poet who is trying desperately to convince you of something. Give me 1 second. Adjusting some dials. There we go. That should be a little better. Words from Toni Cade Bambara, a great black American artist who manages to know me before I was born, discussing why she writes. The earrings I aspire, one of my greatest scholastic loves. Fantastic, truly, truly fantastic earrings. This woman is serving in every sense of the word. I love everything about this. I do not think literature is the primary instrument for social transformation, but I do think it has its potency. So I work to tell the truth about people's lives. I work to celebrate struggle, to applaud the tradition of struggle in our community, like the fact that the simple act of cornrowing one's hair is radical in a society that defines beauty as blonde tresses blowing in the wind. It would be dishonest, though, to end my comments there. First and foremost, I write for myself. Writing has been for a long time my major tool for self-instruction and self-development. I try to stay honest through pencil and paper. I run off at the mouth a lot. I have a penchant for flamboyant performance. I exaggerate to the point of hysteria. I cannot always be trusted with my mouth open. But when I sit down with the notebooks, I am absolutely serious about what I see, sense, know. I write for the same reason I keep track of my dreams, for the same reason I meditate and practice being still, to stay in touch with me and not let too much slip by. We're about building a nation. The inner nation needs building too. I began writing in a serious way when I got into teaching. It was a way to keep track of myself, to monitor myself. I'm a very seductive teacher, persuasive, infectious, overwhelming, irresistible. I worked hard in the classroom to teach students to critique me constantly, to protect themselves from my nonsense. But let's face it, the teacher-student relationship we've been trained with is very colonial in nature. It's fraught with dangers. The power given to teachers over students' minds, students' spirits, students' development, my God. To rise above that, to insist of myself and of them that we refashion that relationship along progressive lines demanded a great deal of courage, imagination, energy, and will. Writing was a way to hear myself, check myself. Writing was and is an act of discovery. Recall what I, the narrator in Invisible Pen, said to you at the beginning of this essay. I'm here to show my work. I am in the business of revolution, page by page, meal by meal, moment by moment. The world I wish to see has seas of makers, millions and billions of distinct fingerprints all over a brand new mode of being, which means learning, which means teaching. Teaching has made me very serious about my pen, because I too run off at the seams. I want to make sure I show you my work. Writing is what keeps me tethered to worlds I don't yet know. What you don't know will make worlds. Let's zoom in on that tidbit about teaching and accountability. There's a drop of that last paragraph I left out. I frequently discovered that I was dangerous, a menace, virtually unfit to move the students and myself into certain waters. I would have to go into the classroom and beat them up for not taking me to the wall, for succumbing me to mere charm and flesh, when they should have been challenging me, kicking my ass. Ah. You all take my word for it way too much for my liking. I am able to inject emotion into you from video with a sickening ease. Reading what I write, sans my beautiful speaking voice and pretty face, gives you a moment to taste the words in your mouth, to see if you actually agree. This is not to say emotions do not contribute to our sense of knowing. I did a whole talk with Boston Ujima, where we as a thinking community highlight our bodies and emotions as important sites of knowledge. I'm saying here, social media television is designed to imbue you with emotion. You are supposed to be so laden with feeling that you cannot help but feel for the protagonist, or agree with the narrator, or listen to the facts. That's what images and music do for us. They're vehicles of emotion. Feeling with the person on screen is not necessarily a bad thing. And your emotions can most definitely be hijacked into buying, supporting, adopting things outside your best interest if you are not careful. As an educator, I don't just want you to feel what I feel. I don't want you to consider me correct because I said it beautifully. I want to sharpen your critical thinking skills and your world-making capacities. I absolutely do not leave emotion out of that. Emotions are as central to the written, verbal, numeric, social, ecological knowledges we are able to gain to navigate this world and the next. I am just extra cognizant of how much I can lead viewers to feel with me without further thought. The videos of mine that go most viral are ones where I showed the most emotion, whatever that emotion is. Hopeful, cheery, despondent, grieved, furious, combative. We love emotion. We live such isolated, stifling lives. The challenge of reading is to navigate the narrative without the overtures of overt feelings. There is no face to latch onto, no music that sways you. Words on a page especially cannot compete with screen time. They're not meant to. The boredom opens up space in your mindscape to your own thoughts, opinions, and feelings. Listen again. Reading is still uncomfortable in certain seasons of life, especially seasons that require high screen time from me. I still have a week, 2 weeks go by without reading. I still pick up a book and blink and realize I've spent 40 minutes on my phone. I read specifically because I notice how much my brain expands his capacity when I force him into the mode of expansion. Expansion is itchy, it's uncomfortable. Reading does not always feel good, just like going to the gym or doing your dishes or eating vegetables does not always feel good, especially if you haven't done it in a long time. And yet, I sigh in relief when it's been done. When reading defines my habits, I think noticeably easier. I read too because I witness, on the other side of the world, Palestinian scholars, journalists, and poets be exploded, entire universities be leveled, be swept from the earth. I witness the most internally displaced people in Sudan be a population of children who may never read and write because of what their world becomes. Colonialism necessitates system of education turned to rubble so that they alone make the stories and the images and the vehicles of emotion. And we in the United States buy into the lie. It's just coincidentally too hard to read. Gonna head off for the day. Have a nice rest of your stream. Yeah, thank you so much. Have a nice rest of your night. I'm sorry. All right. Back to it. Actually, I need a sip. I'm sorry. Ugh. Some of the people that galvanized me the most did so through the use of words. The words of revolutionaries, especially poets. My first love was poetry. One day we'll read the poetry of Asada Shakur and bloom together. Today, this essay already grows long. Finally, short-form video entertains more than it sticks. I've grown to detest short-form video as a means of learning, specifically because of these insidious apps. As previously stated, I am a proud member of Gen Z. I have watched, at this point in my life, hundreds of hours of educational content, everything from TED Ed to Crash Course to ASAP Science and many in between. It feels good, fun, rebellious even, to use my screen to learn. Even though I personally did grow up utilizing atlas books and encyclopedias in schools, I still ended up at the computer lab regularly by 6th grade. I'm one of the last of my kind to never have an iPad babysitter because that technology was not widely available in my community yet. We had a computer room and dial-up internet until I was a teenager. And yet, still, the vast majority of things I spent all that time learning in short-form video, I could not tell you now. I have stronger retention of the maps I hand drew from a world atlas in the 4th grade than I do of the internet games we played to learn geography. I can tell you the thesis and central arguments of a book I read 2 years ago, of most of the books I read 2 years ago, or a documentary I watched 2 years ago, a podcast project, an album I listened to 2 years ago. All of these methods of learning required long-form attention. Can you tell me the thesis and supporting arguments of videos you watched from 2 calendar years ago? Not just one-off that really happened to stick in your memory. Most. Can you tell me most of the claims and evidence made in the hours of videos that you've watched? There is no nuanced argument you can explore the heights and depths of by watching someone talk for 3 minutes. And here's the... AD, I think you were talking about this just a couple days ago. Yeah, that's a whole new sentence. A heavy hitter in the Twitter Hall of Fame for sure. Lord, I love this tweet. It's true of all short-form media. In a persuasive essay, one nearly universally found selection of analysis is that the rebuttal, where you anticipate your opponent's claims against your theses and springboard back into stronger arguments for your own affirmative. This section necessitates self-critique and also creates the groundwork for critique that is actually capable of moving us forward. Unfortunately, I have to use this section to rebuttal critiques that are lack fucking luster. Every time I say something like reading is a keystone of liberatory praxis, someone accuses me of worshipping the written word. I say short-form video does not teach us as much as we think it does. Someone else informs me gently of the importance of indigenous storytelling, as if it might be the first time I am hearing of such a thing, and as if all the indigenous people of the world are placed into one big group chat. In reading this far essay, you have already learned about me that 1, I personally, by way of dyslexia and other neurodivergent, benefit from alternative learning methods. It is why I read all of my essays. 2, I am indigenous. Additionally, Black American traditions include oral methods of survival heavy, considering it was illegal for us to read for most of our existence in the United States. 3, I dedicated my undergraduate thesis work to oral history and storytelling because of widespread rural illiteracy in Sierra Leone, my country of origin, and also much of my family. Excuse me. While I would normally use the rebuttal section to grapple with better researched critiques, I instead must review my own work because short-form engagement did not give said critics the time, space, or incentive to root their critiques in research of the author, because all of the above is publicly available information previous to this. Bite-sized thoughts, especially in short-form video, convince you that the whole thing is right in front of you. I'm trapped in an academic zoo, wherein I produce thoughts or emotions or projects that have you and often receive often receive nothing meaningful back. The critique I receive on TikTok and Instagram just constantly lacks basis. Disappointing, lackluster. I like to be critiqued. Critical analysis allows artists to take more compelling, cutting, bitter, cunning shape. Short conformity stunts are conversation to the length of your attention span. This undermines the communion between artist and muse. Short form video specifically captures the audience by what they feel, not necessarily what they wish to know. The reason my musings on reading and the lack thereof had no trouble being viral is because I made it at my wit's end. I cry a bit on camera, even. People respond with the way they feel having seen it, and more people saved the video than read or listened to any of the essays mentioned. Feelings are important. And short-form video land finds its success in giving you the fullness of the human experience back to us in bite-sized pieces, almost like an emotional ventilator. It does not require you to concentrate. It doesn't require you to do anything but receive the educative words of someone who more than likely read and engaged in long-form research to make the video that you're watching. Do you know how much your oppressors read? Do you know how much they read? Conclusions. Reading, then, is a crucial act of resistance. Not the only way or the primary way, but a mode of literacy we must not negate or shy away from. Reading and writing are disciplines distinct from other forms of literacy: oral and oral proficiency, speaking and listening, media literacy, video watching, noticing, financial literacy, social literacy, numerical literacy, shout out to the baddies with math anxiety rooted in the same oppressive upbringings. There are histories, blueprints, stories we can only access through the pages they've been printed on. If that was not important, we would not lock university libraries behind several $100,000 of paywall. If there was not agency and power to be found in reading, the empire would not work so hard to burn your hands away. If video learning is truly as harmless and neutral as we think, why are there screens everywhere in this world? Why are there so much advertisements, so many incentives to spend all day looking at someone else making you feel? Can you see the seams? Have you ever walked around outside and tried to see how long it took you to look at a screen? Why are there screens every place you turn your eyes? I, Ismatu, the narrator, am a person who marvels at the freedom dreams of children, and that the youngest ones reach for books with excitement. I am a person who sees clearly the world we've had for the last several hundred years as it crumbles, violently thrashing like a drowning man or the vacuum of a sinking ship. The desperation becomes more intense, targeted, flails to take everything it can down because it knows it's going under. I want you to consider this world's collapse inevitable. The question remains, what happens after this one? Who is being born? Will we be here to catch that baby, this newborn world, and raise it up for us, for our kindness, for the sake of our love? Or will this world be worse than the one leaving? Make yourself an enemy of hopelessness and complacency. Do not listen to the voices, internal and external, that tell you you cannot. You can. Read, read, read. You must. For me, and the children to come after us, because if we can't read, what chance will they stand? I hope the words and the work of your day pass through your hands with ease. Or simpler said, peace. Thank you, everybody. I hope that hit as hard for you as it did for me. I know that it kind of goes against the point of the essay to present it to you as long-form video, but I think that the author has also encouraged long-form video as an alternative learning source. And if listening to this takes you to engage in the rest of her written work, I think she probably won't mind. So I do say, please go support the author. I will go back to the top. If you want to read this article yourself, I suggest checking it out. Please do. You wish you were there for the whole thing. Lucky you, someone was recording the whole time. I'm a big fan of this essay, and I think it really ties into the stuff that I was talking about earlier with, like, I mean, this is making more specific points about literacy and reading, but it's the way that education is structured. It's meant to traumatize you away from learning. We don't want if the Empire wanted you to be good at reading, you would be good at reading, right? It does make you easier to oppress to not be able to read and understand and then critically think. I think a lot of I actually truly believe that empathy is something that is developed through education and through engaging with your own thoughts, right? Performing, like, doing reading, doing like your own research, and like learning to understand art and symbols and things, right? If you can't understand your enemy, you can't fight your enemy. True. But I think that empathy is something that develops with a certain level of education. And we just are truly not allowing that to be developed. We don't want it to. It is easier to oppress people who are fearful of the other. If you are afraid of a threat, you are easier to oppress. Unfortunately, that is true. You have to be fearful. You have to be fearless. You have to be hopeful when there is no hope. That is the spirit of revolution. That is the spirit of queer joy, right? Which is something that I talk about. That's always like the most revolutionary thing that you can do, is be a queer person who's experiencing the joy of being queer openly. Because they want you to be miserable. They want you to not understand the tools that they are using to mandate your oppression. I'm glad you've been taking it into yourself. I started reading recently again. I've been reading, I have been encouraged to read by my ex for a very long time, and she got me to start through audiobooks and things like that, so I do suggest that as a engagement skill as well. But I finally started reading a ton when I got into like fan fiction, and then back into books that way, the way I did when I was a kid. And I have this like e-ink tablet that just is so nice. It has like infinity battery if you're reading books. It's so nice. Gay plants, yeah. I think if I do a Not Safe for Work stream, do it on like Fansly or Joystick, I'll do like I will read through some of the smut that I've enjoyed, because it's really good. I will read Wellness Check on stream. I can't do it right now. Yeah. I have read Wellness Check on stream, did I? Raid. You have to? Hell yeah. Is your Fansly real? I think I have one. I don't know. I think I might have grabbed the username. Yeah, I feel like the Fansly stream is probably what I'll do, or like use the joystick.io or whatever it is. I don't want to pull it up now, but it seemed interesting. I don't know if it's like a thing I can just pick up and do, but I guess like the only way to find out is to find out, right? Didn't Fansly do something weird recently? Yeah, that's probably why I was looking at like, I don't know what they did. I don't know what they did recently, but I think joystick is probably what I'll look for. You don't see April to do on Fansly? Okay. Well, I'll grab it. I think I made OnlyFans or something, maybe. Alright, loves. Go back here. I'm gonna take a quick bio break, so I will see you in just a little bit.
If you guys have a prime, slap that prime on the table like a big fucking cock. Show everybody that you have a big fucking dick today and slap that prime on the fucking table right now.
I'm back. I made another weed brownie. God can't stop me. Wait, they banned Hypno and furries? Gross. Well, now you want one? Well, luckily you. There are lots of them. I do need to do the dishes later. I'll do it. Wanted to stream first. Give me a porn with nothing. Yeah, give me nothing. I'm back. Is it safe to call in? It's never safe. Furry outlaws. Hello, friend or foe?
I live for danger.
Oh, hello. You're back.
Yeah. That's why I asked.
It's never safe. I'm in the middle
got
of a
back-
brownie, so give me a sec. You can talk, I just won't be able to respond.
No, it's I got back from my meeting.
Yeah, how'd that meeting go?
It was crazy in a really cool way, actually.
Okay.
So I was meeting with someone who
What the
works
heck?
with like a local, I don't know what else you would call them, but activist group in my city.
Okay.
And we met up at a queer cafe. That like I have this cool cafe in my city that's basically like a sober steak haven.
Okay, okay.
And you can like rent tables for like $10 a person and play board games.
Well, that sounds fun.
And yeah, it's really cool. It's like a late night cafe kind of deal with like board game tables and stuff. It's as the kids say, cinema. And I had no idea what to expect because this is the first time I've really gotten involved with like, for lack of a better word, local politics. Because I've
Right.
only lived in my city for 2 years this month. So I didn't know what to expect. Like this guy reached
that
out
makes
to me
sense.
personally after I attended an event that his group, or the group he was representing, did.
Okay.
I attended that event and he called me personally and was like, hey, I want to meet up with you. And I wasn't sure what to expect. I didn't know what it would be about. And it turns out he just let me talk. Like he just listened and wanted to get to know someone new in the community.
Well, that's awesome.
Which I think it was wild because like what's also really funny is that coincidentally his group just like his group is mostly, at least up until this point from what I know, was focused more about like racial issues.
Right.
Like they focused on like basically every type of activism, but they seem to really care about racial issues.
Right.
Racial issues. And the exact same day before this meeting, they announced that they were doing a queer rights focus.
I think you're gonna have to mute me. I think I can hear me. I think I can hear you echoing.
Oh, it might be because I had. Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I had I'm talking to you through my Bluetooth earbuds that I put on my headset to listen to stream.
Okay.
So you could hear yourself talk with a feedback loop. You really need to turn off the radio when you call into a show. So where was I? Right. So turns out the exact same day we had this meeting, the group launched like a queer rights focused team.
Okay.
Because turns out in my state, the primary healthcare providers, UPMC, I'm not gonna dox myself more than that.
Right.
Um,
No, can you
turns
give us
out
your
that they
social
have
security
been-
number?
What?
Name, age, social security number?
His maiden name.
No.
So. Oh, I got derailed.
I'm sorry.
How dare you? Hey, you caller, what's your name's pronoun, latitude, and longitude? So where was I? Right. So they announced a Pride focused team, like
Okay.
queer rights team, because the primary healthcare providers in my state have been quietly shutting down and denying gender affirming care.
Oh, fuck that.
And they called it, apparently, they've been calling it, quote, complying in advance.
Yep. Yeah, that's what you'll see it a lot with educational institutions, like privatized educational institutions and medical institutions will comply in advance with what they see coming down the pipeline because they don't want to be caught up in sweeping legislation. But
It immediately reminded me of the Perkins Coie nonsense.
yeah, absolutely.
The Steam's back band Strode. I'm not turning off my ad block, Twitch. Shut up. So it was just a really weird coincidence, and he just let me talk about. Oh, that was a good hit, huh? He just let me talk about myself and my life and what I believe in. And for those of you who didn't already know, I stand on business about myself and the people I care about.
Well, I think
Straight
that's
up,
really awesome.
completely.
And not for nothing, but I am glad I got to do a little influencing on your little brain, so you at least know, you know. I think you're a pretty clever person. So you stand on good business, genuinely.
I mean, yeah, I'd like to think I always did.
You do. I do.
Um,
I mean, you always did. I'm teasing.
Yeah. You just taught me, hey, these trans folks are rad as fuck, actually.
It's true. We are cringe, but we're rad.
On average, the coolest and sweetest and nicest people I've met have been trans folks. Like,
Yeah.
y'all are the most empathetic people.
I think it comes
And-
with the territory of the introspection that you have to do. If you know that, and to know thyself is truly like important in knowing others as well.
Like, I'm eternally grateful for that cafe that I mentioned earlier because it's like meant to be a queer safe haven of all kinds. Like, you meet so many different kinds of trans folks there, and it's incredible.
Yeah.
Like, I spent New Year's playing like kinky Cards Against Humanity with a bunch of trans women
That sounds awesome.
in a cafe with
That sounds
free
really fun.
with free limeade. Yeah, it was awesome. It was dope as hell. I got to nerd out with one of them about military history and the fact that a Chinook flew over our city. Like, what the fuck?
I love queer people a lot. I think people living their authentic lives are very free.
Yeah, we are cringe, but we are free.
Or true.
And apparently the fun doesn't stop, because probably as soon as I get off this call, I'm going to be playing games with my partner.
Have fun. That sounds awesome. What are you gonna play?
Schedule 1, I believe.
Oh, fun. I've heard really good things about that.
I've heard some things. I've also, like, I'm not too interested in it.
Schedule
but
2.
We've got, like, a thing set up where if I play Schedule 1 with them, they will try out Warhammer Rogue Trader, which is basically just a Warhammer 40 version of Baldur's Gate 3.
Ooh.
And I've been playing through that, and Warhammer is just one of my big hyperfixations.
Awesome.
So I'm like, so we play, you know, since we don't live together anymore, it's rough, and this is like a good way to make them feel less lonely because they're kind of stuck in a podunk town in nowhere.
Yeah, I get that.
So I'm, you know, trying to put forth enough effort to make them feel less lonely.
I'm glad.
Yeah, it was a wild meeting. He told me about like the launch event that they're doing for this, you know, queer rights focused, I don't know what you would call it, like branch of their organization, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
And so I signed up, and I'm going to that. And while, like, I was really mad at this, started, just to keep yapping for a bit, this
Yeah,
really
go ahead.
started, like, I was pushing to try and find ways for me to fight in my city, because the first election, this might be telling on myself a bit, but the first election I ever voted in was this presidential one.
Yeah,
And
no, I understand. My first election that I voted in was actually the first Trump election, so I get it. It was easy. It's easy to get radicalized when shit like that's going on around you.
Well, it was especially because after that happened and what happened, I realized, okay, county laws, state laws, and city laws are going to be the most important things for me to speak out against and speak up for,
Yeah.
and pay attention to the most, because that will affect me and the people I love more than any sweeping federal registration or legislation. That's the word.
Mhm.
More than any sweeping federal legislation, local laws will have the most day-to-day effect on the people I care
Yeah,
about.
I agree with that.
So I need to be connected to my community and make sure that at the very goddamn least my voice is heard.
Absolutely. I think that's really awesome. I think you're setting a really good example for people around you, like to engage yourself in these kind of things and show that it's not as hard as it looks, right? Part of the illusion of all of this is that it looks hard to resist people, but like you can do we together are more powerful than the people that are trying to tell us to do things a certain way. That's why that's why the woke mind virus is so dangerous to the foundations of society. Like, they make jokes about how we're going after traditional society and traditional marriage, and they're kind of right. But like, I just want you to be less oppressed.
Not in a hot way.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's not our fault that traditional
wild.
marriage and family suck.
Yeah, it's not my fault that, you know, the not paying workers makes people hate themselves. And making people hate themselves makes them hate others.
I like the movie that we watched on stream like a week ago, where the lesson was divorced dads are the most oppressed class in society, and the only solution is to make marriage illegal, or just even to have just to make kids not get born, I guess.
What?
Tradition has sucked the life out of us. I super agree. I think it's important to make your own traditions.
Tradition, one of my favorite quotes is, tradition is just peer pressure from dead people.
Yeah, fair enough.
Like, there's a difference between retaining your morals and values generation through generation and pressuring the lives of your descendants to
I think
be
there
worse
is like
than
there's
lives
like
of their
a
forefathers.
lesson when you see a lot of the time you'll see like a history, like in a piece of media, you'll see some like village that's like, oh, we do this ritual, but we don't understand why anymore because all of the history has been lost. There's like relevance to that in the world. Like the people just there's the
completely.
blindness of just following a tradition in a certain way, even though we don't understand it.
Yeah, like culture is meant to evolve because culture is just
Yeah,
at
it's
the end of the
part
day.
of part of the essay that we
stripping
were.
it down.
Sorry, you go.
Go ahead. Okay. At the very end of the day, stripping it down to its most primary values, culture is a survival kit. That's all it is. Everything else is stuff we made up. Culture is a survival tool. Community is a survival tool. We are animals. We do this to survive and reproduce. Everything else, just like everything else evolves, culture must also evolve in order for us to survive.
Yeah.
Because it is an evolving toolkit throughout our lives.
Yeah. I think I wish that I could make videos about lighthearted things, like just going over funny memes and things like that. But that is not the kind of fight that I want to be putting up right now. I think there are people out there that are doing a good job at keeping us entertained and keeping us happy already. I want to fucking hit people where it hurts. I'm talking about society.
We live in a society.
Fuck you, society. I do need to get there's a Sam Reich image. I'm gonna see if I can throw it up on screen.
Based on Sam Reich.
I love him. I've been compared to Sam Reich recently. Here's the picture. Here's the picture.
You are Sam Reich.
It's just him saying "fuck you, society" with his middle finger up. I want to get drawovers of this so fucking bad. I need to get my deer look like in this pose. Fuck you, society.
Just superimpose the close-up image on top of Sam's face.
Yeah, that's actually a good idea. I can do that.
The Brennan Lee Mulligan monologue where he's like, laws are just rules made by the dominant socioeconomic class of any given nation. Like that whole spiel. Have you heard that? Yeah. That's us.
That's us right now.
You guys want some bacon?
Bacon.
Speaking of bacon, I have a song I need to show you.
Okay.
Could I put the link in chat? Do we allow that?
No.
Does VIP allow that?
I don't think so.
I think VIP rules.
VIP might. I'm not gonna turn a song on right now, but you should send it to me late so I can look at it later.
Okay, that's fair. I'll do you.
Yeah, you're good.
But it's. What does your status say? Advocate cannibalism.
Advocate cannibalism. Kill everyone now.
So just the low tier.
No, not
meme.
that.
But no.
Stop that.
No, not that one. Not that one.
Advocate cannibalism. Kill everyone now. Eat shit.
So, were you actually superimposing?
Yeah, we're working on it right now. It was a good idea, and I'm already here.
Inspiration has struck. Inspiration hits like a metal pipe.
Yeah, that's fair.
I see that image and I just hear the "fuck you, Baltimore."
Fuck you, Baltimore. Layer, transform, flip horizontally. I must drag it, and we need to shrink it a little first. It needs to be roughly Sam's head shaped.
Oh, it doesn't. Make it bigger, or make it smaller. Smaller could be funnier. Smaller than Sam Reich's head. You just see peaks of his ears over your ears.
Do we erase out so that we can see the suit? I think that's funny.
Yeah, stay in the suit. The suit
We're gonna keep. Oh my god, that was scary.
So what's funny is that his middle finger just looks like he's pointing with his normal finger. Like, his middle finger looks like a pointer finger when it's not. Behold, Sham Reich.
Let's go back on that. I need it to be smaller. No, that's still too big. I feel like 16. Maybe like we're looking for the edges here.
What about edges?
Shut up. Never ever speak in my presence. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Hey, I paid my tithe already.
I think the tithe has ended. Actually, I have a better idea. I have a way better idea.
No, the semi-transparent face.
You like the semi-transparent Sam Raish? I'm sorry that you have to see this, everybody, but inspiration did strike.
It looks like
I need like
Sam Reich is peeping the horrors.
He's peeping the horrors.
You
That's what
are
he's
the
doing.
horrors.
I am the horrors, as we know. Okay, we're gonna start
Horror, but
here.
spelled with a W in the front.
Rude, but also true.
Rude, true. What in tarnation? This is the effect that I have on April. I will not apologize.
For making something beautiful.
Yeah, this is what peak deer performance looks like. This is shitpost 99. I tabbed out for a few minutes. Oh, whoa! Oh, okay. You know what? I'm about it.
Yeah.
I hope you had a nice time.
I'm glad that my community is unashamed of their Jorkin. As you should be. Well, that's all neck. That's all neck, baby.
Yeah. There's something funnier about adjusting the opacity slider.
You love my opacity slider. It makes you look so fucking stupid how much you love my opacity slider.
Just want me for my opacity.
You just want me opaque.
When you told me you wanted to see through me, I didn't think that's what you meant.
So real of you. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Hydrate now. I paid the shekels.
Oh, I don't need to do that. What am I doing?
Oh, magnetic brush, my beloved. Or magnetic lasso.
Magnetic lasso may be the best tool ever invented for human development. Better than the
Honestly,
better than the typewriter, better than the printing press, better than bread. And its sliced form.
better than dildos.
Better than dildos for sure.
Which
Okay.
is because it's in like the most trash program ever created. Adobe programs suck. Like, don't even get me started on Premiere Pro.
Okay, so neck is maybe a little too powerful now, so I need to readjust.
But that's funnier.
No, it looks like I'm wearing him like a skin suit now. I need to fix this.
Yeah, but like, he's cool with it because he's Sam Reich.
But you know what? If you think it's funnier, I'm good with it.
I think the more scuffed it looks, the funnier it looks, but that might just be because I am a chaos gremlin.
So we're thinking this is fine then? This looks good to everybody?
I like it. What do you think, chat? Premiere Amateur, is anyone foolish enough to pay for a subscription to Premiere Pro? True! All my homies hate Premiere Pro.
It just looks weird to me that the neck is fucked up.
Yeah, again, that might just be a humor difference because I like it. The more scuffed it is, I think it's funner. like if you kept the image on like 70% opacity, so that we could still see some of Sam Reich underneath, and he's peeping the horrors.
Would you forgive me if I said that makes it feel more deer-like? Here, we'll keep both versions, right? We'll keep this, and I'll export this. Export as jorked up neck.
Would you still love me if I was Sam Reich?
Yeah. Sure. It's a JPEG now.
I don't even watch Dropout stuff all the time, but I still pay the subscription purely because I think they're doing good work.
I love the gays.
Even if it's not always to my personal taste. Fuck you, society.
Fuck you, society.
Fuck you, Baltimore. You know, I think I've come to a realization.
Yeah, what's up?
The semi-transparency is funnier on its own, but it being 100% opacity makes it work better with the meme in question.
So I'm looking to line up roughly with the cheek, I think, to make the neck make sense. So if I put here, because we can just make her head taller than Sam's head to cover it up. I'm good with that. I think that maybe she still needs to shrink a little bit. This image has the mandate of heaven? I don't know about that.
No, I'm saying, like, that is the mandate of heaven, making the head taller. I can't say that it has the mandate of heaven because there is no God here. There is no God.
Beautiful.
In this image.
She's beautiful.
Look at him and tell me there's a God. He made me in his own image.
Okay, we're gonna choose
Well,
this,
April-
and we're smudging. We're gonna smudge. We're gonna smudge Sam's head a little bit so that it doesn't appear.
We're scrunging.
We're scrunging. And then we're also gonna... Okay, this needs a whole layer of itself, so I need a new layer. Can I do this to a layer? Just new layer, yeah.
Back from therapy, obviously we've moved on from a cult.
Merged
I mean,
it.
that's supposed to be
Yeah.
cultural critique. Yeah, turns out I hit April with inspiration.
I needed to create... I think that when you are seized by the desire to make art, you should follow it. I'm sorry that you hate me. I'm sorry you hate art.
Like I said, I'm Ragnarok. That's me. I'm on call. I've been friends with April for, what, 5 years?
As many
6
years as I've been a girl, at least.
Yeah, way before you transitioned.
She's beautiful.
No, but I know, like, I was about to say it. I said that before. It looks like his pointer finger, but it is in fact his
It
middle
is his
finger.
middle finger, yeah. You can add a little shadow. You can use the dodge burn tool. So it's darker.
Add shadow to the sides of his suit that's covered by April's hair.
I've been here the whole time. It's true.
You've been here the whole time.
I'm not even on the right layer. Awesome.
Photoshop things.
GIMP.
Yeah,
Actually,
you said that I hated you. As I said before, hate you? Yes. Want you to die? No, because then I can't hate you anymore.
Yeah, sure. We're smudging again.
I promise we're friends. I promise. I
This
promise
is
we're
how.
not.
This is what love is like. This is what sibling rivalry sounds like.
Not the sibling rivalry. No.
You hate me. You want me to die.
Oh, that's you said like the exact thing you needed to make me feel guilty as hell. Oh. Okay, well, I think if I wait any longer, my partner is going to start asking questions. As
Yeah,
to
yeah. Go have fun, dum dum.
Called them yet?
We love you, honey.
Well, I am having fun. If you're still on in like what? I mean, you said 5 hours, and you've already been live for 4 hours, so I don't know how long you plan on staying on, but you know, if you are still live by the time we're done, I will probably hop back in.
Alright, yeah,
Not
no
calling,
problem,
but
no
I'll be
problem.
Back in chat.
Have a good rest of your night, okay?
Yeah, you too. Sis, love you, chat.
See
You guys
ya.
Bye-bye.
Aroof, aroof, aroof. Did I hydrate? I am. Thanks for calling. Perfect. Alright, let's see if this looks good for everybody. I think that looks better, personally. We're just exporting that. We're going to put them both on screen at the same time, and then y'all can decide which you think is funnier. And then I'll post it on the internet for everybody to see. This one's way better. There's more love in it. Yeah. Oh god. It's me. How do I... Where's the fucking... Whatever. Oh my god. Yeah, I made 2 of them. Yep. Everybody... I do have GIMP v3, I think. If we don't talk about it, then it won't get caught. Don't worry about it. These are the two. I think it's the one on the left personally. Yeah. All right. We'll do that. Arr! Sorry, I gotta manipulate some windows real quick. That was really embarrassing. I am very professional most of the time about that stuff. I do try to keep these things separate. Alright, I'm gonna post it on the internet, and then y'all are gonna have to go do something about that. There we go. Okay. Oh shit. We're getting some real lawsuits out of all that. That's awesome. Yeah, lawsuit these fucking, like, I do not necessarily agree with the, like, the lawsuit as necessarily a means of, like, protest. But I will say I have been enjoying seeing these people get, like, talked back to in the only language they understand. It's posted in my server. It's like right-wing influencers. How's that? Fuck you, society. That's on the internet. You can go post about it. I need to follow Pumpkin. Fuck you, society. Made live on stream. You went to my server? No, it's the stream server. I'm sorry you got Ryan Gosling skibbity toileted. That's awesome. Did that help? Now everyone had to see it. I hope everybody's having a good day. Do I need an ID to see that in Texas? Probably, honestly. I'm not anymore. Good. I mean, when I ruin your whole fucking day. It looks kind of like he's singing the pop, the city pop. The queer communes. Yeah. That's me. I want to read to you a story from a website that I found. This is PITT, or Parents with Inconvenient Truths About Trans. Pits? Yeah, so I want to read to you some of the delusions posted on this website. Yeah, this website is awesome. I'm gonna Google the word Minecraft. Let's read this. I had this one open separately. I don't know why it wasn't here. So, how a seemingly innocent gift led to my child becoming trans. In 2014, my son started to ask for the popular block building computer game known as Minecraft. Later that year, my wife and I decided to get said game for him, and he loved it. He constantly showed us his latest creations and buildings. Little did we know, this seemingly innocent game was actually a gateway drug to cross-sex hormones, wrong gender pronouns, and a replaced name. You see, while it may seem like a healthy outlet for creative expression, Minecraft is actually a very popular game among the so-called trans-identifying children. The reason for this is because the game allows for expression of dangerous ideas, and has little to no moderation, being primarily single-player. One of the most problematic parts of this horrible game is the ability for players to upload their own skins. Essentially, each player can create a character for themselves in simple photo editing apps such as Photoshop. This means that the selection of characters is limited only by the player's imaginations. On the surface, this seems to be a positive of the game, but it turns out that it's not. This unlimited customization dangerously blurs the boundaries of gender and sex, and especially considered the predominantly young player base of Minecraft, can be very confusing in terms of gender. One of these confused young people is my son, now 21 years old, who it turns out had been using the default girl skin of Minecraft, often shown in marketing alongside a more fitting masculine character. While this is not concerning on its own, having done so since the age of 11 will surely have contributed to his gender confusion. However, this dangerous, confusing option is not the only element of Minecraft that contributed to my son's gender confusion. You see, while Minecraft is most often single-player or on large-scale minigame type servers, essentially giant online arcades made in the block game, it can also be played in the traditional survival mode in multiplayer. While multiplayer games are an excellent way for kids to interact with each other, it can also provide a way for them to communicate dangerous ideas without the guiding hands of their parents. Ever technically minded, my son set up a multiplayer server to play with his boyfriend when they were 14 years old, and just started dating. Unfortunately, due to Minecraft's neglectful failure to include any filters or safeguards against dangerous and confusing ideological statements, it served as a funnel for the two of them to encourage each other in their transitions. Yes, that's right. My son's boyfriend is also gender confused. What's worse is that these two, who are perhaps the worst possible people for each other, are engaged to get married in a lesbian wedding this fall. I, of course, was not invited. Heaven forbid I try to save my son from his horrible confusion. This other boy, I suspect, is the reason that my son is so confused as to his gender. And if another confused youth with no malicious intent was able to confuse my son through the game of Minecraft, imagine what maliciously intending adults can do to children whose parents are less vigilant about who their children are connecting with online. Not everyone has as much time for supervision as my wife and I had, and even then, we failed our son. So this is a warning to parents to be very wary of Minecraft and other such online games without strict parental controls. And if your child already has Minecraft, as it has become much more popular in the last few years, be sure to check what skin they are using, and to have a talk about the possible confusion that could arise from using one that does not align with their gender. Sincerely, a forgotten father. Do not let your children play Team Fortress 2. I can't, there's no possible way my kid had an idea of their own. That's not how I raised them. Sex is obviously bad and gay. It's true. Would you like to read one posted today? Would you like to read one posted today? 9 hours ago. When identity is when identity is shaped by isolation and influence on the last day of Pride. Incredible. When identity is shaped by isolation and influence. We're seeing a growing number of young people who are highly intelligent, introverted, anxious, and deeply immersed in virtual environments. From gaming platforms to Reddit threads, Discord chats, Twitch streams, and other anonymous communities. That's you! That's me! That's us! We're the Twitch stream. We're Twitch streams, guys! Oh my god, they're looking at us. We're causing the problems. Me causing all the little problems. We caught a stray, baby. All right. The danger. And other anonymous communities. These aren't just hobbies or platforms. For many, they're entire ecosystems of affirmation, ideology, and influence. That's us. I am an echo chamber. I'm an entire ecosystem of ideology and affirmation and influence. I will do that to you. I will influence you to be fucking cool. Sorry. It's so fucking clicky. Oh, Girl Pound is toxic. For not being trans enough? Ew. I am a raging ideologue, that's true. I don't think there was ever a way I wasn't gonna be. The danger isn't necessarily in the interest itself, anime, games, etc., but in the lack of counterbalance, a grounded support system, strong role models, and a clear sense of identity and purpose outside of the screen. An empty, unguarded mind becomes fertile ground for whatever is planted. If truth isn't being sown, something else will be. In these spaces, there's often a constant encouragement to question everything, especially your identity. Who you are, what you are, why you feel out of place. These questions, asked in isolation and echoed in groupthink environments, can spiral into deep confusion, especially for youth who are already struggling socially or emotionally. And when someone who's feeling unseen finally finds a community that says, "We see you, you belong here, your feelings define your truth," that's incredibly powerful. But it can also be deeply misleading. What many forget is this: affirmation doesn't always equal truth. And confusion is not clarity just because it's widely echoed. The transgender ideology, when introduced through these platforms without critical context or balanced perspectives, can become more than just a personal journey. It becomes a trend, a tribal badge, or worse, a misdiagnosed solution to deeper issues like anxiety, trauma, loneliness, or a craving for belonging. Sometimes I think about it this way. Today, a young person may say they're trans, not because it was an unshakable truth from within, but because that's what their environment, their online culture, and their peer group consistently reflect and affirm. But place that same young person on a quiet farm surrounded by cowboys and cattle dogs, and they might just be wearing boots and a hat, never once questioning their identity. That's not to mock anyone. It's to highlight how deeply identity can be shaped by the voices that surround us. It's not about blame. It's about awareness. And it's about asking, are we giving our kids the tools they need to navigate a world that's trying to redefine them every day? Because if we don't sow truth early, something else will take root. Boots, hat, and transgender? True. Cowboy trans boy? Are we talking about Brave Star? Brave Star? Marshall Brave Star? Marshall Brave Star? I can do whatever I want. Fuck you, society. I can keep getting away with it. So yeah, check out this fucking website. It's hilarious. We didn't see this coming. Part 2, through the lens of hindsight. When my son started secondary school, I was worried, as any parent would be. To get there, he had to catch a bus from the bottom of our road. I wanted to walk all the way down with him just to make sure he was okay, but he didn't want me to. In the end, we compromised. He let me walk part of the way. I said goodbye, watched him walk off alone, and then turned around and cried the whole way back home. In his first year of secondary school, he'd started talking about a new friend he'd made, a boy who, like him, was a little bit different. His friend was autistic, and they seemed to understand each other in a way that felt easy and genuine. I was in touch with the boy's mom, and before long they were spending time together outside of school. He even stayed overnight at his friend's house. For his birthday, they went coasteering together. He was still very much an outdoor boy at heart. I don't know what that is. It coastering, like to the amusement park together. I didn't know that was a verb. I have photos from that time. Him climbing, laughing, soaking up the adventure. He was still finding joy in the world. That same year, he went on his first trip away from home with Scouts, a jamboree in Holland. It felt like a milestone, like he was growing into independence one step at a time. Little did I know this would be the beginning of a series of letdowns and the slow unraveling of his friendship groups. Toward the end of that first year, his friend, the one he'd grown close to, had to move away. I tried to talk to my son about how he felt, but he shut down. I gently said he must be feeling sad, and asked if they were going to keep in touch, but he gave me nothing to work with. From that point on, it was as if a door had quietly started to close between us. He stopped sharing who his friends were. Instead of names, he'd mention friend 1 or friend 2, and I was left to guess who he meant. Ah! Woof! Oh! Woof! Woof! Incredible. I'm glad that it figured out what to do with that. The stick bug overpowered by Ball, truly. You tag team? That was cute. Ball caused a double stick bug, true. Get stick balled. It was around this time that something in him began to shift. He would sometimes explode in sudden rages over things that seemed small, and then break down in uncontrollable tears. Afterward, he'd retreat into silence, shutting off all communication. As parents, we'd always tried to protect and guide him with intention. We didn't give him a phone until his second year of secondary school. We wanted to hold off as long as we could. We had a Kano computer at home, which he used for programming and creative play. We encouraged him to explore the digital world through curiosity and imagination, not social pressure. We had no screens in bedrooms rule and tried to limit screen time online. Above all, we wanted him outside, in nature, where we enjoyed spending time together as a family. But despite our efforts, something was clearly wrong. On the rare occasions I managed to reach through the silence, he'd reveal glimpses of what was going on, just enough for me to understand that he was being bullied at school. He wouldn't tell me what was being said, and he wouldn't let us intervene. It was as if he was trying to carry the weight of it all alone, even as it slowly wore him down. In 2019, we had a beautiful family holiday climbing in France. We took him and his younger brother to Fontainebleau. And the Arc... I don't know. I don't speak fucking French. On a climbing trip. Some mountains on a climbing trip. And they both loved it. It was the kind of experience we'd always dreamed of giving them. Adventure, nature, time together outdoors. Of course, there were still moments, occasional bursts of frustration when he couldn't climb as well as he wanted to, but overall, it was a joyful trip full of laughter, shared challenges, and connection. It went so well that we immediately booked to return the following April. But the world, as it turned out, had other plans. There's gonna be a part 3. That didn't tell us anything other than I suck and I didn't take care of my kid. All that says is my kid was too hard for me to take care of, and I didn't want to care about them very much. They were just too autistic, and I didn't really understand them and didn't really make an effort to. Oh god. God, all of these suck. Incredible. This one specifically calls out Jamie Dodger. I love Jamie. That sucks. Oh my god, they're gonna blame Jamie for like turning their fucking daughter trans. Incredible, disgusting. They're a YouTuber that I watch. They're just I reaction channel, kind of. But they're also a PhD scientist in gender studies. And has like a book about learning what trans is, which I should fucking probably get. Yeah, Jamie's great. I love Jamie. He's genuinely been like a really, really helpful resource to point people towards and be like, yeah, trans people are just like normal. Like he's just kind of a cringe guy, and I love that for him. Let people transition and just a dude. Let people transition into basic white women like me. I love pumpkin spice. Yeah, I don't want to look at this anymore. Yeah. 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 We love trans boys. We do. Yeah. Yeah. Jordan Peterson versus 20 atheists. Alright, let's watch more of this video because I was already working on it. Suddenly guys are way cooler when I know we're both experiencing the same euphoria of advanced self-actualization. Yeah! I agree.
Kept the thumbnail image of Peterson smiling, which will become funnier and funnier as we show more and more clips of Peterson's face as he talks. But they definitely had to change the title, because while a video where a Christian who believes in the Bible debates atheists has a clear intent, this video doesn't anymore. It's just 20 atheists versus some guy with some vague thoughts about religion and stories and stuff. There's no clear opposing positions, and it immediately makes the entire thing pointless. Don't watch it. I wish I didn't. This change of title also immediately moves the goalposts for Jordan Peterson. These people presumably sat down thinking they were going to debate a Christian about the specifics of Christian teachings. But Peterson has now presented himself as a sort of amorphous fog where he can choose which parts of Christianity he chooses to defend and which ones he can sort of brush off.
Well, I can't explain the rapture to you because that isn't something I concern myself with, and that's more of a sectarian belief than something that's central to Christianity. Now, there's all sorts of evangelical Protestants who might disagree with that, but that doesn't have anything to do with me.
He does this several times throughout. Someone will say, well, what about the Christian belief in blank? And he'll just say, well, that doesn't interest him. At the same time, he'll constantly cite specific parts of the Bible that do interest him to make a point, such as one story that depicts God as unknowable.
God puts him between two cliffs, so he can just see a crack of what's in front of him. And when God walks by, he allows him to see his back. Okay, so the implication of that story is that the divine is fundamentally unknowable. It's a pinnacle experience. The God that's defined in that manner, right, is not a simple personification. It's not a simple old man in the sky. It's something that in its essence is unknowable and overwhelming. And that isn't, in my experience, the God that's defined by atheists who are attempting to undermine the story.
Sure.
What?
But then he'll later note that he doesn't really know which stories are metaphors or truth or what.
But I don't know the answer to the questions that you're asking. You know, it's the case that forever when people have been interpreting religious stories, they wrestled with exactly the question that you just described. When is it fact? When is it poetry? When is it music? When is it metaphor? When is it ritual? When is it time-bound?
Talking about this doesn't like make any sense though. Like you don't have a position. You're just saying words. God damn. He's like a slushy in human form.
Is that your interpretation of the Bible, if you cannot tell us, again, if these historical events happened or not, that can be the deciding factor in if someone is like damned to hell for eternity, or if they go to heaven, right? So that's why
I don't concern myself so much with that particular question. You know, like that would be something that would stem more from an evangelical viewpoint, and I'm not putting that down, by the way.
You see what I mean? It's all just metaphors and poetry that he's also going to cite in specific instances as being true, and then in other instances will say, well, I don't know anything about that. You'll have to ask someone else, which makes it fundamentally impossible for his beliefs to be clearly defined. So the whole video feels like one big circular ramble, like listening to people on cocaine talk about music. He also, fittingly, says this at one point.
So God says that you can own people as property. He says that you can beat them with a rod too. He commands genocide in Deuteronomy, in Numbers, and in Samuel. I mean, they have a goddamn baby barbecue in Numbers. Like, is all of this in line with Christian ethics?
No, the biblical library is a continuing story, and everything written in it has to be contextualized by the entire text. There's 65,000 hyperlinks in the biblical text. And you can take pieces of it out of context and criticize them, and that's what you're doing.
Very true. People can just cherry pick parts of the Bible. Can't they, Jordan? We're not here to talk about the damn Bible, by the way. This is about the very unprecise way Jordan Peterson speaks and debates, despite precision in speech being one of his rules for life, which becomes very evident when he's talking about such a malleable subject as religion. The Bible is already the subject of so many interpretations that a conversation about it can easily be unproductive, let alone one with Jordan Peterson, which once again is why this surrounded video...
I don't know if any conversation with Jordan Peterson has ever been able to be described as productive just because of the way that he is.
Kind of sucks. Ultimately, the only thing it does highlight, and what's quite amazing, is the sloppy way Jordan Peterson uses words themselves. Much like the Bible can be sometimes literal or sometimes a metaphor, so too does Jordan Peterson constantly change the rules for the conversation he is having. And you can see this in each of the claims he makes in the video.
Atheists reject God, but they don't understand what they're rejecting.
If you know Jordan Peterson, you probably know how this goes, because the obvious question you need to ask him there is, what do you mean by God? And Peterson opts for the very vague and very broad God is unknowable path as he described in that earlier clip we showed.
The God that's defined in that manner, right, is not a simple personification. It's not a simple old man in the sky. It's something that in its essence is unknowable and overwhelming.
Well,
and
but what does that mean?
That isn't, in my experience, the God that's defined by atheists who are attempting to undermine the story.
This becomes immediately frustrating because what he's now saying is that since God is described as the unknowable, anyone who believes that there are unknowable aspects of their world automatically believes in God. And people instantly start calling him out on this.
It seems like, yes, if you define religion to mean anybody that has an aim, anybody that looks at the unknown, anybody who wants to go from chaos to order is inherently religious, then yes. But also in the same way, I could define atheist as somebody who doesn't dogmatically believe in a religion or somebody who doesn't regularly attend religious services or belong to
You need, in order to have a discussion, not even in order to have a debate, but in order to have a discussion about an idea, you need to, because like our existences exist in each of our heads in so different of a way, we need to have a definition of what we are talking about that we agree on in order to have a discussion about it. You cannot just keep moving the goalposts forever. You have to be able to pin down something, otherwise you don't even have a position, you're just saying words.
Denomination.
And what follows is basically that. A group of frustrated people arguing about the definition of words instead of the subject itself, to the point that some very patient people start talking to Peterson like he's 5 years old.
When I'm saying that I reject the concept of God, I'm aware of these other definitions of God, but I think that when we use words, we tend to only imply one meaning at a time. So the same way that I would say the Mona Lisa is moving emotionally, but I would not say it's moving physically. I would say I reject the concept of God in this very literal way. But
what literal way?
The way that God is this omniscient, omnipotent, agentic, supernatural being.
God, look at him with that blank expression. He
just does
never
not-
changes that
he has
expression
never
for the
thought a
entire thing,
thought
except when he's
in
really
his whole
angry. So
fucking
I guess it's
life.
like 50-50. This is now 12 minutes into the surrounded video, and people are still having to explain to him how words work, how conversations go, and how
That's
what
fucking
atheists are
crazy.
challenging is the specific religious dogma around Christianity, because they thought that was what they were there.
What a stupid, stupid man. What a stupid idiot man that's managed to con his way into a position of power and authority. That's incredible. It is truly snake oil world out there. Because what the fuck do you think they're cutting Medicaid for, right? They're cutting Medicaid so that people that sell you pills on the internet are gonna make fuck tons of extra money, and people who these people who don't have enough money to afford healthcare and afford medicine, and they're gonna start thinking it's a scam because it's too expensive, and so they're gonna start sending their money to people who are selling them solutions, like churches or people that are selling boner pills on the internet. Incredible. Hello, beautiful. I love you. I'm sorry I didn't get the dishes wrapped up, but it's okay. Hi. I love you.
To fucking talk about in the first place. And every time they start to get into the actual conversation, Peterson just keeps grabbing them by the ankles and dragging them down into this weird bog of semantics. Eventually, this very patient guy gets Peterson to define God.
So Elijah, the prophet Elijah, defined God in the Old Testament as the voice of conscience within.
Okay.
That's a definition.
So you're saying by that definition of God, I guess, see, this kind of goes back to where I'm saying initially.
I'm not defining it. Elijah defined
Okay, so
it.
as Elijah defines
It's
God.
defined that way in Jonah, too.
Okay, so as
Cardinal Newman also
got
defined it that
as,
way.
as I'm sure you know many people who defined it that way. I do
fuck,
think
dude?
there are lots of interesting ways to define God, and that goes back to my
Then,
kind of
then
opening
how do we
statement.
specify what we're arguing about?
We use
By-
context clues, or we
By
again, it
use-
goes back to my example.
That's a good fucking question, Jordan. How would we define the specifics of what we're talking about? It's almost like we make a definition that we agree on so that we can have a discussion about an idea that's very hard to grasp onto. Almost like words mean things, and we use them for specific purpose as a tool, so for understanding. Not like oh my god, get me out of the fucking slime of semantics that comes out of this man's mouth. It doesn't matter. The things that you say are stupid. All of the words that you're saying don't mean anything. Like, all of them mean something, but because you're gonna just argue about, like, the definitions of the definitions of the definitions. Like, you need to define things so that we can have a discussion about an abstract idea. How do you not understand this very basic thing? How are you considered an intelligent person or an authority figure?
I'm defining God as conscience.
Oh, okay. I guess we all believe in God and he wins because he swapped the word God with conscience. Masterfully played, sir. Hilariously, moments before, when Peterson first brings up conscience, he tells the guy this.
What are you getting at?
I'm getting at the fact that your conscience guides you. Is that reasonable?
Conscious is defined by
Conscience.
my empathy and my reason are my foundational.
Define it any way you want.
Okay.
Define in any way you want? Who do you think you're talking to, Jordan Peterson? Jordan Peterson? Anyway, this guy, this saint, keeps trying to explain the basic concept of words to this deadpan dildo until Peterson finally drops what I think he thinks is the truth bomb.
Atheists reject God, but they don't
Right,
understand
but
what they're rejecting.
you're
You
being-
accept conscience as a guide, and conscience is one of the defining characteristics of God in the Old Testament.
I think you're being intellectually disingenuous.
So,
super
his argument
agree.
is that atheists reject God, but don't understand what they are objecting to. Because atheists recognize and follow their conscience, which is one of the characteristics of God in the Bible. One of. Again, I'm not here to debate the existence of God because I'm just not drunk enough. But you could use this argument for anything. I could say that people who reject the existence of Freddy Krueger don't understand what they are objecting to because they also acknowledge that people have dreams or wear striped sweaters. You could, of course, use a lot of words to characterize God. Truth. One of the characteristics of God in the Bible is also truth. So if you believe in truth, do you have to believe in God? People can easily believe in the concept of a conscience without attributing it to God. In fact, Peterson is surrounded by only people who don't think their conscience is also God. So ultimately, he's saying that atheists don't understand his, as in Jordan Peterson's broad and vague definition of God. And it's not even his. Peterson seems frustrated to be even asked and kind of brushes off the need to even define God. Like he wasn't prepared for these simple requests. He says, well, Elijah defined it this way, as if he's throwing this guy a bone. Jordan, you're the one slowing this conversation down. They want you to define God. And wouldn't you know it, I don't want to get bogged down with definitions or whatever, but what Peterson said, quote, Elijah defined God as the voice of conscience within, isn't really true.
Damn.
None of these people, neither the characters from the stories nor Cardinal Newman, define God as the voice of conscience within. They consider the conscience to be something divine, yes, an aboriginal vicar of Christ, as the cardinal phrases it. Or simply put, the conscience is the voice or a tool of God used to guide people toward truth and goodness. That's not defining God as the conscience. That's attributing something else to the actions or intentions of a spiritual being who has yet to be defined. It's an extension of God. If your friend Brad sends you instructions and advice in the mail, you wouldn't say, the definition of Brad is the mail. Again, not to get definitionally bogged down, but Jordan, this definition sucks and is wrong and a misinterpretation of those fictional and real people's words. Bad job. You still need to define God because you didn't. So obviously, this isn't really a productive conversation. And ultimately, this guy just gets completely exhausted by it.
My definition of God as conscience is a lot more precise and oriented than your definition of the God that you hypothetically disbelieve in.
It's irrelevant to the fault lines of this debate.
How is it irrelevant?
Because in common parlance, when we're talking about atheists, God, belief, not belief,
I
we're
don't
not
care
talking
about common parlance. I'm trying to get to something fundamental.
I think your point is irrelevant to the way that people tend
Which
to use
point?
these words. Your point that there are these polysemous
He
ideas of
doesn't
God.
know what he's talking about.
I made a specific point that God was associated with conscience.
I just feel like you kind of retreat into this semantic fog.
I'm not retreating at all. I'm advancing, sir. You are retreating.
No, you are, sir. Argument one. Yeesh, we are only at the 18-minute mark of the 90-minute surrounded
Oh my
video,
God, it's
and
like
I
a-
already feel like sleeping forever.
It's a
His
fucking
next claim.
movie? It's as long as a movie. That's insane. Oh, gross. Oh, this disgusting little clammy man. He sickens me, truly. Again, more
Is that
injected
morality
into
and
me.
purpose cannot be found within science. Almost immediately, someone points out that early humans and chimps absolutely have morality and compassion, and it becomes immediately clear that Peterson is playing yet another word game.
Science has to exist within a moral framework that isn't in itself scientific.
How's that not scientific?
Well, because it's not derived from the scientific process, as you just
It
indicated
doesn't need
by
to derive
pointing
from the
to
scientific process.
Well,
It's
hang
the
on,
fact that
hang on a sec.
we are social animals, so we need that to exist as a group.
So, okay. So when his claim was that morality cannot be found within science, I think everyone assumed he meant that morality can't be found in nature, or that it isn't explained by science and therefore is the work of God. But does he mean that morality wasn't literally created through the scientific method? Like, because we didn't find morality with beakers or a hypothesis or something, it has to be from God? I don't know. He does seem to try and claim that science can't explain morality, gets corrected, and just dismisses it completely.
You pointed to the morality of Neanderthals, to the morality of chimpanzees. They didn't derive that from science.
They don't need to. That's not how
That's
that works.
my point.
Science explains it. So you
No,
just-
science doesn't explain morality.
It doesn't explain how social animals would need to be.
Well, that's a
altruistic?
complicated question.
Is it? But we see it though.
Yeah, but explaining the evolution of morality and explaining morality itself aren't the same thing.
Okay, so you're asking why does this happen?
Yes, that's more accurate.
Because we're social animals and we
yeah,
need
but there's
to be.
more to it than that.
Is there?
Sure.
Now, I would actually argue that just because something developed before the scientific method was codified doesn't mean that all the elements of the scientific method didn't exist. There were still millions of years of questioning, hypothesizing, experimenting, analyzing, coming to conclusions, and communicating. We are, after all, social animals. But whatever. You might also be wondering what the point of this claim even is, because everyone else certainly was. Saying that morality cannot be found within science is, again, broad and confusing in relation to religion. It would be helpful if Peterson actually explained what he means at the top of this, but people have to kind of tease it out of him throughout each segment, or in Peterson's nightmares, pump it out of him. You have to assume that he's making a point about God here, because why else would he be bringing it up in this video? But every time someone asks a direct question or looks for clarity, this happens.
I wasn't ready for the Jordan Peterson quote-unquote accidental fetish post. I wasn't prepared. I knew about it, but I didn't want to see it. I'm filth. We are all filth. Yeah, right, accidental.
It's not driven by a higher power. It's driven on our experiences as humans.
So if there is a God and there is a moral code and it doesn't come at your benefit, are you going to follow it?
It depends on how you define your benefit. If you define your benefit,
if it's going to come at your expense, would you still
Define
follow
your
it?
expense.
If God, I don't care. I still wake up every day and I have motivation to be a moral person.
define moral.
Absolutely exhausting. What a slog of a man. One of the things Peterson keeps stressing in the video is that he's not trying to win a debate and just wants to have a conversation. But people who have conversations don't need to constantly clarify definitions of common words. This feels more like he's stretching for time rather than engaging in an honest exchange,
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
He's litigating every word, often to completely avoid the original question. Because at this point, no one seems to know what he's trying to say or what he even believes. And so
I feel like this is like snake oil intellectualism. This is like the ability to fucking sell someone some whatever balderdash you're talking about. Like he's not even like charismatic, right? He's just vile. He's a vile bad man.
eventually, someone gets extremely frustrated and just asks him point blank if he believes in an all-knowing and all-powerful God. And boy, the answer might surprise you.
So do you believe in the all-knowing, all-powerful, all-good notion of God?
What do you mean by believe?
Actually, it won't surprise you. Holy fucking shit, Jordan. This is worse than that Bill Clinton testimony. This whole thing kind of feels like a trial. It feels like Jordan Peterson is guilty or hiding something and is trying to talk around it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
We will come back to that.
Oh,
but if
geez.
you're wondering how this define believe conversation goes, let's find out.
What do you mean by believe?
Do you think it to be true?
That's the circular definition. What do you mean
How
when
is
you
that
say
circular?
you believe?
How is that circular?
Because you added no content to the answer by substituting the word true and believe.
I said you think it to be true.
All right. So if
What's
you
a
believe something, you stake your life on it.
What?
What do you mean by that?
That's a whole different sentence.
You live for it and you die for it.
Okay, so the correct thing to do here is to repeat the original question. Remember, the original question was asking him if he believes in an all-knowing and all-powerful God. Just repeat that question. Do it. Come on.
Okay, so you're saying that you don't believe something if you wouldn't die for it?
Not really, no.
Okay. So then,
How would you define belief? Something you say?
Can I explain? Like, I could believe it is the case that this pen exists, but if someone like threatened my life, right, I would lie in order to be able to save my life, right? Like, I think you would do that too. You wouldn't lie to save your
Don't
life.
be so sure.
What?
You wouldn't lie to save your life?
Guys, hey guys, can we get back to that original question? Again, it seems like he's distracting from the original question, so if someone could just remind him.
Would you lie to like save your children, your mom, your dad?
I don't think lying would save them.
Can there ever be a circumstance logically that lying could save someone?
Yeah, and if you're steeped in sin, you're likely to live in circumstances like that.
I'll give you an example. If you're like in like Nazi Germany, and it is the case that there's like Jewish people in your attic and you're trying to protect them, would you lie to like the Nazis? If
I
they're
would have
asking?
done everything I bloody well could, so I wouldn't be in that situation to begin with.
So he
It's a
would
hypothetical.
He
It's
would
not
need to
answerable.
protect the
Is my
Jews.
nose bleeding? I can't see out of one eye. Please, just go back to the question, guys. Or could we maybe just take a break for a second so I can lie down? I'm feeling a bit...
No, he cannot.
Don't play games.
I'm not playing games. I'm just
Yes,
asking
you
if you
are.
needed to.
If you present me with an intractable moral choice that's stripped of context and you back me into a corner, you're playing game. I just told you I would do everything that I could.
Just a hypothetical question.
To make sure that I'm never in that situation. By the time you've
But what would you? Okay, so you do everything you could to make sure you're never in that situation. But then by definition, that means you wouldn't be hiding the Jews in your attic. So you think it's actually bad that they did that because they were putting themselves and their family in danger? Jordan Peterson, what are you talking about? If you need hypotheticals are a useful tool in order to discuss complicated ideas. It's testing your logic, it's testing your morals. You need to be able to answer hypotheticals. It's important for conversations which you claim to be wanting to have. It's intellectual flatulence. I do love this guy's mom tattoo. That's great.
there, you've made so many mistakes that there's nothing you can do that isn't a sin.
Being born in Nazi Germany and trying to protect people that you care about, like there could be a Jewish friend that you have and you want to protect them.
I think you should
have
just
them in
give
your
up on
attic.
that line of questioning.
Give up on just like trying to clarify your position? Because you don't like, are you like uncomfortable with me asking this question? It's just
He's
a basic
just dead.
hypothetical. Like I could ask you.
It's just a basic
Yeah, yeah.
hypothetical
Like,
where you're,
like
you
if you-
put Jews' lives at stake in Nazi Germany. That's just a basic hypothetical.
Obviously, you would lie in that scenario to save their life, but you're like not trying to answer this question for some reason.
I just told you why.
Are you anti-fascist? Like, so you're
Why are
anti-fascist?
you asking that?
I was just asking, just clarifying.
Wait, so is he gonna save the Jews from the Nazis or not? Answer the
What is
question,
going
Jordan.
on?
He scoffs at the idea that it's a basic hypothetical, except like a moment earlier.
Trying to protect them? Would you lie?
Yeah, you know the example because it's a basic hypothetical. Also, I have to point out that Jordan refuses to answer this hypothetical and emphatically, multiple times, claims he simply wouldn't find himself in that situation. Disgusting of you to even suggest. Except,
and I get my students, I said, look, I've told them this for 30 years. Here's something you have to understand. If you were in Nazi Germany, the statistical probability is overwhelming that you would have been a perpetrator, right? You think you would have rescued Anne Frank. It's like, think again. Those people are very, 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 very rare. They put their lives on the line to do that. They put their families' lives on the line to do that. You think you're one of those people? Really?
got his
It's like
ass.
that, all that means is that you know nothing.
my God.
You know nothing about yourself. You know nothing about people. You know nothing about politics or economics or history. It's a harsh
Holy
lesson.
you know nothing, huh? Interesting. That's from one of the many, many times he's asserted that if you lived in Nazi Germany, you would have been a Nazi. For 30 years, he told his students that. And yet here he is, vomiting with rage that this young, calm guy is asking if he would hypothetically not be a Nazi. Very odd that you don't answer the question about whether or not you would lie to save a family from the
Holy
Holocaust,
shit.
or whether or not you're an anti-fascist. You seem to not understand hypothetical questions, which according to racists on 4chan is a sign of low intelligence. Who am I? Why am I in this suit? Where did this beard come from? What day specifically did this beard come from? Everything smells like Zelda? Why does it smell like Zelda and fear and vinegar in here? Anyway, I hope that
What?
answered the question of whether or not Jordan Peterson believes in an all-knowing and all-powerful God. But in case you're still confused,
question,
here's another
Jordan.
clip that will clear it up.
So what I'm specifically pointing out here is about religion in particular, since you yourself are a Christian, right?
That's an
people
estrogenized
debate
male
about
right
that,
there,
and I
everybody.
generally don't discuss it publicly.
It has to
Sorry,
be.
wrong clip. I just had to point out that here this man is berating these 20 people and telling them they believe in God. And whenever he's asked if he believes in God, he's like, well, I'll never tell. Although, to be fair to him, that was about being specifically a Christian, which we'll get to, not just believing in God. So do we have a clip of Jordan Peterson straight up calling God fictional?
We characterize that using fiction, because fiction is the abstraction of hierarchies of attentional prioritization and action. And so we could say that in the highest sense, in the biblical corpus, God is the ultimate fictional character. And then we're trying to characterize his nature as that which should be emulated that unites us psychologically and socially.
As YouTuber Alex O'Connor has pointed out, that's what atheists believe. You should be surrounding yourself, Jordan. God is fictional and aspirational. Weird that he admitted it only that one time and then has to play games about his beliefs while convincing everyone that they actually believe in God and are Christians or whatever. I wonder why that is. Anyway, here's one more clip for you to suck on.
Obviously, you don't want your view on religion summarized by it's good for stupid people. Yeah.
Well, I do want it summarized to some degree that way, because one of the things we do.
I'm giving you the opportunity again to put this foot in your mouth.
But I would say not only. I mean, the thing is that we're all stupid, and some of us are far stupider than others. I don't go to church, but there is one thing I admire about the church. And that is that it's managed to serve as a repository for these fundamental underlying fictions for 2 millennia. And that's really something bloody unbelievable.
Okay, so no, he doesn't believe in God. That was way easier than talking about Nazi Germany. He specifically thinks that religion is fiction, but that it's good for stupid people. It has utility. And in that sense, he thinks it's like literarily true, but not literally true. Peterson does like encouraging religion, but isn't religious himself. And people have called him out on that.
The way you talk about God has convinced and will continue to convince some percentage of humanity that it's fine to hold on to this old sort of God, this God that can hear prayers and that can intervene or not in the lives of human beings. My concern is that you could do exactly what you do with religion with astrology, right? It would be no more legitimate to obfuscate the boundary between clear thinking and superstition there.
This guy named Sam Harris, who we're not going to talk about, hones in on Peterson pushing the classic all-powerful version of God. Peterson doesn't deny that he does this, but rather justifies it.
Now, when we look back on the astrologers and we view their contributions to the history of the world with contempt, we should also remember that the people who built Stonehenge, for example, and the first people who determined that our fates were in part written in the stars were people whose astrological beliefs were indistinguishable from their astronomical beliefs. And part of the problem that Sam is pointing to is the difficulty of distinguishing valid poetic impulse from invalid poetic impulse, and that really is a tremendous problem. You see that arise also in people who have religious delusions attendant upon manic depressive disorder or schizophrenia. But so much of what eventually manifests itself as hardcore pragmatic scientific belief has its origin in wild flights of poetic fantasy.
So his point is that while he personally doesn't believe in religion, it seems, he does think that religious belief is good for the stupid masses of dumb idiots to embrace because it's got simple rules to live by, and they'll come to science eventually. I guess, because the people who built Stonehenge believed in fantasy, but also thought the stars were relevant, which in some ways they are. Or whatever. Sure. I'm not going to dig into that. I'm not going to dig into religion. I'm so tired. I just wanted to establish that Jordan Peterson doesn't believe in God in the way that people other than him would define God or believe or in or all the other words. These clips from Surrounded show that Peterson is, objectively, being disingenuous about his religious beliefs for the sake of a larger goal. He's this stuffy intellectual who wants to pretend to lead by example because he thinks it's good to promote religion, even though he himself doesn't need religion. And this is important because from here on, we know this now. We know that every clip we've watched is Peterson being a squirrely liar trying to squirm around that fact. That's why he won't directly answer any question, because he knows the people he's trying to reach won't like the answer. Man, we are not even halfway through this Surrounded video. And because we know all of that, we can use this video to see exactly what tactics Jordan uses to lie and squirm. But it turns out that his bag of tricks isn't very deep, because so far he's mainly just fallen back on litigating the exact definitions of words, inventing new definitions that nobody uses, debating those definitions, and exhausting everyone until the clock runs out. Literally. There's a timer component to these Surrounded videos, because all the best and most productive conversations work the same as supermarket sweep. But again, it's perfect for Jordan Peterson. He's the supermarket sweep of philosophers, after all. And this is where we get to his next big claim, which might be my favorite of them all.
My next claim is that everybody worships something, including atheists, even though they might not know it.
Oh, it's beautiful. Art even, the vagueness, the instant setup for wordplay. Wonderful, frustrating claim, sir. They are about to debate this claim for 20 minutes of the video, which is grotesque. I can voice a rebuttal to his claim in just one word. Are you ready for it? Let's play the clip again so I can reply.
My next claim is that everybody worships something, including atheists, even though they might not know it.
Sure. That's the rebuttal. You could also go with, okay, either one works, because, yeah, sure, fine even. People worship things. Star Wars, spouses, their perfect little dog who recently hurt her back sneezing because she's the cutest little lady in the world and she's so sweet and she'll be okay. I guess I'm not sure how saying that everybody worships something is a checkmate atheists type of moment. The fact that people worship things doesn't prove or disprove the existence of God or the validity of Christianity. It might redefine God and obscure what this debate was supposed to be about, but it doesn't do much else. But because this is a debate show, everyone is about to run to the chair and get into just the most annoying conversations about the definition of the word worship. No one can just say, who cares? Or so what? Even though that's the actual response here. Also, did I mention that they have to literally run to the chair and be the first one there to get to debate? Surrounded makes you run to the chair. Again, like supermarket sweep. What does physical speed have to do with your ability to debate? I guess if you're disabled with limited mobility, you can't be on this show. The show is silly, is my point. But again, that's why it's perfect for Jordan Peterson, the guy who doesn't actually believe in Christianity the way most people do and needs to hide that. He wants to run out the clock with a big confusing conversation on a big confusing show. His own little Lewis Carroll word maze to pass the time. And yet, what's extremely funny is that he somehow, incredibly, ends up losing that game.
How do you define worship?
Prioritize.
Prioritize. So almost like having a preference over something rather than the other.
It's a hierarchy of preferences,
Yeah.
and you use it to direct your attention.
Okay, not what worship means, but okay. We have our definition. And again, sure, people do prioritize things over other things. This isn't a revelation. Atheists, despite not believing in God, still prioritize things. So, I prioritize water over candy. Does that mean I worship water? I prioritize pink starbursts over yellow ones. Do I worship pink starbursts? Is he saying that anything we prioritize, even lastly, is something we worship? Let's ask.
So at what point is it worship? Because it sounds like you're saying
It's
worship
shades.
is almost a spectrum, right?
It's
not a binary. It's not a.
It's kind of like that. That's a good
So
question.
when
It's
is when is it worship as opposed to just I love my wife?
the closer you get to the top or the bottom, the more it's more like
How
worship.
close to the top?
You see how easy it is to get lost in all of this. This has nothing to do with Christianity or religion. They are just talking about what Jordan Peterson thinks the concept of worship is. And I guess he thinks that worship is when something is at the very top or at the very bottom of our hierarchy of priorities. Fine. Sure. Fine. But as this guy is inquiring, it seems like there's a cutoff there. There's a line where something goes from being a priority to a worship. So what does Peterson say about that?
I don't think I worship anything. And if you're saying I have to hit a certain threshold for it to be worship, it is possible I don't worship anything then, right?
It's not possible that you don't worship anything.
What do I worship?
Because you wouldn't attend. Well, love.
So you think I
apparently.
worship love?
Do you attend in consequence of love?
I
I'm trying to define something. What do you mean worship? I told you what I meant. What do you mean?
Hey,
shut the
fuck
up.
You lost your own word game, Pete. As this guy points out in this weird semantics debate, that if worship is when you cross a threshold of priorities, then not everybody necessarily worships something. He set up his own weird rules in his own weird game and lost. So he panics, sputters, asks the guy what he thinks it means, and then goes back on the thing he just said a moment ago.
See, you're making the assumption. You're making the
being.
assumption that only the thing at the top or the bottom has anything to do with worship. And I'm saying that's not true. It's a hierarchy of prioritization.
Motherfucker, you just said that it was about the bottom or the top. We just heard you say it. Here's the clip.
Worship is almost a spectrum, right? It's not a binary. It's not a.
It's kind of like that. That's a good question. It's like
when is it worship as opposed to just I love my wife?
the closer you get to the top or the bottom, the more it's more like
how
worship.
close to the top.
At some point, the horror has to dawn on you that the point Jordan Peterson is making is that everyone likes stuff and has one or a few things they like the most. That's really it. He's using slightly bigger words and tangling it up in a philosophical tone, but he's saying that everyone likes things. And people like some things more than other things. And I guess because everyone likes stuff, that means that atheists are actually religious. Again, they debate this claim for 20 minutes. Just a group of people arguing over the definition of a word. Maybe we shouldn't have to debate something like this. It's not really worth debating. Or to quote a great mind,
well, just because people are stupid about things doesn't mean that their opinion is valid.
Thank you. Great point. See, this is the power that Peterson absolutely has. He knows words. He's a word knower guy.
He's a word knower guy.
People find him to be smart until you really start to think about what he's actually saying or look even a little into the validity of his claims. He's very good at this. It's his true talent. He is a bullshitter. He throws out a big ball of words and forces you to untangle them, only to realize they are meaningless. There's just a turd in that ball. And by the time you realize it, he's gone. I mean, here I am doing that. I'm doing this video instead of a video about a real problem in the world, or like cleaning. Probably not cleaning. I mean, I could be playing Minecraft, actually, or making food in the game Valheim, or making spicy food in Dune Awakening, but I'm here instead. And in a debate form, this is very effective. We're too busy pointing out how his definitions of words are wrong to address the larger and also bad point he's making, or realize that he's just trying to squirm around a truth, or see that he's taking our wallet, or whatever thing he wants to pull. We didn't even get to Peterson's final claim.
I worship Final Fantasy, I prioritize it and will die for it, but I won't answer your silly hypotheticals. Yeah, it's okay. Hey, listen, you know, everybody was cringe and liked somebody cringe. I'll tell you who I used to be a huge fan of, and you're all gonna laugh at me. Are you ready? Are you ready to whoever's video? This is a creator whose videos I watched religiously. I was like, when they came out, I was on it. I used to watch a lot of Rags. Ooh. What's the last video Rags posted? I don't know. It's something gross. I have not followed them forever. But no, it was Rags. Oof. Amazing atheist, right? True, right? I mean, when you're a teenager, somebody who talks loud and sounds like they know what they're talking about is easy to see as somebody who's like knowing what's going on. They're slick talkers, but they're not necessarily like smart. It's Rags. It's here, let me see if their channel's even still up. It's fucking gross, probably. What's Rags doing? Do this one. The fucking dog. The Stardew Valley pronoun problem. Oh god. Anti-wokes are worse than wokes? 60 FPS is overrated? What? You can take the journo out of IGN. Hour-and-a-half video called the Stardew Valley pronoun problem. Awesome. Oh god, I used to watch so much of this person. Maybe I should watch one of their videos and, like, go back into... We can't do this right now. This is gonna be something that I need to do, like, on my own time. I'm the 2-hour video essay that just says Rags is the worst. He's kind of... Oh my god. Oh, he sucks. Are you kidding me? Oh my god. Oh, his opinions are so shitty. Oh, I used to really like this guy. Like I said, I was like every week I was eating the slop. Nom nom nom. Yes, yes, hate women more. Yes, talk about Gamergate. Talk about how cringe SJWs are. Yeah. I loved it. I was a slop consumer, but I managed to get better. Unfortunately, it seems like he's never gotten out of the slop hole. I'm sure he'd make some sort of gross joke about how he's a bisexual and he loves sloppy hole, but I mean, you know, you can't write it better than that. I guess. Alright, any more of this?
Which was that, quote, atheists accept Christian morality, but deny the religion's foundational stories.
Oh.
Again, sure. Like, people accept the morality of Lord of the Rings, but that doesn't mean they have to accept it as truth. It doesn't matter. Oh, well, Lord of the Rings stems from Christian morality. It doesn't matter. Denying that stories
I was just about to say that.
Fuck
Fuck you, Cody.
Doesn't mean one
Shut
is
up.
denying the value or meaning of a story or
Can you imagine if I had paused there like I wanted to? I was thinking about it. I was thinking about pausing it to say like, oh, it's actually based on like Christian morality and everything, and then to play it again just to get mocked. I would have. That's incredible.
a moral lesson. And of course, as you can probably guess, his definition of Christian morality is so broad that it's something everyone would naturally accept.
What does it mean to accept Christian values precisely, or Christian morality?
It means to aim up as hard as you can, no matter what happens to you.
Okay.
Cool, we're all Christians then. I don't care, you win, whatever. Fucking whatever, Jordo. Fuck you. This is, Jordan, incredibly unhelpful. Christian morality isn't aiming high and persevering. He does something similar earlier when he claims that the core of being a Christian is self-sacrifice.
There's many things, but one of the most fundamental is that you believe that the cosmos itself is founded on the principle of voluntary self-sacrifice.
But as a very patient woman points out to him, the core to being a Christian, the requirement to be a Christian, is to believe and accept that Jesus Christ is our Lord and Savior. Well, what do you mean by... No! You know what it means. Stop it. Peterson brings up how Christian thought and ancient Greek thought have some overlap. And the very patient woman asks him, okay, let's say someone just happens to have morals that overlap with Christianity, treating others as they wish to be treated, self-sacrifice, whatever. Is that person a Christian?
Pre-Christian philosophers, for example, and they noted the similarity, let's say, between pre-Christian Greek thought and later Christian thought, and presumed that there were moral actors outside the Christian domain.
Right.
So
is that person Christian, though?
Does that make that person a Christian? If someone has values that happen to overlap with Christian values, does that make a person Christian? His response may not surprise you.
Is that personal?
Well, to some degree, again, that's a matter of definition because they wouldn't.
Incredible restraint from her right there. Exactly, she says, stone-faced, fire in her eyes, correctly. She also points out that by Peterson's definition, if we also ignore that he elsewhere defines God as conscience, God is what you prioritize or worship at the top or the bottom. She points out that many different people have many different values. So by his own rules, there are many, many gods.
Could there be that someone has a priority at their foundation that is different from someone else's?
Oh, definitely.
Essentially, there's not one God, but there are multiple gods, and these gods exist in some realm of truth. It's true that this person has one God and it exists.
Yeah, probably better to think about it as multiple values, but that there's a hierarchy of values with something at the bottom.
Right, but at the bottom is God, and
That's a definition, yeah.
That's a definition, yeah. Yours, Jordan. So there are multiple gods. Well, no, multiple values. But at the bottom is God. Well, that's a definition. It's just, he's a frustrating man. He has created this rhetorical prison for himself to be stuck in. It's weird that this guy has like 5 definitions of God and seems to think that you can be categorized as a Christian without thinking that Jesus Christ is our Lord and Savior who died for our sins. But anyway, as I mentioned way before, whenever anyone brings up a negative aspect of Christian morality, Peterson simply says that the bad stuff doesn't count because he personally isn't interested in it.
Well, I can't explain the rapture to you because that isn't something I concern myself with, and that's more of a sectarian belief than something that's central to Christianity.
So in 1 Samuel 15:3, God says, go and slaughter the Amalekites, slaughter the men, the women, the children, the infants. What's the justification for that? Is that in line with Christian ethics?
That's a good question. I don't really know what to do with the terrible, blood-soaked, saturated history of the human past.
It's so slimy and obvious. Well, I don't concern myself with that really important part of the Bible. Well, I don't know what to do with the blood-soaked history of humanity. Well, we're not talking about that.
Yeah, that's not what we're talking
about.
about.
Demanding that blood-soaked history. It's like playing a board game with a dirtbag child who changes the rules, right? He says that atheists accept Christian morality and then excludes anything that makes that statement wrong. He refuses to say he's a Christian or define himself clearly, so he can just build a belief structure around whatever makes him seem correct. Or, failing that, he just completely halts the conversation by debating the meaning of a word. And even when we know that's what he's doing, we can't help it when the deviations are so juicy and stupid.
And then 400 years later, he commands the Israelites to genocide their great-great-great-great-great-great-grandchildren. That's not a just war at all. And also, a genocide is not a war.
Yeah,
well, genocide can be a war.
No.
Absolutely not.
No.
Yeah. What that other guy said. Holy shit, Jordan Peterson. And he's not the only person on the right to do this. Not justify genocide, although they also do that, but rather play this incredibly annoying word game. This is where we, thankfully, get to step away from this Jordan Peterson video. Because all of this weird semantics tangle, is very common for a lot of conservative debate types. Words in that industry are their tools, after all. And because they are liars, they have to use those tools very loosely. One of the easiest ways to do this is to constantly change how literal or broad they are being with the definition of words. And while we've been talking about the broad side, it's worth talking about the literal side.
Well, first of all, it's not a baby, it's a fetus.
Well, what does fetus mean?
A fetus is in utero.
What does fetus mean in Latin?
What the f***? I'm sorry, is this
It means little human being.
Smiling, very creepy.
Oh, thank God it's a clip of Charlie Kirk. Thanks for the palate cleanser, man. So this was another viral clip, mainly because of that Babadook-ass smile he gives her. But putting that aside, as this lady clearly realizes, what does the Latin definition of fetus have to do with the science of what a fetus is? Even a child could figure out how
It's
stupid
so
that is,
scary.
right? The etymology of a word,
It's
while
like
really
really
interesting,
scary.
isn't the end-all definition of what that word truly means, especially in modern language. It's just a name. It's just what we called something when we first
That's a
realized
freaky
it
guy.
existed. Allosaurus means different or strange lizard. That doesn't mean it watched a bunch of obscure mumblecore films or did the Naruto run everywhere, right? It just means that some people found his bones and decided to bully him, I guess. Or her. You get it. Everyone understands what I'm saying, including Charlie Kirk. But because he didn't want to actually debate abortion,
Yeah, you're right, Jeff
he
the
had to
Killer.
make us debate words. Really old words. This definition game has to be the most pathetic and obvious tactic. And yes, of course, Jordan Peterson also does it.
Is sin like a part of Christian morality?
What do
to
you mean exactly? Sin as
Like
a part.
the
It's missing
concept
the
of sin?
Okay,
Yeah.
it's derived from an archery term, and it means to miss the target.
Oh great, we're back with this video. We had a brief moment of air with Charlie Kirk, but here we are again. Everyone knows that sin doesn't mean to miss or whatever. It's a larger concept tied to a religious ideology and therefore has multiple definitions.
Yeah.
He should understand this since up until this point, he's been nothing but loose with words. Genocide can mean war, but sin means this one thing only. But when he wants to be, Jordan Peterson will suddenly become extremely obtuse about how complex or polysemous words are interpreted. Here's a fun gem.
It's frustrating.
We have Pride Month. Well, what are we celebrating? First of all,
shut the fuck
how about
up,
we don't
Jordan.
celebrate Pride?
Shut your fucking self.
Pride's a cardinal sin.
Grow
and you might
up.
say, well,
Grow
they don't mean
up.
pride, they mean
I fucking hate this discussion. And he's gonna like try to do a rebuttal. Fuck you. If you don't like Pride Month, fuck you. If you have a problem with Pride Month, fuck you. I'm not afraid to say it. Go fuck yourself. Pride Month is canceled. It's now Wrath Month. Fuck you. If you don't like Pride, explode. I don't know, grow up. It might not be Pride anymore, but I'm gonna have a Pride Month all year round, baby. Plus, I think Rochester celebrates Pride in July anyway. Yeah, it's Wrath Month. It's Gluttony Month. It's Sloth Month. We're doing all of the other sins. I'm doing every sin every month. Lust Month win now.
He wants to be, Jordan Peterson will suddenly become extremely obtuse about how complex or polysemous words are interpreted. Here's a fun gem.
You know, we have Pride Month. Well, what are we celebrating? First of all, how about we don't celebrate Pride? Pride's a cardinal sin. And you might say, well, they don't mean pride. They mean, you know, it's a group of oppressed people and now they're just finding their identity and they're getting some security in that identity. And so what they mean by pride is security in that identity. It's like the word's pride.
Yeah, but do you mean sin as in missing the mark? Because then how is that so bad, Jordan?
But like, oh god, it's like Lust Month now. I should go through and make a bunch of those. Yeah, it's so frustrating that he is like so solid on definitions sometimes, but if there's anyone that's in opposition to him, he becomes so slimy and hard to like deal with. He's a huge piece of shit. He's a huge piece of shit. He's doing it on purpose. He knows what he's doing. Ashless was posting, hell yeah. I think I mentioned it earlier, but I saw that half in the bag video. Fuck yeah.
Jordan, I thought sin literally just meant to miss something. Hey Jordan, do you think maybe the whole point is that this group of people was made to hide and feel shame for who they are, and they might be now using the opposite word to point out how they're not going to be ashamed for who they are anymore? Like, you explained it to yourself out loud. Hey Jordan, you were proudly a member of a group of people called the intellectual dark web. Are you okay with that? The dark web is where people do sinful crimes. How dare you, Jordan? Anyway, this is child shit. He's talking child shit. Like a child trying to debate their bedtime and then shitting.
Yeah.
He thinks he can like wordplay something to be right. He is taking a complex topic and just
Yeah, it's like, again, it's like this intellectual vapor that he's spewing. He doesn't mean anything because he doesn't actually think anything, and since he doesn't actually believe anything or knows that it looks bad to actually talk about the things that he does believe, and he knows how optics works, he's instead like he blows smoke to like fucking smokescreen away from his actual beliefs and start arguing about the semantics of words and definitions when it's convenient to him.
Dragging it down to the semantics of it, changing words to this extremely literal and singular interpretation, or changing them to completely vague and different meanings, depending on what point he wants to make. And the ultimate victory is when he distracts you or completely tires you out. Like, I didn't mention this, but sin doesn't mean miss the mark, or at least a lot of people don't think that. But who cares? It doesn't matter. This surrounded video doesn't matter. The world would be exactly the same if it didn't exist. And by the end of it, everyone is just tired and frustrated and saying exactly what I've been saying this whole time.
But I do feel like he does a lot of, I guess, wordplay that can make it a little bit difficult and kind of just muddies the waters in regard to what we define as Christianity and atheism.
Right. So what was the point? It's empty content. It doesn't really instruct or intrigue when it comes to philosophical debates
it's literally
about religion or
just
God, because it's not really
it's
about
selling
that.
divisiveness.
It's mostly a 90-minute video of people debating the interpretation of words, which I guess might interest someone curious about linguistics or what it feels like to have a stroke or the worst ways that liars lie. And while most people see how useless Jordan Peterson is, I really need everyone to realize that this also reflects on these surrounded videos. They released this video. And sure, they probably have some use in that they've changed a few people's minds along the way. They're definitely entertaining sometimes. They create hot con reaction videos starring Cody, but they're ultimately a net loss in terms of progress or political discourse.
I love Cody.
And this video really shows that, because it shows how Surrounded is built for people like Jordan Peterson or Charlie Kirk. Liars, hucksters, not exclusively, but mainly for these types.
Yeah, hucksters is a word
It's
I
time
was
to
gonna,
take this one video of Jordan
use. I
Peterson,
think I said,
the weird
like,
liar, lying about his
snake oil
beliefs by
salesman.
playing
It's the
word
same
games,
fucking
and
thing.
zoom out to the entire right-wing movement. The phrase I'm going to use to broadly describe this tactic is tangential logic. They're using tangential points to meander off the subject, often trying to embed themselves in these digressions in order to change the argument, or at times, reality itself. It doesn't just have to be wordplay, mind you. For example, here's a very good and funny example of one of these ghouls trying to bog down a conversation with logic and then failing.
But I'll tell you something you're not going to want to hear, and I admit it's I'll call it dickish. Utilitarianism is typically the villain in most movies. I don't care.
Never gets old. And
love you,
yeah, that
Sam.
really should have been what most people said to Jordan Peterson in that video, because the points he was making were tangential to the larger debate. So it's not just about wordplay, but it's mostly about wordplay. Because I would argue that the right-wing attack
I
on
fucking love
words
Sam.
is one of their more
Sam
powerful
Cedar's
and
so
devastating
fucking
tactics.
funny,
Just look at
and
the
he's
word
good
woke
at-
or DEI
he's good
or
on his
groomer.
feet.
Those words used to mean specific things until conservatives stole them and gave them new tangential and broad definitions that evoke emotional responses in their base. And at first, people might try to point this out. The first argument is usually people trying to reclaim these words back to their original meaning. But eventually, everyone just gives up. People start saying woke, ironically, mocking the right, until they are just saying it. For example, the word cuck. That
Yep.
was originally a word exclusively being used by, well, cucks and right-wingers, often as a broad insult to the confusion of others. Because who cares if you're a cuck? You want to watch me bang your spouse? Sure. It's not free, but sure. But over time, everyone started using it ironically, then just using it until the Democratic Party's Twitter account is essentially calling Stephen Miller a cuck, all because he really likes being cucked by Elon Musk. Leave the poor cuck Stephen Miller the cuck alone, guys! While it can be harmless, it's often not. More often, it's quite bad. For example, they are now scrubbing all mention of DEI from the government.
I think like this is a good example of why there is like power in words and why we should be careful about the language that we choose to use and choose to copy. Like I really don't like that woke has become like part of a lexicon, and like I hear it being used by people that are genuinely well-meaning as like a joke, but that's how it gets normalized. It's when you give like words words are just words ultimately, but words do have power. You manifest thought with words. It means something. It's how we communicate complicated ideas to each other. They're important. They're tools for communication, and therefore you need to be very cognizant of the ones that you use. I have been making an effort to remove words that I don't feel are necessarily offensive terms, but are on lists of some people's like terms that are slurs. And I want to remove those things from my vocabulary because it's like it matters what, like, the words that we use are symbols. They mean something, and it's not just a word. It is an entire, it's like when you do a cosplay as a white person, you cannot paint yourself brown. I don't care if you're a cookie in the cosplay, it's still blackface because it means something to do that. It has history, it has context, and you can't just pick and choose the context.
And just like Jordan Peterson, they are doing this very obtusely. The words equity and inclusion, for example, mean multiple things. But since they are just broadly going after the words, various financial forms that have nothing to do with DEI are being deleted. Even when it is technically DEI, that phrase meant something different when it was first enacted, right? That's why stuff like veteran support groups are also getting purged in Trump's anti-woke crusade. Don't get me wrong, I don't think any of this should be purged, but I doubt the people who think they're against DEI intended to do that. But the fact remains that DEI existed and helped a whole lot of people, including Trump's current vice president, before Trump showed up and decided it meant something bad and broad and different. Again, they're waging a war on the words themselves and not really the complex meaning behind them. And of course, Trump is the king of all of this. The word salads, the vagueness, everything Peterson does, Trump does better.
True.
The mob-like, indirect way he speaks has made it so anyone can interpret him in any way they need. Here's just one of a million examples.
But what kind of realistic changes that do you think you can provide single parents, married parents, any kind of parent, to just simply afford children in today's world with the way things are?
Right? It is not fair.
No.
And what we're going to do, and I'm going to, because I understand exactly what you're saying, we're going to readjust things so that it's fair to everybody, because it's really not fair to everybody. But we have a lot, and we're going up higher, but we're also going to readjust, because you have to make some readjustments. It's unfair to some people, and we're not going to have that.
So he's referring to child tax credits.
That didn't answer the question.
Quote is, we're going to readjust things so that it's fair to everybody, because it's really not fair to everybody. But we have a lot, we're going up higher, but we're also gonna readjust, because you have to make some readjustments. It's unfair to some people, and we're not gonna have that.
I didn't understand it.
With the headline,
just didn't.
Trump vows
He's gonna
to ease
readjust
childcare cost burden for struggling parents. But did he? Did he say anything close to that?
No,
what
that's
did
not
he
the
even
words he
say?
said.
Notice how he keeps
Whole
saying
different
it's not
sentence.
fair to some people. Which people?
We love you, Benny
How are
Princess.
you going
You're
to
beautiful. You're
readjust?
wonderful. You're a
How is that a
princess,
clear
as you
policy
know.
laid out? I don't have to convince you that Trump doesn't make
Incredible
much sense
name.
when he speaks.
Incredible username.
But I wanted to stress that you could interpret him in so many ways, depending on which people you think he's talking about. And ultimately, we now know what he meant. The child tax credits he proposes will go up by $500, but will also exclude millions of children who would otherwise legally be eligible.
Oh, Jesus.
His party is also trying to cut food stamps and Medicaid, so that extra $500 doesn't really mean much. He couldn't say that to that lady asking a question, so he just speaks in that vague, indirect way people like him and Jordan Peterson love to do.
They're dishonest.
Due
It's the way that
well,
it's.
I don't know anything about that.
It's
You'll have to
dishonesty.
ask my lawyer. I'm the president. You know, a lot of people are saying that I should get a third term. You mad, bro? I was just being sarcastic, even though I clearly wasn't. This is often talked about in relation to the sane washing of Trump, where he'll spit out a bramble of words and then the media will find a way to interpret it to sound sensical and competent, or say he's trolling when he makes direct threats. there's another type of group that speaks this way that I want to shout out, which might be obvious to you. It's cults. Cults speak this way. There's a book about it. Probably multiple books, but the author of that book, a linguist who happens to have a family history with cults,
I do want
talks
to
about the
read
difference
this book.
between something like scientific
I have
jargon
heard
and cult speak. To quote,
I have heard a lot of stuff about this book, and I want to read Cultish. The Language of Fascism. It definitely seems like something that's like aligned with the things I need to read, like the things that I'm interested in. I will add that to my list. Oh, come on. You hit me with a fucking posture. I was all shrimped up and everything. You caught me.
Sorry. Accident.
Oh. My spine. Why is everything all fucked up again? I feel like all of these get moved around so much. Okay, more.
Her directly, my parents, they're scientists, and they will use jargon that I don't understand. But that jargon is there to make communication clearer. Cultish language has these ulterior motives, and it's there to make communication hazier. It's there to divide people, to shut down independent thinking. And that's how you know that language is cultish, when it causes strong emotional response, but you yourself have trouble translating what it is that you're saying.
Yeah.
So going back to Peterson and Trump, that's exactly how they're speaking, isn't it? They're making the conversation hazier, not clearer. Well, what do you mean by God? What do you mean by believe? What do you mean by mean? What do you mean by what? And the right wing's broad use of words like woke and DEI and groomer also make things much hazier while dividing groups and causing that strong emotional response. Less clarity, more emotion. A war of words in a war on words, stretching them, twisting them, bopping them, pulling them, swapping from ultra-literal to vague to metaphors, finding weird logic loopholes to change the reality of the words themselves. You know, lying.
Yeah.
And of course, there's another group of people that speak this way that I also need to shout out, which may once again be obvious to you. Fascists.
Yeah.
The language of dystopias. We are now seeing that in play as we speak and as they newspeak. J.D. Vance literally said he makes up stories. Recently, he said, we're not going to war with Iran, we're at war with their nuclear facilities.
What does that
I'm not
mean?
at war with God, I'm at war with the voice of God. It's just a bunch of word games with the faux air of intellectualism to justify their project of brutality and might makes right. The Trump administration has been utilizing something called legalistic non-compliance to get around the many court cases against it. Basically playing legal word games so that they can break the law while pretending they aren't, acting as obtuse as possible about the orders when everyone knows the meaning. And unless someone stops them, they certainly won't stop there. When the Constitution says that no person shall be elected to the office of the president more than twice, we all know what that means. It's obvious. Except if the right asshole were to try and pick all the words apart, they might be able to find a way for Trump to serve a third term, even though everyone knows that's not how it works.
Yeah.
We all know. But to quote a constitutional law professor, a president who's interested in remaining in power, despite limits against it, will come up with clever legal arguments to do so. So, will Trump be able to violate the law and remain in office indefinitely? Only if the American people let him.
Yeah,
that really resonates all the way to the Jordan Peterson stuff. You can either let him bog you down with a debate about semantics, or you can just say,
I don't care.
Right. From a debate about religion all the way to the fucking Constitution, there need to be moments when you simply just say, fuck off. You know what these words mean. Because if you don't, if you get drawn into these faux philosophical or linguistic or quote unquote high-minded debates and let them do these Mad Hatter word games, then eventually the words lose meaning. And as we're being reminded more and more, that matters. Because laws are also just words. Policy, just words. Our world is words. It's how we agree on reality. And it's not our job to accommodate everyone's incorrect or purposefully manipulative interpretation of that. Unless we're the Supreme Court. In that case, well, that's our only job now. Gotta get that private jet ride after all. What are we gonna do? Not go on a jet? You know how cool jets are? They go whoosh, guys!
True.
They fucking go whoosh.
True.
Anyway, Jordan Peterson, words. Did I pass out earlier? Is that why I peed myself? Happy Beard Day, America, and Pride. Happy Pride Month. And I do mean July and the sin. July is the sin month, I've decided. Not
You
like
can
last
go whoosh
month,
too?
which
Really?
wasn't the sin version of Pride. But you know that because we can infer how words work. Unlike Jordan Peterson and the Supreme Court. What do you mean by here's? What do you mean by some? What do you mean by more? What do you mean by news? What do you mean by what? What do you mean by do? What do you mean by you? What do you mean by me? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean?
All right, please go support Some More News. They're fantastic. Oh. It truly is a day. I have an essay pulled up about Ethan Klein's War on Women. If anyone, I don't know if people are still interested in Ethan Klein discourse right now. I think we all know he's a crashed out loser now, who like just is blindly supporting Israel. Isn't that how we met? It might have been. I genuinely don't know. And then Sands, yeah. Yes, Mr. Skeleton himself. I was thinking about Skeleton. It's definitely how we met. Yeah, Ethan's a fucking crazy person. I was watching, there was the North Star Radio video that popped out the other day, talking about him. We were dunking on that weirdo H3 stan. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, he's a freak. Ethan is going crazy. Yeah, that, that guy, like, I found his book on Wattpad, and, like, I don't know if he's still gonna, like, hate watch and watch my stuff to see if I'll talk about the book. I only read, like, the first couple chapters. It was pretty unbearable. It's really, like, not great. He specifically pointed out a chapter about, like, how good he was at writing a trans character because he wrote one, except all of the lines of the trans characters, like, internal dialogue were talking about how their body was a prison and her, like her anatomy just stained her and things like that. It's just straight up gross. Just, like, gross kink shit that he wanted me to read on stream, and I'm not gonna do that. Oh, we were talking about something about Ethan's skeletons in the closet. Yeah. Everybody's got a couple skeletons in the closet. I'm just looking at this image that I've created, and I genuinely love it. I think I did a great job. Everybody praised me. Oh, April, you're so good and great. I'm so cool and charming. Wow.
If you guys have a prime, slap that prime on the table like a
you
big
heard
fucking
it.
cock. Show everybody
Why
that
did it
you
go
have a
up?
big fucking dick today and slap that prime on the fucking table right now.
Oh, I get it. I get it. You're all lovely to me. You're angels. I appreciate you. Yeah, I guess I'll read the H3 article. I think this was the one that like got Ethan. Like Ethan's gonna like. Ethan like crashed out about it and like threatened lawsuit or something. I don't know. But we can open it up. We'll just point out all of the reasons that he's just kind of a weirdo. I've never really liked H3. I'm transcendental. Oh. Alright, if you don't know who Ethan Klein is, I'm sorry to be the one to tell you. Klein is the primary host of the extremely popular H3 podcast, which is one of the most watched podcasts on YouTube every week. Over the past few years, he has engaged in a never-ending, largely one-sided feud with his former co-host, Hassan Piker, the leftist Twitch streamer who has been profiled in the New York Times. Klein has also become more hated than ever before. That's saying something, because Klein used to happily throw the N-word around, but ever since October 7th, 2023, Klein has repeatedly escalated allegations of anti-Semitism against Piker for his outspoken stance against Israel and in support of Palestinians. Klein is Jewish and has lived in Israel, while Piker is Turkish-American and was raised Muslim. Klein's obsession with attacking Piker and anyone who agrees with him or is associated with Piker has made Klein the repeated subject of viral content, dragging him to hell and back. And then we'll just put that out there. This week, Klein continued to be so mad at Piker for being anti-Israel that he decided to sue 3 women about it. He filed lengthy, typo-ridden lawsuits for copyright infringement against female Twitch streamers who reacted to a nearly 2-hour video Klein made about Piker in January, which he has since revealed was a trap to try and sue Piker for streaming the copyrighted content on his channel. Piker didn't do it, but these women did, so Klein sued them instead. Klein's announcement of the lawsuits featured him literally setting money on fire. The suits featured dozens of claims about Piker, including a paragraph comparing Piker to a prominent Palestinian who has been dead for 50 years but collaborated with Adolf Hitler and other Nazis to oppose the establishment of Israel. Yeah, you literally, it's like clown shit. This is like a Onision level crash out. It's been really, really bad. The feud between Klein and Piker is so labyrinthian that it would take actual hours to dissect it, but this most recent escalation troubled me on another level. Klein's lawsuits against these 3 women are so frivolous that he doesn't even think they'll make it to court, despite his demand for a jury trial. But they are still going to be extremely expensive, time-consuming, and stressful, and they have provoked a torrent of misogynistic abuse aimed at these 3 women, who were already frequent targets. There's also other stuff going on in the world. Let me take a quick break from unpacking Klein's latest gift to the misogynistic cesspool of the internet to acknowledge that Donald Trump unconstitutionally bombed nuclear facilities in Iran over the weekend based on vibes, an unprecedented act of war that is already polling as dramatically unpopular. Warhawks rushed to praise Trump's strikes in columns for The Atlantic and The New York Times, but the U.S. track record for violent interference in the region shows this a road to nowhere good, paved with human rights atrocities. This isn't just hubris, it's homicide dressed up as humanitarianism, wrote John McGowan in an appropriately scathing op-ed for The Hill. And the victims aren't dictators, they are doctors, shopkeepers, little girls clutching backpacks instead of rifles. My statement, this is from Zoran Mamdani, my statement on the Trump administration's illegal military actions and the wars that must end. Donald Trump ran for president promising to end wars, not start new ones. Today's unconstitutional military action represents a new dark chapter in his endless series of betrayals that now threaten to plunge the world deeper into chaos. In a city as global as ours, the impacts of war are felt deeply here at home. I am thinking of the New Yorkers with loved ones in harm's way. While Donald Trump bears immediate responsibility for this illegal escalation, these actions are the result of a political establishment that would rather spend trillions of dollars on weapons than lift millions out of poverty, launch endless wars while silencing calls for peace, and fearmonger about outsiders while billionaires hollow out our democracy from within. For Americans middle-aged and younger, this is all we have known. We can accept it no longer. New York City's mayoral candidate, Zohran Mamdani, published an excellent statement to condemning Trump's strikes, which leads me to ask any New Yorkers reading this to vote tomorrow in the mayoral primary if you can and haven't already. I ranked Mamdani number 1, and he's surging in new polls, but whatever you do, don't rank Andrew Cuomo. Shout out to Cuomo rerunning as now he's not, because he failed the primary. Now he's going to be an independent backed by Republicans and billionaires. That's crazy. How'd that happen? Have you seen the crash outs from politicians over Mamdani? Yeah, it's been awesome.
Threatened to fucking set his car on fire. The dude doesn't even own a car.
Yeah, he doesn't own a car. They're now transvestigating his wife because she's too hot. So they think she has a penis, which, you know,
makes her
fair.
even hotter. I'm sorry. I shouldn't say that.
I think that is transphobic. The Democrats are so mad because racism. Yeah, absolutely. Back to Ethan Klein tormenting women. Good title of the chapter. Before Klein's epic fallout with Piker over Israel and Gaza, Klein hosted an even more popular show called Frenemies with YouTuber Trisha Paytas in 2020 and 2021. The podcast was so successful that it elevated Paytas and Klein to new heights, but it crashed and burned after their numerous on-camera fights. Again, to explain this lore would take so much time, hours, thousands of words, but what I want to bring up here is that after Paytas departed the show, Klein became a frequent visitor to a now-banned snark Reddit called Trishyland. I reported on disturbing harassment on the subreddit largely consisted of before it was taken down. The users delighted in the grotesque bullying around Paytas' appearance, tracked down her real-life location, tried to get her banned from various facilities, and, crucially, uploaded Paytas' content, including her paywalled OnlyFans content, to avoid giving her views and contributing to her revenue. They were also egregiously anti-Semitic towards her husband, who is Klein's brother-in-law. They want to get him deported as well, yeah. It's interesting that Klein showed Trishyland on this channel when his lawsuits against the 3 women, Twitch streamers who go by Casey Tron, Frogan, and Denims, includes that their streams were recommended by the H3 Snark subreddit as a way to watch Klein's content without giving him views. The lawsuits also seek to unmask the anonymous moderators of the H3 Snark subreddit, several of whom the suits say are women. And Klein mentions other unrelated women in the lawsuits too, including 2 female Twitch employees who the suits assert are anti-Israel and anti-Semitic. The reason I bring up all these women is because Klein's lawsuits are catnip for the misogynistic ecosystem in the Twitch community and beyond. Casey Tron, Frogan, and Denims all launched GoFundMes for legal costs. Lawyers can cost hundreds of dollars an hour, and cases can involve hundreds of billable hours. And they've been swarmed by sexist harassment. Frogan and Denims are both Arab women, and Frogan wears a hijab, so they're also targeted with other forms of bigotry. Someone told Denims to launch an OnlyFans to pay for legal costs. Other people are ranking the women's funds based on their physical appearances. Well-known misogynists and bigots are in their replies mocking them. Fans of Klein are making small donations to their funds just to pile on more abuse in the payment descriptions. And depressingly, this is nothing new. Yeah, Casey Tron talking about her harassment. I am so tired. My entire existence on Twitch since I started 13 years ago has been incel harassment campaign after incel harassment campaign. Men with much larger audiences than me have sexually harassed, defamed, slandered, swatted my home, cyberstalked, and tried to get me to kill myself for literally a decade. Through these endeavors, very few of my peers have supported me because they don't want to evoke the same hate. It's been extremely isolating. I've always been thrown to the wolves to fend for myself. Now a millionaire has specifically chosen to target me for a frivolous lawsuit, not only because they know I don't have the monetary means to defend myself, but because they knew targeting specifically me would evoke the support of extremely large incel audiences who would once again harass me in a mass. My biggest fear in all of this is that I will once again be left to fend for myself as mass harassment campaigns slander and harass my character. I am also fearful of my financial future and my ability to provide for my family. Being told relentlessly that you're going to lose everything and have generational debt for the rest of your life, well, that's literally the shit people kill themselves over. I often cope with humor, as most people who have overcome hard obstacles in their lives do, but I've reached my breaking point and acknowledge I need more help. I'm hoping to be back to streaming Wednesday. Please go support GoFundMe is for these people if you can, not characters, wow. For these people if you can. They are people and they deserve support for like the horrifying harassment that they've had to endure from things like this. When I first started on Twitch right off the heels of Gamergate, I received so much harassment for just being a woman who told jokes, Casey Tron told me over DMs. I honestly feel a sense of reliving some of that just from the way some comments are talking about me. Along with being fucking sued, I have to deal with a man club underselling my life's work all over again, she continued. I feel like I finally had those fucking losers off my back and have just been focused on streaming to my mostly LGBTQ/woman audience, and now this. It fucking sucks being a woman in this industry, and I absolutely understand that. Like, yeah. Women with long online careers, like Casey Tron, have already endured harassment from internet figures who Klein has aligned himself with in his crusade against Piker. People who were ecstatic to see his lawsuit regardless of its merits. These women haven't meaningfully threatened Klein's powerful position on YouTube, the millions of views he gets, his millionaire status, or his legions of dedicated fans who are hungry to rip into his enemies. Klein is just more powerful than them, and he is reveling in it. The cost to women on these platforms is yet another chilling example of what powerful men can do to you if you piss them off. Klein didn't respond to my request for comment. Thank you, darling. Would you like me to refill it? Do you want another one? Want the tray? I will refill it myself. That is what I will do. And then I will get the tray. So yeah. In case anyone wondered, I think also Klein went and like threatened to sue a guy who wasn't a woman, and then was like, if all of the women apologize to me publicly, I will like make this black guy that I'm also targeting not get sued, as if like, again, it's the humiliation, right? He wants them to prostrate themselves and say like, oh, I was wrong, oh, blah, blah, and like submit themselves before him. And he just does not even understand why that's like anti-woman. Let me take us later and you can have the rest. The jar? Oh, yeah. I'll give you them both, because you might need more green. You don't? Okay. Well, I'll have it then. She hates me. Yeah, so, you know, in case we really needed to know that Ethan is a raging misogynist. Grok, is this real? Incredible. Do I have this? What was this tab before? Oh, this was the commercials. Awesome. That's what we wanted. I was wondering where they went. That McDonald's commercial made you hungry. Oh no, I'm sorry. I know we haven't had dinner. Actually, let me take a look. I'm not sure how long have I been live for. It's been like 6 hours, right? Yeah. All right, let's see who else is live right now, and I'm gonna send y'all over because I need to make dinner. Thank you all for joining me. Local burger joints are always a good option. Yeah, I just don't have any money. Alright, I love you all, darlings. You are wonderful. Please, let's send you over. Okay, do you want to see it? Do y'all want to go to Shuttershade or to Wonder? What do you think? Oh, wait, Robin's live! Shuttershock. Shuttershade. He's playing Kingdom Hearts. Yeah, let's send you over to Shuttershade. He's been going for like 6.5 hours, damn. Still. Enjoy. I hope you all have a lovely rest of your evening. And I will talk to you very soon. Thank you for like having good conversations with me about this stuff. I appreciate everybody who called in. Thank you. I will be back tomorrow. So I hope that you all have a lovely rest of your evening. I have some things to go read and some things to go watch, so that I'll have more to talk about tomorrow. I hope that everybody has a lovely night. And so long.